Yes.
Good morning. We're covering live there in Tallahassee. We're able to get a live feed. John is there in the media room getting set up. The attorneys are going to be here in a few minutes, showing up, I imagine, as well as the judge. They're going to be handling any last-minute issues. The judge is going to be announcing rulings on some pending motions. And John will be moving into the courtroom. He's probably in the courtroom already now. So if you have any questions directly of John, I will read those off, and John can maybe type an answer. So can you believe it? It's finally here. Donna Adelson. The jury selection is still ongoing, but they're expecting opening statements to happen this afternoon. John's saying he's seated right behind Dr. Adelson. Wow. Imagine that. Sarah Dugan has entered courtroom. So, John, which side are you on? Are you on, if you're facing the judge, are you on your left side or right side of the benches there? I want to see if you can hear me. Scooby Snack is afraid we had to wait another year for another team of lawyers because of her using her lawyer's smartphone. Yeah, that's something that was never fleshed out. So, and John is on the media side behind the fence table. Okay, so thanks for clarifying that. So I think the first row or two is for the Adelsons. John, do you see any Adelson supporters there besides Harvey? Anyone besides Harvey? John? Okay, so they're leaving room for potential jurors on the opposite side, which is the same side that the jury box is on. This is a live feed John has from the courtroom. We're not piggybacking off of another channel, is my understanding. Okay, so thanks. John can hear me. Oops. So only Harvey's there so far.
Okay. All right. If the parties and the court reporter can join me in the jury room.
All right. It doesn't look like we're going to have any viewing of the attorneys and the judge at this point. Jeremy Daniels, do I think George will have to be delicate with Donna to avoid coming on too strong in front of a jury since she's old? I don't see that being an issue because that's not Georgia's style. She doesn't come on too strong. I've never seen her come on super aggressive or even a little bit aggressive. She just asks questions in a very calm delivery manner. So I don't see this as being a issue of her trying to browbeat somebody that's old and frail. I don't think Donna's looking too frail right now, considering she spent 21 months in Leon County Jail eating their nasty food. And I think once you hear Donna on direct, she's going to be very animated and very, very feisty, I think. All right, we got all the way from Scotland. Good morning. I have not had breakfast yet. No, I haven't. Oh, that's interesting. John's seated next to a 2020 producer. This is getting more coverage than Charlie's case, more international coverage as well. Chris Sharkey, you're saying I just watched the lawyer cross-examine Wendy's lovely ex-boyfriend. The lawyer is horrible. If Donnie's using the same one, she's going to get crushed. Yeah, I don't know which lawyer you're talking about. You're probably talking about a previous trial. Excuse me. Kelly 7. Will Dan and Wendy's friend who was interviewed the following day be shown in this trial? No, she's not on the witness list. You're talking about Tamara Demko. She's not on the list. Pickleball, Paul. Yes, prayers for the Markells. And you're asking, will they be in the courtroom today? And John informed us that, let me check his message. They don't land until late this afternoon. So they're not in the courtroom yet, but they're en route. Yes, Harvey's in the courtroom. John had already mentioned that. Patricia Barnhart. Carl is asking, John, what's Donna wearing? Is she still wearing that black sweater? Yeah, Cheryl Crawford agrees. Georgia's never been rude or strong. She'll be firm on questions, but she's not in your face kind of cross-examiner. She makes the points that need to be said and moves on. Sometimes I think she moves on too quick, but it's still effective. Yes, John has an earbud, so what's happening is he's just listening for when I say his name. Otherwise, he's focused on what's going on in the courtroom. So unless I alert him, hey, John, and then I may post one of your questions. So if you have a question for what's going on in the courtroom, that's the way I'm communicating with John. And then he'll type the answer here in the comments chat section. Yeah, Phil and Ruth aren't there yet. They'll get here this afternoon. Or there, I'm not. I feel like I'm there in Tallahassee. I've been there for Charlie's. Nan, 10 months ago, I predicted Charlie's conviction would be overturned and that he would get a new trial. If Donna is convicted, do you believe she may also have a successful appeal? I don't think she's going to appeal for any conflict of interest by the attorneys, ineffective assistance. I don't think she's going to have that as an issue. So, no, I don't foresee that. I think Charlie's conviction, the issue of conflicted counsel representing him was not fleshed out in his appeal so far. They reserved it in a footnote, so that's not in this appellate format. They're going to raise that down the road. So I am concerned about that, definitely. about the issue of who was Rashbaum having most loyalties to. Was it Charlie or Donna? You just don't represent murder co-defendants for the very reason he got bounced the day this last trial was supposed to start last fall. There's John providing the answer again. So if it's late this afternoon, they may not be there for openings. But they'll be there for witness testimony, I'm pretty sure, when that kicks off. Late evening in Australia. Gerard, how do I color a question mark? Just a red emoji like you're doing works fine. John saying the court audio that we've been hearing with all those bad feeds, including Judge Everett and also defense counsel, that should be fixed according to court TV audio text. Nick is saying this case is a huge slam dunk. It's even more clear than Charlie's case. I think there's more circumstantial evidence than Charlie's case, but circumstantial evidence is good evidence. In fact, it's many times more credible and reliable than what's considered direct evidence. So Scooby Snack, she can't hide her disdain and the hate dripping on her words. Yes, I agree. The hatred of the Markells, who are the sweetest family, is unbelievable. And that will show in the courtroom. So I assume all you there that are commenting are not in the courtroom. Is anybody watching this from the courtroom also, or headed that way? Graham Ambridge, in one of the last sessions, the defense wanted to know in the first couple of rows so that people can't see their computer screens. That is correct. So apparently the first row is only Harvey. And then apparently the second row or third row is where the media is at. And that's where John is there with the media. Yeah, it's been a long road, hasn't it? Wendy would not be in the courtroom because she's a witness. She's probably on her way up there right now from wherever she's living, Texas. So she's either there in Tallahassee already or she's about to be landing today. Patricia Barnhart, do y'all think she'll really have family and friends in her court since her attorney said they would need a couple rows? Yeah, I don't think they're going to have many folks there at all. I'll be surprised. Maybe after some folks for the defense testify, then they could sit there. But I think during most of this trial, when I was there for closing arguments and John was there for the whole trial of Charlie, didn't see anybody there supporting Charlie whatsoever. Okay, so Donna's wearing an off-white sweater. She wore like a dark sweater yesterday and the day before. Hello to Germany as well. We have plenty of relatives over in Germany, but none are following this case that I'm aware of. Selena Ableto, in the previous trial, you noticed there was very little objections from the defense. As Georgia makes a lot of comments, I wonder if that will change this trial. I think there will be more objections. That slows up the trial, bogs it down. Rashram had more objections, I noticed, as the trial went on. Kathy Vetter, could you remind me who your brother is? I know he's a lawyer. No, he's not a lawyer. He's a commercial pilot, commercial captain, flying the jumbo jets international. So he's able to afford the time off and cover this live stream down there. Don't have the Yeti here yet. Yeah, the brother of Wendy is Dr. Rob. So it's the eldest child of Harvey and Donna, Rob Adelson. He's a phenomenal doctor, highest caliber character person, and it's a tragedy. He has to deal with this, but he's on the witness list. Hopefully, he'll testify as to the strange mannerisms of the co-conspirators, his family members of South Florida. Jody Roser, probably saying your name wrong. Apologize. You're saying a true blessing would be Wendy getting arrested right after this trial. That would be nice. Thanks for all your guys' support of the Markells. Thank you guys for supporting their justice effort. Yes, Josh Girl. Wendy will testify. She'll probably testify tomorrow, is my guess. I think that Sunday night I'm going to cover something that Leslie and I just happened to watch last night on 48 Hours. It's a case very similar to this one, a murder for hire, and how they handle that. You can see a lot of parallels with this case here. Mewis Lassie, how does John reckon Harvey looks? Stressed, older, worried? Well, we're only going off of video, right? So John's able to see him there for the first time to this morning, first time ever seeing Harvey, because Harvey was nowhere to be seen in Charlie's trial. So hello to Scotland. So yeah, I think we don't have anything to compare it by, but yes, from the videos we've seen, definitely Harvey. This has stressed him out. And John, how's Harvey acting? Is he just sitting there? What's Harvey doing right now? Apparently John's not able to. Oh, John's comments. I haven't scrolled down there. Okay. John texted me, said I need to scroll down to see his answer. All right, I'm looking for you. Okay, here it is. Harvey's quiet. He stands every 10 minutes. Toto's asking, how can the defense ask for the boy's name changes to be disallowed as evidence when it was allowed in Charlie's trial? Well, just because something was allowed in a previous trial doesn't mean it's allowed in this trial. Although you would think that's going to be normally the case, you get the same rulings. I don't think Rashomon objected to it before, so that could be a reason why. And so, but it should be admissible one way or the other. I mean, that's part of the whole extermination, Markel extermination plan, right? Erase everything Markel. That name is not to be mentioned in their house around the boys, I'm sure. Clueless beekeeping. If Wendy has immunity, why doesn't she say, yes, this plot to end Dan's was all my idea? Well, if she got on the stand and said that, I guess, are you trying to say she took personal ownership? That just would further secure the fact that Adelson's committed the murder, the Florida Adelsons. So she's not going to admit that. That would incentivize them to prosecute her even more. So they could not use that statement against her, but they have enough evidence already, so they don't need her statement, even if it was a confession. And in this trial, they have enough already. Debbie M. Wendy knew crime scene drive-by. That is so telling. I mean, that's a huge, huge factor that will result in her conviction. Sal's asking when it's Harvey's turn. Just because he and Wendy were clever enough to remain quiet doesn't mean they should get away with it.
Just again to reiterate what we've already discussed concerning jury selection through the process this morning, the parties are to refer to the prospective jurors by their numbers, not by any names. Deputy Hamlin, are you going to be in charge of giving them their numbers? Well, or Deputy Eldridge,
Donna.
whoever is handling it, please double check to make sure the number and the name match so there's no confusion with the record.
Look, she's got a notebook in her hand. How much is she going to be writing in that notebook? Your motorcycle's ready, Fred. I see. Nicola Maxwell, can you please explain Wendy's immunity situation? Every witness called by the state has immunity. Everything they say can't be used against them. So they can't plead the Fifth. Nobody can plead the Fifth. You're called by the state. The Fifth Amendment is the right to remain silent. So everyone is compelled to testify if you're subpoenaed by the state. If you're called by the defense, then it's all bets are off. You can be prosecuted for everything you say there. So Wendy's immunity situation is such that everything that they have outside of what she's testified to in these numerous trials, they cannot use that against her unless they charge her for perjury, and then they can use the things she lied about, which I've been advocating for. And so everything they have for independent evidence other than what she's testified for is admissible against her in her own prosecution. So any leads that they would have from a witness that testifies, like if Wendy's discloses something that the prosecution didn't know about, they can't follow up and find that evidence based on what she admitted to here in court. But she never admits to anything. It's all denials and all it's packed full of lies. So that's why there's nothing that she's saying that is incriminating. In her mind, it's not incriminating, but just all of her lies are incriminating, and her body language and demeanor, the way she comes across, it's so evident to any observer that she's got massive problems telling the truth. And she, as many people have said, she had the most to gain from all this. Sir Tedrick Walker, will opening statements begin any moment? No, they're still going through jury selection, so we're probably going to get to that this afternoon. I just want to jump on here and cover anything that's going on with jury selection. Any comments beforehand? I also wanted to test this system out. We have John in the courtroom there, right there. And this is a live feed from the actual media cable that is piped into John's computer there. Sorry, you're sick, Dr. Latina. Hope you get well and can pay attention to this. And what's going on in the court? They're still doing jury selection, and we're going to have our opening statements sometime this afternoon. Maybe they'll be ready by 1 o'clock Eastern. Yeah, let's try to keep the chat clean, folks. Don't want to have name calling by Adelsons. Positive vibes. Is the defendant allowed to turn around and gesture or talk to family? Like, can Donna talk to or wave to Harvey? Yeah, she could do that because the jury's not there right now, from what we can tell. I don't know we don't know what's going on. Apparently, they're in a separate room doing individual selections. So, John, can you clarify? The jury's not in the courtroom, right? They're in a separate room, breakout room, where they're doing individuals. I guess what you have is all the juror members who are not being questioned, which is like maybe 50 minus the one being questioned, are there in the courtroom. So they'd be in the jury box and also seated there in the public seating area. Can you clarify that, John, for us? Where are all these potential jurors being seated? Are they all in the witness jury box as well as in the public seating area? Oh, you're saying everyone is here in the courtroom besides The potential jurors. Okay, besides, you mean sitting next to them or exclusive of the potential jurors? So that besides is not clear. Hey, Food is Love is with us. Welcome. Good morning. Thanks for your support. Bond James, it's astonishing the situation has dragged on so long. Absolutely. BRMC, it's going to be crazy seeing Don and Wendy in court. I think that's going to be probably the highlight of the whole trial is the interaction between those two. Okay, John's saying no jurors are there. Thanks for clarifying. Tracy Smith, do we know if the judge has ruled on the name change? No, we have not heard that yet, what the ruling would be. I'm thinking he's got to let it in. It's part of the plan, the extermination plan of all things Markel, right? So that should be totally admissible. I mean, it shows the hate level of hate and depravity against not just Dan Markel, but the surviving members as well of his family, his parents. Can you imagine his parents having to go through that? Unreal. And that they think they can use that name change and not have it come back against them. That's a real strong indicator. Rob's channel, will Donna's defense admit Charlie planned it, or will they pin it on Wendy in a subtle way? They must do one or the other. I think they're going to still go with Charlie's crackpot, outer space, crazy defense. Jennifer, what do I think of Harvey's creepy wave to the media? Yeah, I have heard different reports on that, how it actually came across. Was he trying to be scary and startle them or spook them? I don't know what exactly the truth is, but it is a weird kind of gesture. And he's smiling like, hey, this is not bothering me at all. I think it's a coping way of trying to look like this is not beating them down and wearing them out. I mean, compare the life they used to have to compare his life now. He's still living in the high-rise penthouse there in South Beach, Miami, Florida, but he's there all alone. He's got zero family with him. Donna's in jail up in Tallahassee. He's got supposedly an apartment he rents there to spend some time with her, to visit her, but Lisa, I think at some point Donna will start to look hysterical on the stand. Emily Winesap, those emails really do expose the real Donna Sue. Yeah, I mean, how's she going to explain that? She's going to be asked about that when she testifies. She will testify. She'll have to. And she's going to try to come across as sympathetic and just completely clueless to what was going on. Jeremy Daniels asking, how soon can Wendy be arrested? You're curious about the timeline. If they don't arrest her by the end of the year, then they really need to step aside and let somebody else do it, get a new state attorney chief. But I can't imagine they're going to let this thing go. That's why I'm thinking I'm going to cover this criminal case It's a Florida murder case that has a lot of similarities to this, and how they handled that and how this one was handled. That you see a lot of similarities in both the crime and how the murder for hire went down. So I think I'm going to do that Sunday night because it's going to be very interesting, and I think it'll show that you got to be aggressive as a prosecutor and not be timid. Yes, John is there in the courtroom. He's on the media bench, which is on the defense side for now. And I think once the trial starts, they'll be able to move to the prosecution side as well. That's the way it was when Charlie's trial was going on. Food is love. You're saying Donna has been mean mugging the jury when they walk in. She doesn't look very warm and friendly, I would say. She's looking sort of frazzled. And the one thing I can tell you is that, they were talking about the defense I'm talking about. They were complaining about people behind them could see their computer screens, and they didn't want that to happen. And so they were talking about moving the table, stuff like that. The current alignment of the table right now is the same it was before, from what I can tell. And Donna's like hidden so far behind her attorneys that she really has no visibility with the jury. So the jury's not really going to be able to look at her, and she's not going to be able to really look at the jury much. So she's always going to be sort of like hunkered down behind her lawyers, and that's something that I don't like to have. If I have a client that's facing a jury trial, I want them to face the jury when they're not testifying. I want them to be able to see the jury, look them over, feel comfortable looking over the jury. What she's doing, being hidden like she is, the way the table's set up there in the courtroom, the jury really is not going to get a good look at her. I guess the ones closest to the judge would have the best view of her, but the further you are away from the judge in that jury box, the harder is going to be to see her reactions. And my beliefs are that you want to have the jury be able to read your client the whole time during the trial. If they're innocent, they're going to be able to pick up on that. They're going to pick up on the vibes. And if you've got a client that's so much hidden and obscured, it's going to be very much, I think, supports the notion that she's trying to duck and run from the testimony. Sure, Rogers, do I think Charlie will testify? Well, I think that ultimately that's going to have to be something that comes out, and it may be something that we don't know for sure until what Charlie's going to do until he's actually calls a witness. But I've heard that there's reports that Charlie will testify, so I don't. It could go either way. Is what I've said. I'm thinking for his sake he doesn't want to testify, but he would be held in contempt if he doesn't. And is he willing to do that to hurt his mom? I know Leslie thinks he will testify. He has too much of a connection to his mom to not testify. So he's thinking, and he thinks he's going to be able to get away with it this time. He has grandiose ideas about how credible he is as a witness, and whatever he says, no matter how deceptive and much of a lie it is, the jury's going to believe him. But Tallahassee jury didn't believe him before, but maybe he's still stuck on that mindset. So maybe he will testify. I mean, he's subpoenaed, so he's supposed to testify, but I think the real downside if he testifies is they got to be loaded for bear and come at him with more zinger questions, more deep dive questions on things like what he said about why that TV for 5. He just said that was some kind of misstatement by his mom, wrong word choice that was picked up on the wiretaps. So the TV for 5 was code talk. That was code for the murder, the TV. And so Georgia completely let him off the hook on cross-examination. So here on direct, is she gonna, if he says that it was this code, it wasn't code, that was just like a bad word choices from his mom. I hope she drills down on that, because that's could be something where he completely flubs it up in a major way. But from what we've seen, George is not the type of attorney that really zeroes in on those kind of details. And once she gets a witness caught in a lie, she doesn't keep pulling the thread on that like I wish she would. Okay, I'm gonna zap this guy's or gal saying derogatory comments about Dan and his mom. So that's just uncalled for. Yeah, I hope Georgia is more aggressive on presenting argument on why stuff should be admitted. Like the whole thing about the book, man, that was upsetting to see that. The book of Wendy should come in. There's so many parallels to show her ongoing hatred of Dan and also Tallahassee. So it shouldn't be a matter of impeachment type evidence that it comes in only if she says she liked living in Tallahassee. Yeah, so hopefully we'll hear that some of his decisions on the bench. John, can you tell us, are the attorneys there? I assume they're not there, and the judge is gone as well. So Tyler Buck, I thought the judge dismissed Wendy from testifying against her mom. He only dismissed this defense subpoena. So defense can question Wendy, but it'll be when she's called as a prosecution witness. Yes, Harvey could visit Donna in jail. That is true. Initially, I think the first 8-9 months he could not visit her in jail because they still had jail restrictions. A lot of that was, or it was exclusively derived from COVID, where they didn't allow any visitors for a long time. Watercolor Mama, can you please clarify why Charlie's talking Wendy out of the house purchase is so significant? Why did her canceling that purchase mean something? Because he knew Dan would be killed. Absolutely, that looks totally like the way Wendy was able to put pressure on the family to make things happen quicker. They're just taking too long. They had to speed up the plan. She was about to face a judge for her actions that Dan was calling her out on, including hiding of marital assets, falsifying a affidavit of assets in their divorce proceeding that happened a year prior, as well as all the visitation issues, the bad mouthing of Dan by Donna in front of the boys, calling him stupid and things like that. Yeah, I do think Princess Iron Harvey must have found Donna's meds in the bathroom medicine cabinet. He's smiling away on Prozac. Well, they've been popping Xanax like crazy from what we hear on the tapes, and that can mess with your brain. It's a benzodiazepine, and habitual use of that stuff can cause frontal lobe shrinkage. So that could explain their bizarre behavior and why they think they can get away with it. John saying the judge said no cell phones may be used coming up during jury selection. Kim Schwint, yes, they need to charge Wendy as she leaves the courtroom. Positive Vibes ever worked on a case like this that was 11 years? No, I've never seen this. It's like a cold case murder. They know, except they know who did it. There's no who done it, or we don't have the kind of evidence formulated to go after all the conspirators to this. Harvey is there. He is there in the courtroom, standing up every 10 minutes or so. Yeah, hopefully we'll still be able to communicate with John during the trial once the trial starts. Yeah, we couldn't use walkie-talkies either. That would not be allowed. He'll just have to look down and see what's going on. Carl, it's a case that the murder happened in Florida, and I can't remember the names off the top of my head, but also had a Texas connection, and also had to do with hatred of an ex-spouse. So that's a murder case I want to cover on Sunday night. Renee Desarn, your dad was a commander of a medevac hospital in Vietnam. Thanks for your support and wishes. So that would mean that your dad was actually a medical doctor as well. The commanders of all medical units are medical doctors, and so he'd be an MD doing that. So thanks for his service. In Iraq, the tents we were in are right next to the medevac landing zone of a hospital there on the base in Al Assad, Iraq. So was in Anbar province. And so all during the night, all the helicopters coming and going, taking in, mostly Marines were in that sector, even though it's Army. We're on a Marine controlled base, and it was not helpful to get good sleep. Also, the rotors from the blades create a lot of flapping of the tents and dust blowing around, a lot of dust. Beach bum, yeah, I think the openings will happen this afternoon. That's what we're hearing for a number of sources. Can't confirm it's going to actually happen, but yeah, it's not the Shanna Gardner case. No, it's a different one. It's an older one. Emily C. is asking, what do I think is the best demeanor for a defendant? Obviously, mean mugging is a terrible look, but Karen Reed also got criticized for smiling. Yeah, I don't want to say too much about that. And, but I can say that Donna's going to have a hard time controlling herself. I think she is on some kind of psych meds, and that's going to try to calm her down some, but then you don't have full control of your mental faculties. So that can be a downside as well, because you can slip up and say stuff and you don't know the consequence of what you're saying. But yeah, definitely smiling a lot is a really bad thing, especially on a murder case. Yeah, I did not like to see that with Karen Reed, and I said that as well. Outside the courthouse, inside the courthouse, I wouldn't want my client smiling at all. Yes, JC agrees. Hiding defendant from the jury doesn't seem conducive to checking out reactions. Yeah, I want the jury to.
Voir dire will be conducted here together in the courtroom today. Voir dire is a French term meaning to speak the truth. Earlier this week, prior to the individual questioning, you were sworn in to do just that, to answer all questions truthfully that are posed to you as a part of this jury selection process. First, this morning, I will be asking you some questions, and after I have finished, the attorneys will have some questions for you as well. This will be the attorney's only opportunity in this trial process to directly engage in conversation with you. The purpose of the questioning by the attorneys is to assist them in determining if your verdict in this case would be unduly swayed or influenced in some way by your personal experiences, any opinions that you currently hold, or any special knowledge and training that you may possess. The object of this process is to select jurors who will impartially try the issues of this case that will be based on the evidence that is presented in the courtroom without being influenced by any other factors. It is very important that you be totally candid and truthful with us today. At parts during this jury selection, once again, I will be reading to you. Not that I do not wish to just have a normal or free-flowing conversation, but the instruction on the law that I will provide to you, again, must be specific and it must be uniform. Please understand throughout this process today, there will be no wrong or right answers to any of the questions that are posed to you. Your answers are what you think and what you actually believe. The attorneys are not attempting to embarrass you in any way. If any question is asked that you feel uncomfortable answering in open court, please let me know, and you'll have an opportunity to answer that question either at sidebar or in a more private setting. Each party to this case has the right to excuse a certain number of jurors without giving me any reason whatsoever. If you are excused by either side, please do not feel offended or feel that your honesty or integrity has been questioned in some manner. If you are not chosen for this case, it does not mean that you are not fair and impartial. It also does not mean that you could never be fair and impartial. It just means that you may not be suited for this particular case. It may be necessary during the jury selection process today, as well as during the trial, for me to speak with the attorneys and the defendant about matters that are private at the bench or out of the room. Please do not speculate about any bench conference or what may occur during those bench conferences. The bench conferences should in no way affect your duty as a prospective juror in this matter. We have several bailiffs who will be working with us today and throughout the trial, and it's their job to enforce the court's orders, provide any security that is necessary, and for them also to have charge of the jury to assist you with any reasonable needs that you may have. If you have questions about your personal welfare, apart from the questions in this case, you should direct those questions to the bailiffs. However, please do not ask the bailiffs any questions about this case whatsoever. I am now going to ask each of you about your prior jury service if you have previously served. And for the members of the gallery, my questioning is going to be directed at first to the initial 21 jurors who are seated to my left. If for whatever reason we are not able to select a jury out of this grouping, I will be calling upon people from the gallery to fill empty seats. Although you will not be speaking with me or the attorneys quite yet if you're in the gallery, it is very important that you pay attention to everything that is taking place, because the moment you are seated in one of the 21 spots to be questioned, we need to pick up seamlessly from where we leave off. I'm going to ask this question to the group of 21 as a whole. If you have a response of yes to any of these questions, please raise your hand. Would you please tell us where and when you previously served on a jury, if at all? Please leave your hand up and also your number. Juror 2, when did you previously serve on a jury?
4 years ago here.
All right. Was it a criminal or civil proceeding?
Criminal.
Do you recall the type of charge or the type of case that it was?
Aggravated assault.
Without telling us the verdict, did your prior jury reach a verdict?
Yes.
Were you the foreperson of that jury?
No.
Thank you. Please leave your flags up. Juror number 9, please tell us where and when you previously served on a jury.
About 2.5 years ago,
All right. Was that here in Leon County or elsewhere?
here in Lincoln County.
Was it a criminal or civil proceeding?
Criminal proceedings.
Do you recall what type of charge or what type of case it was?
I believe it was assault and attempted rape.
Without telling us the verdict, did the jury reach a verdict in that matter?
I wasn't aware of it.
Say that one more time.
The judge dismissed me as an alternate before the jury made a verdict.
Very well. Thank you. I believe there's two other flags up. Juror 17, please tell us when and where you previously served on a jury.
Here in Leon County, approximately 18 months ago.
All right. Criminal or civil case?
Criminal, it was animal abuse or animal cruelty.
And without telling us the verdict in the matter, did your prior jury reach a verdict?
Yes, I was not the jury for it.
Thank you. Juror 19, please tell us when and where you previously served on a jury.
It was LA County in California.
Was it a criminal or civil proceeding?
Criminal.
Do you recall the type of charge or case that it was?
It was a criminal threat.
Without telling us the verdict, did your jury reach a verdict? Prior jury, I should say.
No.
Were you the foreperson of the jury?
No.
Were there any other flags that I missed? For those of you that have not previously been called to jury duty, there is no experience requirement to serve on a jury. Oh, Juror 1, did you have your flag up?
No.
Oh, you're just holding in your hand.
Yes.
Glad to make sure. You do not need to know any law or procedure. All of that will be explained to you throughout this process. All that is going to be required of you is to listen carefully, apply, and follow the instructions that you will be given on the law, and use your common sense in deciding any issues of fact. The state of Florida in this case is going to be represented by Assistant State Attorneys Georgia Kappelman and Sarah Dugan. The defendant is going to be represented by Josh Zellman and Jackie Fulford. Mr. Zellman, would you please introduce your co-counsel, client, and the rest of the defense team to the prospective jurors?
See if the camera pans. There we go.
Joshua Zelman. My co-counsel is Jackie Fulford. This is our client, Donna Adelson. It's my paralegal, Rebecca Kessler. It's a jury consultant, Lilia Dandelake, and our undergraduate intern, Yamila Morsani.
Question again is to the group as a whole. Are any of you related by blood or marriage to any of the attorneys or the other people that were introduced to you? If the answer is yes, please raise your flags.
Donna's not looking happy.
No response was given by the prospective jurors concerning that question. Once again, this question is posed to the group as a whole, 1 through 21. Are any of you related by blood or marriage to the defendant, or do you know the defendant? Please raise your flags if the answer is yes.
I thought they would have screened that before.
No flags have been raised for the record. Mrs. Kappelman, at this time, if you please could give us the names of the witnesses that the state may call during this trial. Members of the panel, please pay careful attention to these names. I will have follow-up questions after Mrs. Kappelman and Mr. Zellman have spoke on this matter. Go ahead.
Investigator Brittany Adams with the State Attorney's Office, Charlie Adelson, Rob Adelson, Wendy Adelson, Sergeant Sherry Bennett with the Tallahassee Police Department, Drina Bernhardt, Officer Bill Brannon with the Tallahassee Police Department, Special Agent Greg Bronstein with the FBI, Kate Butler with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Patricia Bird, Special Agent Justin Karsten with the FBI, Dr. Anthony Clark, Deputy Amanda Collins with the Leon County Sheriff's Office, Sergeant Chris Corbett is with the Tallahassee Police Department, Investigator Brock Dietz with the U.S. Fire Marshal's Office, Investigator Michael Dillmore with the Tallahassee Police Department, Ryan Fitzpatrick, Sigfredo Garcia, Jim Geiger, Sharon Geiger, Detective Jonathan Grossman is with the Miami Police Department, Sergeant Corey Hale with the Tallahassee Police Department, Mary Hull, Craig Isom is retired from the Tallahassee Police Department, Oscar Jimenez is retired from the FBI, Erica Johnson, Tara Kawas, Special Agent Brian Kendall with the FBI, Forensic Specialist Cornegay is retired from the Tallahassee Police Department. His first name's William or Bill. Jeffrey Lacasse, Clarissa Labredo, now with the last name Spoltor, Catherine Magbanoa, Joanne Maltese is retired from the Tallahassee Police Department, David Marcus, Keith McElveen, Investigator Jason Newland with the State Attorney's Office here in Tallahassee, Waldo Nunez, Shadrick Nobles, Dr. Jerome Obed, Scott Radius, Danny Beth Ritchie is with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Luis Rivera, Jessica Rodriguez, Carrie Rosanna with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Special Agent Pat Sanford with the FBI, Lisa Shelby, Stuart Schlazer, David Sims is retired from the Tallahassee Police Department.
75.
Got Robert Schwartz. Yes, Robert Schwartz, Danny Tiero, Detective Josh Turner with the Leon County Sheriff's Office, June Umchinda, Yendra Velasquez Mascaro, Stephen Webster, Sean Yao with the Tallahassee Police Department, and Sarah Youssef.
Gentlemen, are there any other witnesses who may be called by the defense that were not on the list that was just read by counsel for the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you may inform the panel as to those names as well, the potential witnesses.
Thank you. The additional witnesses that may be called or whose names you may hear: Richard Chagrin, Ann Cunningham, Ron Gutterson, Dr. Ruth Rosenberg, Lisa Carey, Detective Michael Ozemba, Detective Nicholas Kelly, both of them with the Leon County Sheriff's Office, Timothy Kelly, Kristen Adamson, Marisol Descalzo, Linda Bailey, Eddie Barnes, Kelsey Guai with Roll-Off Digital Forensics, Tarana Khan, Mickey Easterwood, Felicia Hills with the Leon County Detention Center, Bryce Google, Undersheriff for Leon County Sheriff's Office, and Sarah Newhouse.
Thank you. For our panel, I know that was a long list of names that was just read by both the state and the defense, but I'm going to ask these questions to the entire grouping once again. Do any of you know any of the witnesses that were identified by either party? Please raise your flags if that is so. All right, we'll start with juror 10. Which potential witness are you referring to?
Last name Sanford. I know his wife. She's a substitute teacher, and I knew her husband was in law enforcement.
All right. And the capacity that you have known Mrs. Sanford is through teaching, I believe?
She is sub for my class before I'm a teacher, and her students went to my school, so I know her.
All right. Would your acquaintance with Agent Sanford in any way prevent you from considering his testimony with impartiality?
No, sir.
Would your relationship
FBI
with
agent.
or knowledge of Agent Sanford or his wife cause you to give either greater or lesser weight to the testimony?
No, sir.
Juror 11, who is the potential witness that you believe you know?
There were two, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Lisa Carey, if she is a real estate agent. She's actually pretty good friends with a business partner of mine. I don't know her that well, but I do work for her from time to time. And then the second was Mickey Easterwood. She was a childhood friend, haven't seen her in 30 years, but did know her quite well when we were growing up.
All right. Would your acquaintance with either of the persons that you have just named prevent you from considering their testimony with impartiality?
No, sir.
Would your relationship with or knowledge of either witness cause you to give greater or less weight to that testimony?
No, sir.
Thank you. Was there anyone else who knew one of the potential witnesses? Juror 4, if you please could say the name.
Mr. Dietz, Rob Dietz.
All right. In what capacity do you know this witness?
He's the husband, I believe, of my former tutor.
Okay.
Judge, we can't.
If you can speak up, it's hard for them to hear.
He's the husband of my former tutor growing up, my math tutor growing up.
Would your acquaintance with this witness prevent you from considering his testimony with impartiality?
I don't.
Would you say you don't think so? We're going to need a little bit more clarity. Is your relationship as such where you are going to give greater weight or less weight to his testimony? Can you listen to and consider his testimony and apply equal weight to all witnesses? Any other flags that I may have missed? I'll give you a moment just to think about it because there were a lot of names that were read, just in case you recognize any of the potential witnesses that were read by the state or defendant. Very well, we will move on at this point. I'm now going to ask each juror a series of questions. Please respond fully to these questions. This is to obtain some general information from you, and also the attorneys may follow up with more specific questions when they have their opportunity to examine. For juror number 1, what is your occupation or the type of work that you do?
I'm a clinical pharmacy tech,
What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children, and what would be their ages?
Two children. One is 1 and one is 19.
Right. For your 19-year-old, how are they employed?
She's a college student.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since 2008.
Do you have any close friends or neighbors or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No.
Do you have any close friends, relatives, neighbors, or have you yourself been charged with a crime?
When I was 20,
Right. What is the name of the offense?
it was reduced to a simple battery.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Thank you. Juror number 2, what is your occupation or what is your type of work?
Construction manager at Habitat for Humanity.
What is your marital status?
Divorced.
Do you have children?
Yes. I have an 8-year-old son and a 5-year-old daughter.
And I assume they do not work.
Not yet. No.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since 97.
Do you have any close friends or neighbors or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
DUI when I was 20.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, sir.
Thank you. Juror 3, what is your occupation or type of work?
I'm a small business owner.
What is the type of business?
I have a booth at the Other Side Vintage, and I also help my friend run her shop in Midtown.
All right. This is the best free advertising you're ever going to get. You said it's in Midtown?
Her shop is, yeah.
All right, please repeat the name.
Rare Bird Interiors.
What is your marital status?
Married.
Right. What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
He's a wealth management advisor.
Do you have children?
No.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since 1996, with the exception of 4 years from 2015 to 2019.
Do you have any close friends or neighbors or relatives that work in law enforcement?
I grew up, my best friend growing up, her dad is FHP.
Have you, any close friends or any relatives ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives ever been a victim of a crime?
I have not like a first uncle, but I think a second uncle who was murdered. But I don't know the details of it.
So this is a distant relative.
Yeah. My uncle's brother, but like, he's like my dad's nephew. So I've never met him.
I'm no genealogy
I've never
expert,
met him,
but suffice to say,
Yeah.
you had a relationship with this person to where it affected you.
Yeah, right.
All right. Juror number 4, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm an information referral specialist at the Elder Helpline.
All right, please repeat that one more time. This is going to be a recurring thing. Please speak as loudly as you can.
I'm an information and referral specialist at the Elder Helpline.
Thank you. Are you married?
I'm single.
Do you have any children?
No,
How long have you lived in Leon County?
since 2000.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No,
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
no,
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
no.
Thank you. Juror 5, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm a nurse.
What is your marital status?
I'm single.
Do you have any children?
No.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
26 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, you're
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
not that I'm aware of.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, you're
Thank you. Juror 6, what is your occupation or type of work?
I'm associated at Walmart.
What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children? How long have you lived in this county? 2022 is when you moved here.
I'm surprised you don't have a question
Do you
here.
have any
A lot of
close
this.
friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement? Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime? Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime? Thank you. Juror 7, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm a pastor, Your Honor.
What is your marital status?
I'm married.
What does your spouse do if they work?
She stays at home.
Do you have any children?
I have 3.
What are their ages?
Yeah, they're 8, about to turn 7, and almost 3.
Trying to look
They
sympathetic.
are not working.
No.
I think she can hear fine.
How long have you lived in this county?
We moved here in June of 2025.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
I did.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Yes, my father was charged with grand theft auto, but it was dismissed.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Juror number 8, what is your occupation or the type of work that you do?
I'm an application developer designer at FSU, and I'm also a PhD student.
What is your marital status?
I'm married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
She does work, and she does internal funding and grant coordination for FSU.
Do you have children?
Yes, sir. We have 2, a 9-year-old and a 5-year-old.
They didn't
And
give
they
them
do not work.
No, sir.
So
Just
that's
school.
why we're doing this.
How long have you lived in this county?
About 4 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Yes, sir. When I was a teenager, I was charged with possession less than 20 grams and obstruction of justice.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, sir.
I believe when we did the individual session, we asked you to follow up with your PhD program concerning your ability to serve. Were you able to do that?
Well, I needed the specific date range to ask, and I wasn't sure of the dates, so I haven't really been able to talk to my professors about when to ask for an allowance for. Unfortunately, I have everything drafted up and ready to speak with my advisors and everything, but I wasn't sure of when to ask for.
What we're anticipating right now would be tomorrow through September 5th.
Okay, yes, sir. I can get in touch with them today.
Thank you.
Judge, we had discussed possibly going through the night.
If we need to get there, but first, for the dates that we know are firm, let's start with Friday through September 5th.
Thank you, sir.
Juror 9, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I work as an IT specialist for the state of Florida.
What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children at all?
No, sir.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
27 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, sir.
Thank you. Juror 10, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm a 5th grade math and science teacher.
What is your marital status?
I'm divorced.
Do you have any children?
Two boys, 25 and 21 next week.
What are their occupations if they work?
Both are full-time students. My oldest just quit a job at a credit union, and my youngest is a cook at Red Elk
How long have you lived in Leon County?
since 1988.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, Your Honor.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
So 2 misdemeanors when I was 20 and 21, adjudication was withheld.
What are the offenses, if you recall?
Underage drinking and open container. It was a long time ago.
I assume you're fully rehabilitated.
I-
Have you, any
Right.
close friends
Thank
or
you.
relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No,
He
you're
does that a lot.
Thank you.
Normally, not so much.
Juror number 11, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm an irrigation technician with the city of Tallahassee.
What is your marital status?
Divorced.
Do you have any children?
Yes, sir, 4.
What are their ages and what do they do if they work?
30, she works at Dollar General as a manager. 26, stay-at-home mom. 23 and 21, and they both do YouTube videos.
You appear to have a bit of distress about
They
that.
make more money than I do.
Stand corrected. How long have you lived in this county?
Raised here since 76, left in 2006 for the military for 20 years and came back in 2017 and have been here since.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
I was arrested a year and a half ago on a warrant, a felony warrant. Turned out not to be me. It was a brother using my identity. So all charges against me were dropped. I don't know if that's the answer to that question.
No, that is a very important answer. So there is not any pending prosecution at this time
No,
for you.
sir. Not against me anyway.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
Yes, for identity theft for the previous answer.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Juror 12, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm a software engineer at Civic Plus.
What is your marital status?
I'm divorced.
Do you have any children?
I do. I have a daughter who's 21, and she's employed at General Dynamics Land Systems.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Born here in 1970, moved away, came back in 93, and I've been here since then.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No,
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
no,
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
my girlfriend in Portland, Oregon. Portland was pushed down and assaulted and had her phone stolen and her identity stolen. This was about a year ago.
Thank you. Juror 13, what is your occupation or your type of work?
Pastor,
What is your marital status?
married,
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
she stayed at home.
Do you have any children?
I have 4, Your Honor, 11, 9, 8, and 5.
And I assume they do not work.
They do not, although they should.
How long have you lived in this county?
For almost 11 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, I do not.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
I can't answer for certainty. I have a sister who I believe was arrested and charged for violating a court order. I believe so, because I don't know. She lives out of state. And then the next question, I believe she was a victim of spousal abuse.
This is the same sister you're referring
Same
to? All right. Thank you, sir. Juror 14, what is your occupation or type of work?
I'm a student and I work part-time for a trade union.
What is your marital status?
Divorce.
What is your spouse's occupation, or excuse me, do you have children?
I do not.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
I was born and raised here, and with the exception of 2019 through 2023.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
I do.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Thank you. Juror 15, what is your occupation or your type of work? You can speak up. Everyone needs to hear you. What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children?
About 1, 2 years old.
And I assume they do not work.
No.
How long have you lived in this county?
Since 2021.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Relative position of marijuana.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Thank you. Juror 16, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I work for the State Department of Health, abstracting information on non-fatal drug overdoses off of methylphen records.
Sounds complicated. What is your marital status?
Single?
Do you have any children?
No, sir.
How long have you lived in this county?
Since 2012, with a gap from August of May 2015 to August 2016.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
I don't know my neighbors' occupations, but no friends or relatives.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Ticketed for driving without headlights in 2016.
I believe that's a civil infraction, but I applaud your honesty. Is what we need. Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
My brother was non-fatally stabbed in, I believe, 2022.
Thank you. Juror 17, what is your occupation or your type of work?
Work in healthcare IT, currently for Gainwell Technologies, engaged in a couple of state Medicaid claim system implementation projects.
I'm sorry, say all that again.
Sorry. Healthcare IT, I work for Gainwell Technology, engaged on 2 state Medicaid claim system implementation projects currently.
Right. Was everyone able to clearly hear?
But they're going to need to speak up, Judge.
All right. If there's a microphone near you, if you can angle it back to the third row so that way everyone can be clearly heard. In the process, don't tap the microphones, might cause some feedback. One more time, Juror 17.
Healthcare IT, I work for Gainwell Technologies, engaged on 2 state Medicaid claim system implementation projects.
What is your marital status?
I'm married. My wife is an office manager, works for a local communication firm.
Right. Do you have any children?
I do. A 20-year-old daughter. She's a full-time student at Florida State and works at a puzzle room place, mystery room place.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
50 years, all of them.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
I do have a brother-in-law that works for FDIC.
Don't know that.
And that's the Wildlife Commission you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
All right. Have you or any close friends or relatives ever been charged with a crime?
I was arrested for trespassing when I was 15.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Thank you.
As a juvenile,
Juror 18, what is your occupation or your type of work?
Entrepreneur.
If you could elaborate on that a little bit further.
I would like to discuss all work-related issues in sidebar, please.
That's fine. What is your marital status?
Single?
Do you have any children?
No.
How long have you lived in this county?
8 months?
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, Your Honor.
Do you have any close friends, relatives, or neighbors that have been charged with a crime? Or have you as well? Go ahead.
I'm estranged from my family, but there's potentially some friends there.
I agree. They should have asked these questions beforehand.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, sir.
Thank you. Juror 19, what is your occupation or your type of work?
Department manager at Hobby Lobby,
What is your marital status?
married.
What does your spouse do if they work?
He's a retired teacher.
Do you have children?
Yes, she's 32, lives in Philadelphia. She's a event coordinator at a hotel.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since summer of 21.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
My dad's a retired deputy sheriff.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
I had somebody break into my house and steal some of my stuff.
Thank you. Juror 20, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I am a retired claims adjudicator for Social Security disability.
What is your marital status?
Widow,
Do you have any children?
yes, 2 sons,
What are their ages?
44 and 31.
Do they work?
The 44-year-old does. The 31-year-old is currently incarcerated.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since 1984,
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives in law enforcement?
I have a nephew that's a corrections officer for the last 30 years, and also have a cousin that's with the Gaston County Sheriff Department.
All right, thank you. Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Back in my late 20s, I had a charge of public assistance fraud, but adjudication wasn't held.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
Yes, I had a break-in in my house about maybe 13 years ago, but my alarm scared them off, so they weren't able to actually get anything.
Thank you, ma'am. Juror 21, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm currently unemployed, but I am a full-time student.
What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children?
No.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
For almost 22 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work
He's
in law
not going to
enforcement?
make it as a student.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
If I'm remembering correctly, did you also need to check with your university or program concerning your ability to serve?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to do so?
Yes, I emailed my professors and only one responded. He said missing the 3 weeks would be kind of a burden for me, but it would be possible for me to make up the work.
Right. Thank you. Yes, juror number 1.
Yeah, I want to apologize. I'm actually divorced. I said single, but it was a long time ago. I kind of forget to say it.
I'll forgive you. Juror 4.
To be honest.
Yes, I'm sorry if I forgot that from yesterday. Go ahead.
They sent a letter that it would detrimental. I missed 3 weeks of my program. So I wrote the letter for you with that.
Very well. If you please can bring it to the clerk, I will review it in just a moment. Juror 3.
I also forgot about a crime a family member committed. I have an aunt that was charged with prostitution.
Right. Juror 10.
So you had asked me yesterday to check with my administrator about
Yes.
getting someone to cover my class.
Yes.
She contacted 3 people, but none of them could do it. I contacted a former teacher. She's unable to do it as well. There are subs out there. It just won't be one permanent sub for the whole 3 weeks. So it would be somewhat of a burden to my class and myself preparing for that.
They'll probably let her go.
Parties can briefly approach.
Yeah, I think if they had questionnaires for this, they wouldn't be going and rehashing this. That's my guess. There's John right there. It looked like John to me. That's where he said he was being seated right behind the defense bar. So, John, I understand you're saying once the trial starts, you will not be able to have the phone on. Is that true? So you won't be able to listen in. I'm just wondering if you could have your phone outside the courtroom and just have your earbud on. They got 64 jurors from the first day they started, which was Tuesday. We're already Thursday. So why are they going through this many of 64 made it through round one? This looks like a round one questioning. Ryan B., you're wondering what reason is McBanwell's lawyer, Tarek Watts, being called to help show that the Adelson lawyers, specifically Charlie's, were calling up her to make sure Katie wasn't cooperating with the law enforcement, that she kept her mouth shut. That's what I think it's about. We don't know for sure, but something like that's the only reason you'd call her. And I think it's a great move by the prosecution if they do that. Hey, Stephanie. Sweedler is a former public defender here. Teachers and other municipal employees almost always got struck. Yeah, that's my experience too. Yeah, because you're affecting a lot of people if you're there at the trial. Having a substitute teacher just isn't the same thing. Yeah, that would have been nice if you had this judge for the Karen Reed case. Jacqueline, this judge is a comedian. Yeah, my concern though is that if you're too much of a comic in front of the jurors, they're not going to take you as seriously. Your instructions on not communicating and not doing stuff that can get you in the mistrial area. So okay, John just texted me. Judge ordered all phones off just for jury selection. He's allowing it. Two-thirds of the initial 21 we saw this morning are men, a young group, perhaps only 2 over the age of 55. So at the rate they're going here, I'm just wondering, these are very generic type questions. They're not individual questions. So I don't know how we're going to get through to openings today. Because we were hearing that they were going to have openings this afternoon. That's why I had the title saying that we had opening statements going on. And so I modified the title here about 20 minutes ago where I added jury selection with opening statements. So hopefully I won't have to drop off the opening statements part of it because I was informed they were going to get to openings today. Yeah, so keep in mind, Wendy Adelson, I saw there was a question, I didn't post it earlier, but there was a question about, has Wendy Adelson visited her mom at all in jail? To our understanding, there's been 0 visitations of Wendy to her mom. And with that, keep in mind, Wendy, even though she's subpoenaed as a witness, she could be sitting right back there watching this whole process take place, like Harvey. And so, but she chooses not to be there for her mom. If your mom is falsely accused, why wouldn't you be there to support your mom? That's what the jury's going to be thinking. Yeah, so some of you are saying it's sort of embarrassing to have to admit your criminal record, but here we just have names of jurors taken away. They're not mentioning names. Normally, when I'm doing jury selection, I'm addressing them by their name, not juror number 32, juror number 12, things of that nature. So they're all just referred to here by number. So it's not as embarrassing, but these are the questions that are supposed to be asked, and they're routinely asked in criminal proceedings here in America. I don't think that kind of
What
having
is your
a
marital
is not
status?
doing her any good.
And what does your spouse do if they work?
We also stay employed outside.
Do you have children?
Donna taking notes on all
How
this.
long have you lived in Leon County?
Ridiculous.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, it's not.
Have you, any close friends, relatives, ever been charged with a
More
crime?
follow up.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime? All right, to go back to the other questions that were previously asked while you were seated in the gallery, have you ever previously served on a jury?
Yes.
When did you serve on a jury?
Over years ago.
Was it in Leon County?
Yes.
Criminal or civil proceeding?
Criminal.
Do you recall the
Criminal
type of
jury.
charge or case?
I believe it's not driving.
Driving under the influence.
Yes.
Right? Without telling us what the verdict was, did the jury reach a verdict? Were you the foreperson? Were you the foreperson of the jury? That is the person who presides over deliberations and gives the verdict form to the bailiff. So you were the foreperson. You were not the foreperson. Okay. Do you know either of or any of the attorneys or their staffs? Do you know or have any relationship by blood or marriage to the defendant? The names that were read aloud as to the potential witnesses in this case, did you recognize any of those names? Thank you. Juror 23, what is your occupation or your type of work?
Spray tech supervisor at FSU.
What is your marital status?
Married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
She's the bookkeeper at Leon High School.
Do you have children?
Yes.
What are their ages and occupations if they work?
20 and 21. The 21-year-old, she's a full-time student at FSU, and my 20-year-old, she is employed at Subway.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
6 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Yes.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
I'm also going to go back through the other questions that were previously asked to the group when you were seated in the gallery. Have you ever previously served on a jury?
No.
Concerning the attorneys, are you related by blood or marriage, or do you know any of the attorneys or their staffs?
No.
Concerning the defendant, are you related by blood or marriage to the defendant, or do you know the defendant?
Do not.
As to the names of the witnesses,
You're not
or
taking
potential
notes.
witnesses, I should say, that were read
Taking
out loud,
notes. The
did you
attorney-
recognize any of those names?
No.
Thank you.
Now they got jury consults in there.
In this trial, and also during the attorney's questioning, you will hear certain terminology, such as burden of proof, presumption of innocence, and the right to remain silent. It is very important that you understand each of these concepts. I will attempt to explain to you burden of proof, presumption of innocence, and the right to remain silent by reading the jury instructions that are applicable to each separate concept.
I agree.
The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if, after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable.
Be full-time.
It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove his or her innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt, and the fact that a defendant may not take the witness stand cannot influence the jury in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys at this point are going to have their opportunity to ask you some questions.
A lot of educated
What they say
jurors,
now
yeah.
or at any other time during this trial is not to be accepted by you as evidence or any instruction on the law itself. They are simply going to be asking you questions. Please do not infer anything or read anything into the questions that you will be asked. Before I turn over the inquiry to the attorneys, let me remind you to please answer their questions honestly and forthrightly, and also volunteer any information that you believe may be important. Is counsel for the state prepared to inquire?
Yes, Your Honor. May it please the court.
Well, congratulations. Yeah. It's a compliment, I think. So I'm going to ask you some questions about some legal concepts. Today is not the trial. You're not going to hear any evidence in the case today. As the prosecutor, it is my burden to prove the case to you beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence, which we will do. I'll be assisted by Sarah Catherine Dugan in doing that when the trial actually starts. But for jury selection, we're just trying to get sort of your ideas about concepts and issues that we think might come up during the course of the trial. And it's important and will be less painful, certainly for me and probably for you too, if you guys will participate and raise your paddles and answer. And I'm going to attempt to not say names and only say numbers. So this is obviously an important case. I know some of you probably don't mind speaking up. Many of you probably are shy and less likely to speak up. So I would encourage my shy guys to please participate as well, because your voice is just as important. Let's see. So I want to identify sort of like my leaders on the group. Do I have folks that supervise people at work or have supervised people in the past? Start on the first row because I'll probably have several of you. Juror 2.
Where's Zelman at?
Volunteers.
There's John.
volunteers all day, Saturdays, building houses. So.
Some cats to herd there.
Yeah, there's like about a
All right,
5 to
thank
10
you.
second
Anybody else in the
delay.
first row? Yes, sir. Number 7.
So coordinating, organizing, volunteer teams, and then I've had as much as 6 staff report to me.
Okay.
My previous job.
All right, thanks. Anybody else? First row, second row, leadership staff, and I would include head of an organization or something like that if that's part of your resume. Number 8.
Questions want
I'm a
leaders.
GIS project manager, so I have about 8 people that work under me. They're all students. Some of them are paid, some of them are unpaid.
Okay, thanks.
Educated leaders are good
9.
for
I work
prosecutors.
as an impromptu team leader for our department whenever there's any issues or.
They don't want wishy-washy.
All right, how many members of the team?
About 10 on a good day.
Number 23.
I supervise 2 spray technicians at FSU.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Second row. 11.
20 years in the military, about 15 of those in various leadership roles.
Okay.
All right. Thanks for your service.
Thank you. Thank you for your service. 13.
Did 8 years in the military, about 5 of that in leadership roles.
All
Currently
right.
at
You.
lead
Thanks
pastor
for
of
your
my
service.
church.
Okay. Do you supervise the staff there?
As volunteer staff, and then I'm the lead of the elders that we have at the church. I'm the lead elder as well, to supervise them.
Okay, thank
I
you.
think you said a lead
That's over
elder
there, third row.
of a church.
Yes, sir. 16.
Previous work, I was in charge of a team of 3 for a warehouse, and current job, I am
Those Donna's
frequently
glasses.
training new employees.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else in the back? 17.
I currently have a direct reporting team of 6, as well as a number of like matrix resources as part of my work.
Okay. Anybody else in the back row? Yes, ma'am, but you're not going to tell me, or I know. Anybody else? Okay. All right. Anybody consider yourself a leader, like you just identify as that type of personality, even though you haven't raised your hand as somebody that necessarily supervises others at work? Okay. For my guys that haven't spoken up, obviously we want a jury that delivers a verdict that's your verdict, right? Even if you're a shy guy, I feel like maybe you qualify number 6. Shy guy? Probably not so shy at home, but shy in this setting. Okay, do you find this setting a little intimidating? Anybody find this setting a little intimidating? Show of paddles? Okay, I mean, it can be, right? Nobody likes to speak in public to begin with, and then we've got a lot going on here, a lot of people in the room and so forth. So if you were feeling shy or feeling intimidated by this setting, but you were chosen to be on the jury, would you be able to sort of stick to your guns, have your voice heard back there, make sure the verdict that comes back is your verdict? Anybody feel like they would struggle with that? I'm just not the guy that's going to like push against the grain. Okay, 21, tell us. Okay. This particular setting, do you think if once we kind of roll along, if you're selected and you start hearing evidence and all that, you'll start developing opinions, and at the end when you're asked to deliberate, would you feel confident speaking up if you had a difference of opinion with your fellow jurors? Okay, so you think you might struggle with that. So whoever was in charge back there would really have to ask you, what's your opinion? Okay.
Prosecutor will strike
Anybody
that
else
person.
feel like juror 21, like you might struggle to speak out? Okay.
Can't speak
Bree,
out,
tell us
get
about
pushed
you.
around.
I have pretty bad social anxiety
Mm-hmm.
and actually public speech. I had to take the special accommodations public speech class, and when I went to FSU, I
Okay.
had like 500 people in the class, 20 people had to do that. And of those 20 people, I'm the only one that cried. So
Well, you're doing great. You haven't even cried yet. We're on a roll. Okay, so the foreman may have to draw it out of you, but you would be able to speak your opinion if called upon to do so. You're just not the guy that's going to interrupt and yell and get over everybody else.
Right. And
Okay.
I don't know when the appropriate time to ask is, but on Tuesday I mentioned a medical constraint, and I did bring it up with me.
Okay.
And I haven't had
All right.
an opportunity to mention that yet.
Okay, thank
So,
you for mentioning
yeah.
it, and we'll probably take that at sidebar at some point. So, yes. Anybody else have something they need to tell us at sidebar, medical or otherwise? All right, so for my folks that have been on a jury before, raise your paddles again, front row. Yeah. Okay. Was it a good experience? A bad experience? Don't really remember.
It's good.
George is trying to build rapport with the jurors.
Process works and go through it. Yeah.
All right, that's number 2. Number 22? Was it an okay experience for you?
It's not bad. something new.
She's coming across as likable and trustworthy, which
Mhm.
she is.
If I go with the system.
Yes, so helped you learn about our system a little more, see it for yourself. Okay, that was a 1-day trial, I'm guessing. Okay. It's a good primer. Second row? Yes, number 9, did you have a good experience or otherwise?
It was interesting, to say the least. I think it was
Okay.
done a bit differently than usual, but the
Was
judge.
it here in Leon County?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I think the judge had the jury excused every time the lawyers needed to speak with him, which was pretty much every other 10 minutes.
Oh, so it was a lot, you got your steps.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Judge
well,
doesn't
better
like
than
that.
going to sleep in the chair, I guess.
Yes.
All those
Okay,
objections.
second row? Third row, good
Don't block
experience,
that
bad
guy.
experience, number 17.
Yeah, it was a positive experience. It was a 1-day trial.
Yeah. Oh, those are nice for jurors. They're no better than 2 to 3 weeks. I think it's going to be more on the 2 side. Don't hold me to that, but for your planning purposes. All right. Anybody else? Jury service people. Yes, 19.
It was okay. Not something I want to do again.
Yeah, I'm not going to deduce from you saying it was okay that you want to do this. I know it's a big ask and a huge imposition on you, and I don't mean to minimize that at all. I just want to know if it was okay. You know, sometimes juries walk away traumatized or, you know, they argued back there or whatever. So I just want to know if it was anything like that. So you didn't have any.
No, there was no like yelling or anything.
Okay, good. And for all my folks on a jury, without saying what the verdict was, were you able to reach a verdict? The ones that deliberated? Everybody did. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Anybody have any legal training on panel?
Credibility is key. George has to have credibility.
Number 22, you said you work at the AG's office, but I don't think you said
It's
in
helping
what
her build
capacity. What type
credibility.
of work do you do?
And likability.
And your husband, state of Florida, but what type of work?
It's working public record in
Okay. All right, so I touched on this a little bit already. The burden, and I think the defense will emphasize this, is mine. So that means that I have to prove the case to you with evidence. It's completely my burden, the whole thing. So they don't have to do anything. They don't have to put on witnesses. They can do their nails, read the newspaper,
So she's
not
being
participate
fair.
at all, which of course we
understands her
don't
burden.
expect they'll do. But they don't have to prove anything. That's really important. So you've heard no evidence right now. If you were asked to render a verdict right now, it would of course be
Guilty. So
right.
she's
You've
being
heard
fair to
no
the defense.
evidence.
That helps
And
her
the
build
only place the evidence
credibility.
is going to come from is this table, right? The state. It's innocent until proven guilty. We prove the case. Would you like to hear from the defendant? Sometimes that's a question. Human nature, yes, but you cannot require the defense to prove anything. Everybody understand that.
Yes.
It's the way our system works. Okay. All right. Reasonable doubt. You heard an instruction on this, and lawyers tangle with this at jury selection all the time and do a pretty poor job. Probably will not be an exception, but the idea is nothing can be proven to you beyond a mathematical certainty, right? If you knew for sure that a thing happened 100%, it's because you saw it with your own eyes, and that makes you what? A witness, not a juror. So you're going to have to make a decision based on the evidence. And it is a very high burden. It's the highest burden in the land, right? It's a high burden, and it should be. But it's not impossible to convict a guilty person through evidence. You're not going to have 100% mathematical certainty because that's not possible. So the example I use, which probably isn't a great one. Number one, did you drive here today?
Attorney's already looking at the
Where'd
jury.
you park your car?
I don't think that's a good move as an
Right. Is
attorney.
your car
You should
still
be paying
there?
attention to them.
You hope so, right? Do you have a reasonable doubt that your car is there where you left it?
No.
Okay. No, right? Because the evidence is he parked his car there. Did you lock it?
Yeah.
You locked it. Is there any security there?
I mean, yeah, I think so, but who knows?
There's security there. Okay, so he has no reasonable doubt that his car is where he left it. If he gets there and it's not there, he's going to be really surprised. Now, if we change the facts, he left his car there, he didn't lock it. There's no security. There were 2 or 3 very suspicious looking guys lurking around the car when he left. And when he left, he said, "You can have it if you want it. I left the keys in it." Okay, now we're starting to change the facts, right? Now he has a reasonable doubt that the car is there. He basically invited somebody to take it. All right, so you as the jurors will decide, is this doubt reasonable or not, right? So I'm gonna say a bunch of words and they're gonna say a bunch of words, but ultimately at the end of the day, when you get back there and you're assessing a doubt, I have a doubt. Well, tell me about it. You talk about it. Is it reasonable? That's your question, right? And you decide what's reasonable or not. Okay? Shaking of head.
Parties can approach briefly.
All right, judges, calling a halt to this. I assume it's because of the lunch hour. He doesn't want to say that in front of the jurors, so I think George is being a little bit more on the funny side than I normally see a prosecutor doing that I feel comfortable with. I would want her to be a little bit more serious, but she is able to engage with the jurors, making them feel more at ease. And so that's the ultimate thing you want to do, is have the jury members feel comfortable with you, that they can feel like they trust you, that you're a credible person, that you stand up for justice. She's recognizing she does have the burden of proof here. That defendant has rights. The presumption of innocence is there for Donna. Legally, she's presumed innocent. And only if the prosecution can meet their burden of proof of beyond a reasonable doubt is a juror supposed to convict. So that being said, I did not see that there was any kind of defense objection. So I imagine they're just talking about what there's going to be for a break here for lunch, because we are looking at 12:34 Eastern time there. When Georgia said congratulations, and like, I'm not really sure if that's a congratulations, you made it this far, but I think it, I'd be real firm about this. This is very serious. It's important you be here. This is part of the Constitution. You guys decide the issue of whether this defendant is guilty or not guilty. It's not an issue of innocence. It's a matter of not guilty. So it's Lauren Crime, you're saying Donna is a disadvantage when it comes to likability counsel. I think that's going to be true. I think both Sarah and Georgia have a better advantage in that regard. Zellman comes across as sort of like not very loud, or doesn't have a commanding presence in a courtroom. I think Jackie Fulford could have more of a loud voice than him, but I do think that she hasn't really been assertive like she has previous. And I think it's ever since this whole issue came up with her phone was picked up on wiretaps with Donna using her phone. She doesn't seem like the same person, in my opinion. Yeah, Otto, congratulations. Sort of like congratulations. I'm not sure if it's congratulations. Well, let's see, what else do I have here? There were some questions on, there's 2 pastors on this panel that we have here? Is it helpful to the prosecution or defense? I can see both sides having issues. It depends how they come across. They can maybe have more sympathy, the fact that they're a pastor, or they could also understand lies and deception because they understand truth. So it all depends on how they're perceived by the defense and prosecution. Practice kindness, you're saying, I don't recall this wonderful process in the Charlie Adelson case. I can't recall that either. I was going to cover bits and pieces of it before now, but it started earlier than I was understanding. They're going to start on Tuesday, and so it just didn't really make sense to jump on when all they're doing is a 5-minute spiel by the judge on what they're there for, and then it goes to the seal, showing the seal of Florida. So we're getting a lot more of the interaction now with the attorneys and judge, with the jury, prospective jury members here. We had a couple military folks on there. Well, I guess I guess I don't know if that was one of the pastors per se, but I thought I heard him say he was like a elder of the church.
Juror 24, what is your occupation or your type of work?
Vince is going to maybe
retired
pick
from
them
the
up.
United States Postal Service as an electronic technician, and as a veteran in the United States Navy.
What is your marital status?
I'm married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
She's a nail clerk.
Do you have children?
I have an 11-year-old boy.
And he does not work.
He doesn't.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since 97.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
I do not.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
I have a brother who was convicted of armed robbery.
An armed robbery. Wow.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Also, to inquire as to the other matters that the court previously raised, have you ever served as a juror previously?
No.
As to the attorneys, are you related by blood or marriage to any of the attorneys, or do you know the attorneys or any of the persons that are part of their staffs?
No.
Are you related by blood or marriage to the defendant, or do you know the defendant?
No.
Concerning the names of the witnesses that were previously read out loud, do you recognize any of the names of the potential witnesses?
No.
Thank you. Juror 25, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I am a sales account manager.
What is your marital status?
Married.
If you can just say it again and try to speak up as much as you
I'm
can.
a sales account manager.
Thank you. And your marital status again?
Married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
He works in sales.
Do you have any children?
I have two. I have a 4-year-old and 11-year-old.
And I assume they do not work.
No, sir.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
5 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
My 4-year-old's father has previously been charged with felony drug-related stuff.
So you don't know the exact name, but something relating to the possession of drugs.
Yes, and distribution.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, sir.
Going back to the other questions that the court previously raised with the group, have you ever previously served as a juror?
No, sir.
Are you related by blood or marriage to any of the attorneys, or do you know the attorneys or their staffs? Are you related by blood or marriage to the defendant, or do you know the defendant? Concerning the names of the potential witnesses that were previously read, did you recognize any of those names? Right. Ms. Kappelman, you may continue at this time.
Yeah, I don't know why.
For my new folks, any leadership or management experience, maybe in your time in the Navy or elsewhere?
I guess you got a new group.
Supervisor for several departments when I was on board the aircraft carriers.
John is there, yes. You can see him occasionally.
And number 25, do you manage anyone currently?
Aside from my children.
Yeah,
Not, not currently, but I do have about 7 years in like leadership experience.
Okay. And is that in the sales world?
Yeah, sales, customer service related.
Okay. Did you hear my spiel about reasonable doubt? Feel like you're getting your head around that one a little bit? Okay, same with you, sir. Okay. All right, well then we will keep it moving. Jury decides the facts, so you'll be the judge of the facts, not of the person. We're not asking you to render judgment on anyone. But still hearing that, some jurors sometimes feel like this is too heavy, this is a very serious case. Is there anybody that feels like, I'm not sure I could make a decision knowing how serious the case is? For whatever reason. First row? Second row? Third row, guys.
Good question to ask.
Okay. So your job will be to hear the evidence and to make a decision. Have these crimes been committed? And is this the person that committed the crimes? Judge of the facts. And the judge is going to give you all the law that you need. You don't need any legal training. Please don't do any research on the law. And his job is to sort of referee what comes in as evidence and make sure the rules of evidence are followed in the courtroom. The judge's job also includes sentencing. So you will not be asked to make any recommendations or determinations about sentencing at all in this case. Does anybody feel like I would still be worried about sentencing, even knowing that you're not being asked to make any decisions about sentencing? Number 20, would you be worried about that at all?
No.
Wouldn't worry about it. Can you set it aside? Number 18, or is that something that would weigh on you?
Can set it aside.
Okay. Anybody feel like I would worry about that? All right. Many of you have had some kind of interaction with law enforcement or close friends or family members that have. Have any of those been significant, meaning they've impacted you in some way personally? I mean, if you had a DUI 20 years ago and it was handled fairly, I don't need to know more about that. But if something has really colored your view of the criminal justice system or impacted you personally, we had some folks that had some quite serious cases that friends or family members have been involved in. I want to know, was the person treated fairly? And how has it impacted you? First row, anybody volunteer to say, I've been impacted by crime in a way that has deeply affected me? Okay. Second row, anybody treated unfairly? We had somebody that was falsely arrested. That's a big one.
My brother got pulled over in a vehicle and didn't present ID, told him he was me. He was in possession of drugs.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, they let him go. He was going to be an informant for them or something or other, I don't know. And then when they couldn't get a hold of him, naturally, they issued a warrant for me. Because he used my ID.
Yes, sir.
So once I found all that out and got a hold of the right folks, the system actually worked well for me once they got dash cam and body cam video and was clearly able to see it wasn't me. I was able to get everything resolved, so.
Sure, but what
Really
a
bad
headache to
experience
get
early
there.
on and turned out pretty positive because the evidence did.
Okay.
prove like
Anything
it was.
about that you think would bleed into your deliberations on this case? Oh, I think, the cops are all crooked, all arrests are false, anything like that?
No.
Okay. Second row, anybody else deeply affected by crime? Any crime in your life? Okay. Third row, anybody fall into that category? Who thinks there is a significant problem with the criminal justice system? It's broken, doesn't work well. Just raise the paddles. I'm a little broken. Okay, I'm seeing a couple little paddles. Little broken, not perfect. Not perfect. We can all agree with that one, I think. Anybody feel like you have such strongly held views in that regard that you think it could impact your ability to follow the law and render a fair verdict in this case? Seeing shaking of heads. Okay. Anybody had a bad experience with law enforcement? I know I'm asking the same question 3 or 4 different ways, but I just want to make sure I'm catching everybody. Yes, sir. 24.
I was pulled over. My plate came up with a stolen plate from another state. And I had guns drawn on me, and they figured out that it was from another state finally. But when you have guns drawn on you, it's not a fun thing.
It's a bad experience.
Yes.
Yeah, get rid of that.
Anything about that you think might interfere with your ability to do your job in this case?
They offered a lot of apologies after that, and the guy said,
Too little, too late.
"Yeah, it was," and I was headed to work, so
Yeah.
luckily I was not late.
You were not falling asleep at your desk that day.
Before you continue, I'm curious.
Did you have on the mail carrier uniform?
I had my uniform on, but I'm an electronic technician.
I see.
Fix machines.
Please continue, Ms. Kaplan.
That's a post
All right.
office guy.
Law enforcement officers. So several of you have either backgrounds in law enforcement, yourself or a close friend or family member that's been in law enforcement or is in law enforcement. And the reason why we inquire about that is because we want to make sure we have jurors that, obviously you heard my list, there's quite a few law enforcement officers on the list. So jurors that can listen and be critical of law enforcement, so open-minded. If you learn that they have specialized training and experience and are qualified to, have authority on some
Look at
topic
Fulford.
more than the average person, then great, you
Someone
can
looks over
believe
the
them more
street.
than the average person. But we don't do
Someone
that just
is that.
because they're wearing uniforms. So we don't automatically believe everything they say. We don't automatically disbelieve everything they say just because they're law enforcement. Anybody feel like they struggle with that? And the defense may get up and say, so-and-so, your father was a law enforcement officer. Somebody was. Whose dad is? Okay. Your dad isn't a law enforcement officer. Don't you automatically believe what law enforcement says? And, maybe that was true before coming in here. Probably not for you. But the instructions of the court are level playing field. Can everybody apply the instructions of the court on law enforcement? Okay. They can make mistakes, right? They're also not perfect, like the system. Okay. What are undercover operations? Anybody know? Volunteers? Just let me flounder up here. Number 1, undercover operations, like a law enforcement operation that's undercover. What does that mean?
When the people don't know that the cops are there trying to figure stuff out.
Yeah, like the cops are posing as not cops.
Right.
Posing as someone else. So they're tricking somebody, right? Anybody uncomfortable with the idea that law enforcement is permitted legally to pose as somebody else and trick criminals to get information and to solve cases? Anybody feel uncomfortable with that? What do you think? 13.
I see the benefit of it. I think the technique in which it is executed
Mm-hmm.
is the one that catches my attention.
What do you mean?
So if somebody, it all depends on who it is that they're going after and the subject themselves, right? But if a law enforcement officer is posing as somebody in order to try to entrap people.
Yes. Okay. Entrapment would be crossing that line.
Who are not intending to commit a crime, I would take issue with that.
Okay. So entrapment would be exceeding their authority to pose as someone else. But for the sake of this argument, let's assume it's not an entrapment situation, but it is a situation where an officer is posing as someone else.
No problem.
Okay. Anybody feel like that's not fair? That's not cool? What do you think, 11?
I think if there's justifiable means to be there doing undercover work, then I'm okay with it.
Is it necessary though? What do you think? 5.
It depends on the context of it. Sometimes it is necessary. I mean, I feel like for police officers, because depending on the crime that's committed, police officers not always go in. I mean, it depends on, like you said, entrapment. It depends on the context of the situation.
Sure.
If you're trying to entrap criminals, whereas if you're trying to just, how do I word this? Depends on the context greatly, because you can't legally try to coerce someone into a crime.
Right.
You are.
Hey, I'll give you $50 to take this crack rock over there and sell it to that guy. That wouldn't be okay, right? But what about posing? Typically, we think of narcotics operations. If you're trying to infiltrate these higher levels where you really can't have access to investigate those people unless you send someone in posing as a fellow Confederate, right? Everybody okay with the concept? Within limits, of course. Okay.
That's good to ask.
What is premeditation? This is a premeditated murder. What does that mean?
It's like you planned it.
It's like you planned it. Okay, that was juror 23. So what type of evidence would show premeditation?
Bloody footprints, clothes, a weapon.
Okay, how does that show the operation of the mind, though, the intent?
Oh, well, if you find somebody with their fingerprints on the weapon,
Mm-hmm.
then that's not admitting full guilt right there. I mean, but that's pretty damning evidence.
Okay, yeah. What about for intent, though? Number 16, what do you think? How do I prove premeditation? I didn't just haul off and kill someone on a whim. I thought about it. I had a conscious intent that crime be committed at the time it was committed. How do I prove that? How do I prove what someone was thinking?
I think we would have to rely on evidence that predated the moment of the attack. So if you had any sort of records or definite plans or things that were found,
Map of the bank, right? That's how they do it in the movies. They roll it out on the table, get the blueprints and that sort of thing. What else? What other type of evidence might prove intent? 15? You think of anything else? Conversations. I'm going to kill that guy, right? That's pretty good evidence that you plan to kill the guy. What about motive? Motive, would that be important to your consideration, number 7, of intent?
Yeah, I think so. There would have to be some sort of justifiable cause where you could empirically say that would lead a person to premeditate an act of aggression on the victim for X, Y, and Z reasons.
So you kind of want to know why, right?
I think you have to know.
Well, I mean, sometimes you can imagine a scenario where the manner of the killing might prove intent.
Sure.
Shooting once is different from shooting 100 times, right? As far as if you're trying to evaluate intent. So that could be part of it, but certainly motive is very important and jurors want to know why. So the why could potentially be important. Everybody agree with that? What do you think? 12. Any other ideas of what type of evidence? How are you going to prove? You see the problem. How do you prove what someone was thinking?
Right, certainly in the records that they've considered it, discussed it,
solicited someone to help with it or
Mm-hmm.
done searches about how to efficiently execute the crime beforehand and that sort of evidence.
Okay. Would you be open to all those types of circumstances to try and show what the person was thinking, as opposed to the type of evidence I laid out right away, which was, I'm going to kill that guy.
Right.
And that's great. But if you don't have that, can you evaluate all the other circumstances?
Yeah, and you
Donna
have to
doesn't.
see if they push you beyond the reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
Donna doesn't want to
Any
look
other
at
type
your-
of evidence, let's get away
Yeah.
from premeditation, but in general, that you would expect to see in a case like this, a particular type of evidence?
Tear down to Georgia.
Number 23 mentioned fingerprints, clothing, anything else like that that you guys are kind of expecting?
Financial records.
Gun residue,
Financial records.
financial records.
There you go.
If it's
Writing
what kind of
check.
financial records? Why would you be expecting that in this case or a case like this?
If, from what we were told earlier about the case and the charges, if you're soliciting it, setting aside money, or, you know, transferring money to someone. Or
Right. So if it's a
Holding
murder for
money.
hire, you'd expect some kind of money to be involved.
Delivering
some type
money.
Of transaction.
Charlie.
Okay.
Late night.
Somebody else down here.
Text messages, phone
Text
calls.
messages, phone calls. Okay. Yes, sir.
Mhm.
Number 6.
If I remember correctly, came from.
Sorry, repeat here.
If I remember correctly, I remember hearing coming from Miami to Tallahassee, so like gas station receipt.
Okay. Some evidence of that travel. Okay. What else? It's so fun when y'all help me.
Not comfortable looking at a jury.
There.
It's
Okay.
a jury box there.
So you know it's a murder for hire. You know there's more than one person involved. You, though, as jurors in this case, will only be asked to decide the involvement and guilt or not
Yeah,
guilt
that's
of
John.
one.
The jacket
criminal
on there.
defendant. Are you able to set aside your thoughts and feelings about the other people that may be involved in the case and focus your verdict? How does the evidence relate to this defendant? Everybody feel like they can do that? Okay. If the evidence shows that the defendant is not the one that pulled the trigger, does that make a difference? What do you say? Why are you shaking your head no, number 15? Why doesn't that make a difference? Okay, so even if you don't pull the trigger, you can be charged with murder? But what?
So we can't hear.
Please speak up, number 15.
Okay, you could be charged with accessory, but you don't think murder. Who else, by a show of hands, thinks if you don't pull the trigger, you cannot be charged with murder? Nobody? Why not?
Smart
Number
jury.
2.
If you're, if you hire someone or something like that, definitely you're not committing the crime personally, but if you're telling someone else to do it and they do it, then that, I think something pretty close to it, yeah. I mean, maybe
Okay.
not murder itself, but it might be some type of.
Maybe not murder itself, but it might be something close. What do you think? Number 20.
It's the way the law is written.
Mhm.
You don't have to pull the trigger, but you can still be charged with murder. The law allows that you can still be charged with murder.
Okay. According to the law of our state, and the judge will give you the law. You do not need to know the law. I tricked you, and I'm sorry. But you can be charged just the same as if you pulled the trigger if you also did some act or said some word to cause that murder to be done, some affirmative act to cause that murder to be done, and you intended it be done. Okay? It's called a principle. So, court reporter and I are going to do a bank heist, and we know when we go in there, the first thing we're going to do is kill the security guard. Okay? That's our plan. We both understand that that's what we're going to do. But I'm the shooter. She's the bag lady. She's going to get the money. We go in there, we do it, we're successful until we get caught. We can both be charged with first-degree murder of that security guard, the same as if she had pulled the trigger. Is that fair? How is it fair? 23.
Y'all planned it together?
But I
Sorry,
pulled.
say it.
I didn't hear you.
Y'all planned it together.
But I'm the one that pulled the trigger. Shouldn't I be worse off than her?
She knew what was gonna happen.
She did. That's been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. So you agree with that law? Anybody disagree with that law? I do not think it's fair. It should be, as juror number 2 thought walking in here, something close to it, but not exactly the same.
Good dialogue. You don't want to talk at the jury.
Now that I gave you the spoiler, you won't admit it. All right, so number 2, knowing that now, would you be able to follow that law?
Yeah.
What do you think, number 15? If the law says we can both be convicted of first-degree murder and it's proven, would you be able to convict her of first-degree murder even though she didn't pull the trigger? You would be able to follow that law.
You cannot hear him.
Number 15, please speak up as much as you can.
Yeah.
You would. If there was a law that the judge reads you in this case that you did not agree with, would you be able to follow it anyway, or do you think it would be incumbent upon you to do what your gut is telling you? What do you think? Number 16?
Since we're here to decide if something followed or broke the law, I would go with the law.
Go with the law. Number 8?
Jury
Definitely.
members
Follow
here.
the law no matter what, even if you don't like it?
Yeah, it's not me to decide the law. It's just for us to stick to it.
All these are good
Okay.
answers.
The legislature's job. We're going to leave that to them. Okay. What is a conspiracy? Volunteers for that one? How about you, number 14? What's a conspiracy?
I'm not sure. Like, the legal stuff.
You don't need to know the legal stuff, just what's your idea of it? Come and speak.
A group of people getting together or saying that anything that maybe
Please speak up, number 14.
a group of people. I'm trying to say a definition without using the word conspire.
Yeah.
Get through employment, things I'm going to do.
Getting together to do something?
To make something happen with
Okay.
other reasoning behind it.
Okay.
I'd like to say that it doesn't even have to be a group. You can conspire to do something alone.
Number 8, okay. You could, is that what you're doing right now? You want to tell us something? Okay. Do you all agree that a conspiracy can be evidence circumstantially? And what I mean by that is, and this is hard because we can't talk about what the evidence is. I'm asking you to imagine that it could be proven to you that people conspired to do something without an express, we're gonna, go in and kill the security guard without that being expressly stated. Can you imagine other evidence, circumstantial evidence? For example, we walk in and I walk directly over to the security guard and blow him away, right to the head, right? Immediately. And she says in front of everybody, yeah, just like we planned. Okay? That would never happen. But okay, it's not in the plan. The conspirators generally don't write out a manifesto where they say, this is going to be my role, and this is going to be your role, and this is what we're all going to do. But you can infer it from the circumstances, the way the crime was done, the other communications in the case, the other evidence in the case. Can you be open to that? Nodding of heads.
Yes.
Very good, thank you. Does it matter how long it takes to make an arrest in a criminal case? You guys all heard the statement of the case. This crime occurred in 2014. Number 6, how old were you in 2014? 9. Can you even care about something that happened when you were 9? Can you, sir? Does it matter how long it's been?
I think as long as the crime that you're being charged for is within the statute of limitations, I think it's fair to be arrested for a crime that you could have committed. Sometimes it takes years to build evidence and things like that.
Anybody feel like it's too long? I just can't consider evidence from 2014. I was 9. Everybody else, can you keep an open mind to evidence and a long investigation? So it is a circumstantial evidence case, and I do a cheesy analogy for circumstantial evidence because what's better, direct or circumstantial evidence?
Direct.
Direct. Everybody knows that, right? So powdered donuts. You have 2 kids. Who's got 2 kids? Well, your kids are too young to do this scenario, but let's imagine they're a little older. All right. So 2 kids, a bag of powdered donuts. They're not supposed to be eating the donuts before dinner, but you walk in and one kid who happens to be the kid that really loves powdered donuts and asked you 20 minutes ago if you could have a powdered donut, to which you responded no, is covered in powdered donut dust. And the kid says to you, my brother did it. What type of evidence is that? The statement, my brother did it. No, it's not. That's direct evidence. Direct evidence. I was here. I saw him eat the powdered donut. Never mind that I'm covered in it, right? That's direct evidence. As opposed to circumstantial, which is, what are the circumstances? Circumstances are, this is a kid that loves powdered donuts. This is a kid that just asked me for a donut. This is a kid that's covered in donut. All that's circumstantial, right? So in that case, which evidence is better?
Direct.
Okay, so can you keep an open mind to circumstantial evidence? It gets a bad rap, but I need you to be open to it. Can everybody nod? I can be open to that.
I wouldn't say it's a bad rap. I'd just say it's even better
All right.
many times.
Somebody say something? Okay, witnesses. Cooperating defendant testimony. What? I guess I just want you to agree to keep an open mind to it. This is a person who's been involved in the crime, and you absolutely should consider
Hopefully.
that character of that person and what motivations that person may have in play. You should consider that. But can you keep, that doesn't necessarily mean they're lying, right? They can also be telling the truth. Can you agree with that? Okay. Is there anybody that feels like I cannot keep an open mind to the possibility that a cooperating co-defendant might be telling the truth? What about you, number 6? Can you keep an open mind to that? Is it possible that a cooperating co-defendant could be telling the truth, maybe to try to get something for themselves, but could be telling the truth? 15? 14? 13, why does a cooperating co-defendant come forward?
Could be cover their own tracks.
Could be what?
Cover their own tracks.
To cover their own tracks. Yeah, to put it off on somebody else.
Donna's
Okay, good.
looks guilty.
What else? What else could motivate a cooperating co-defendant? 19?
Guilty, nervous vibes.
You're on ice, 19. I actually have a volunteer, number 6. They have a deal.
Please speak up.
They got a deal to shorten their sentence.
Yeah, they might be trying to get something to help themselves. Does that mean they're lying? No, it could mean that. but it could mean they're telling the truth to get something. Is that right? Do you agree with that, 19? Okay, can you keep an open mind to that type of testimony and weigh it with all the other evidence in the case? You're going to observe the witness. You're going to hear what they say. You're going to see if it fits with everything else. And you're going to make a decision about their credibility based on all that, including the fact that they have this motive or whatever. Can you do that? Everybody feel like they can do that? Okay. Unsavory witnesses. That's a very nice way of putting this.
Why are they still
So
going
there
on?
could be witnesses in the case that you all do not want to have a beer with or a cup of tea with. Okay? Can you keep an open mind to the testimony of someone who is different from you and lives your life differently from the way you live your life? Number one, can you do that?
Yeah.
Two, can you do that? Everybody? If you don't hear a particular type of evidence that you're expecting, can you keep an open mind to the type of whatever evidence that there is and render a verdict based on that? I just don't want you guys to walk in thinking, oh, there's no gun. Can't convict of a murder without a gun. You know, is there anybody that's like that? There's a particular thing that you require.
Depends where you're at.
Inconsistencies. Would you all expect the testimony to be completely consistent or there to be some inconsistencies? Let's say we're going to have a 2-week trial. You're going to hear from witnesses every day, all day for the period of 2 weeks. Are we going to have any inconsistencies? 17.
Purely a guess, but based on the duration, probably somewhere in there.
Okay. Every single one of you went back in the room back there and answered the questions in private. And I was sitting back there, Ms. Dugan was sitting back there, and we were wearing the same outfits all day. If we isolated each one of you and asked you, what can you tell me about what Ms. Dugan was wearing yesterday or the day that you were back there? Let's assume it was all the same day. Do you think we'd get some inconsistencies? Might get some blue, some black, dark pants. I think it was, we might get a lot of different answers, right? Does that mean that anyone's lying? Okay. Now, you all will have to weigh inconsistencies, which are going to occur naturally in a case like this. And you will decide, is this a point on which this inconsistency is important and equals a reasonable doubt versus this doesn't matter at all, right? Can you do that? All right, so all crimes have elements. The judge will give you the elements of the crimes, and I will be responsible, and with Ms. Dugan's help, of proving each of the crimes were committed. And that means proving each of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt.
This is the norm, Jacqueline, in America.
Number 7, what does a killer look like? Yeah.
Please speak up, number 7.
A little louder.
There's no default for what a killer would look like in just appearance.
No default. Really? They can look like anything?
Yes.
Who disagrees with that? Can a killer look like anything? Number 1?
Yeah. Anybody.
Anybody. Can it look like your grandmother? My young people? Number 5. Can a killer look like a granny?
I mean, it's all you in picture, but like anyone is capable of has the capacity to kill someone.
You could keep an open mind to the possibility that a grandmother could be a killer. And that's kind of a tough one. Can everyone keep an open mind to that possibility?
Yes.
Everybody has. Agreed. That's good.
For my folks that have been divorced, any custody battles? Raise your paddle if you've been involved in a custody battle. Okay, so just divorces. Anybody in a particularly messy divorce? Ugly divorce? Highly litigious divorce? Anybody go to court for their divorce? Did go to court, okay, but it was not particularly nasty.
He never showed up, so
Oh.
it was very.
You won.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so you guys haven't personally experienced this, but does everyone agree that those types of issues, domestic issues, divorces, custody battles, those are things that are highly emotionally charged? Yes.
Yeah.
May I have a moment to confer, Your Honor?
She'll be called early. She'll be the first day. One of the first several witnesses. All right, so this is what happened is John cannot communicate it with us right now because he's been told not to use a phone. Nobody can use a phone in there during this jury selection, so he's not able to
For
tell
my
us.
folks that have been on a jury before, what is a hung jury? Number 22?
The jury cannot reach the decision.
Because the jury has to be what? Unanimous. And that means it has to be the verdict of each juror as well as the jury as a whole. So, my shy guys, can you speak up and make sure this is your verdict? Not sure I've identified exactly who you are. I think number 6 is a little bit of a shy guy, and you already told me you could do it. Who else considers themselves a little shy? Nobody.
At first I am, but once you get to know me,
Okay. Are you going to return a verdict that's your verdict?
Yeah.
What if you get back there and everybody's against you?
I mean, this is someone's life, so I don't really care about it.
Okay. I would encourage you to listen to your fellow jurors, and if you
Sure.
change your mind, great, because your mind has changed, and it's then your verdict.
Right.
But I just want to make sure I've got folks that aren't going to be like, it's Friday night or whatever, Everybody promise to do that? All right. Anybody have something you feel like you need to tell me? I didn't ask the right question. I didn't call on you. Something you think I should know about you that's related to the topics we've touched on. All right. Thank you very much.
For the defense inquirers, we are going to take a brief break for about 10 minutes. You'll have an opportunity to stretch your legs, use the restroom, or look at your phones or devices if you need to. This break will be for everyone, but that is both in the box and also in the gallery. While you're on your break, you're not to speak to each other concerning this case or at all. Do not speak to anyone else concerning this case as well. We will resume with the jury selection at 1:30. You may use the restrooms and leave the courtroom at this time.
Stand by a second here. I just sent a link to John. See if John can tell us what he's observing. If I see him pop up here in the queue in the green room. Yeah, this is different procedure here. Why they went through 64 previously, and then they're trying to go through more now. What's wrong with the 64? Why they need to keep screening folks? I don't understand that. Is this a different process? They're doing, I guess, a wider shot group like they're doing now of questions, more generic questions. But understand that they got switched around. That's why Georgia had a break. And we didn't see anything what was going on. And then that was, I guess they're rotating jurors in and out of there. So John is my brother. He's there in the courtroom. I'm trying to see if you can jump on. Let me see. Maya Rodriguez Sorensen, Esquire. What do I think so far? I mean, so far, I think it's going good for Georgia, getting a connection with the jury. I think more laughter than what I'm used to seeing in a trial, especially a murder trial. But I think she is personable still and has credibility. So that's the main thing. She's getting out some good points to raise. I think she could raise even more points as to, instead of calling this issue about entrapment, I would refer to it as being, explain what a bump is, how it basically would cause people that were concerned about law enforcement coming after them to scurry and run and discuss stuff. Things of that nature is how I would couch it to the jury. Marley, you're saying you think this round 2 questions the same 64, 100. Hopefully it is. Baby Nina, I saw Donna disgusted and look at her lawyer when Georgia was having a laugh with potential jurors. That reminds me, this is what's really nice is that, all right, John says yes. I sent him an invite. What's nice about this is that all this laughing, though, that's going on, when Georgia gets the jurors to laugh, Donna isn't laughing. And so it makes her look like she's so nervous, even more nervous. And so if she laughs too, it looks bad as a defendant, a murder defendant, sit there and be laughing. So she can't do anything good at that point. I mean, she just sits there like this and does nothing. You look like you're nervous and scared, and you have this guilty look about you, like you know you're going down. And then if she laughs, that's inappropriate as well. So like there's no way she can come out looking good. So that's why I think that was really interesting about the amount of laughing going on here. All right, here we go. Let's add John to the stage here. John, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep. All right. I understand you were cut out from being able to communicate there. What can you tell us what you're observing? And if there's any questions, folks, go ahead and shoot your questions. I'll post them for John. Go ahead, John.
So we're on a break right now, and I got to make sure I'm not in earshot of any jurors right now, but can you hear me fine?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. So I would say that Georgia came across really well in the in her opening of the Voir. She came across as very likable. There was lots of levity, lots of laughing moments, and the age makeup of the jury was very interesting, Carl. I would say the average age is about 35, and I count maybe 2 people over the age of 50.
So it seemed like they had a lot of these folks are working folks. They have a lot of education behind them.
Mm-hmm.
And is that your take as well? They look like a smart, and they're all paying attention.
Yeah, very much so. I would call it a very engaged group of jurors, and I saw a Georgia I haven't seen before. Very personable, likable, very frequently laughing at responses in a very appropriate way. And I must say, I've never seen Georgia come across like this before. Usually she's very serious, and now we saw a very, like she would act if she was at a backyard barbecue here in Tallahassee and you got to meet her. So I think she's really got the jurors riveted. with her personality. And she went over some great points. So let's see if I can pull this up while I'm still on video. Can you still see me?
You just blacked out. You just blacked out.
Okay. All right. Sorry. I was trying to access my notes, but the best question she asked today was, she asked the jurors about 10 minutes ago, basically, she asked the jurors, can a killer also be a grandma? And she said it again. She asked it again, and everybody pretty much in the jury nodded in the affirmative.
Okay.
So I can't look at all my list of questions right now, plus the time frame. The break ends in 3 minutes, but I got to give Georgia an A+ for her voir dire. She's now finished with her voir dire. Also, next up will be Josh or Jackie, whoever on the defense is going to be doing the defense voir dire.
Yeah. Okay. What? Hold on. There's a question that was for you. Glass half full. So out of the over 100 queried so far, how many were detailed queried today? Do they have their 12 plus 3 from this group? Is there another? Are they still going through like batches of 50 or 25 or what's? Is this part of the final group? Do you know?
Yeah, this is the final group. So there right now, only 2 people have been struck from the jury, but that was for cause by the court. That wasn't done by the prosecution or the defense.
And that was done this morning?
That was done, really, the 2 that left were just about an hour ago or so.
Okay, because we couldn't see that.
Yep.
And
so
you
the judge does not allow cell phones, but he does allow laptops. The problem is my laptop is in the media room giving you that nice feed. So I wish I had 2 laptops here, but this will have to do for now. So that's why I had to put my phone away and I couldn't join you guys in the live chat.
Yeah. Hey, John, what do you think? I've been commenting on Donna where she's looking really nervous and guilty. What's your take on that? Are the jurors looking much at Donna?
No, I don't see them really looking at the defense table at all.
Okay.
And Donna looks a lot at Harvey, and they'll exchange smiles for about, let's see here, are they going back in? They exchange smiles for about, I would say 3 to 5 seconds. And then Donna has that pained, I would call it a pained smile on her face. But Harvey's is quiet as a mouse and no facial expressions. He looks straight ahead.
I guess George has her back to you. I mean, Donna does. So it's hard for you to see her expression. But yeah, she's not looking very happy at all.
No, when she looks back, again, she just does the same smile. And Harvey, there's no expression on Harvey's face other than just a cracked smile as well.
Do you know if they're going to get to opening statements today? Is that what you're hearing in the scuttlebutt of the courthouse there?
Haven't heard any scuttlebutt like that at all. No idea.
Okay.
So it looks like everyone's going back in the courtroom. So I'll come on after the next break.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
All right. So thanks, John, for doing that. So this jury sounds really impressive, this potential jury pool. They're very alert. They're very engaged, very much answering the right questions. As a prosecutor, you're not having to explain issues. They totally get it. And that's what you want to see as a prosecutor. This is scary for the defense to see this. What do y'all think of how Georgia's doing so far? I see a number of positive statements. Is that pretty much a concurrence? Nick Smith is going to be surprised if they get openings, but if this is the final pool here, these are, I think we could get to opening statements within a couple hours. So. Nathan, you're thinking she's doing great. 10 out of 10. KCL, Georgia's fantastic. Just Meat, fantastic. I love her, says Tatted T. Practice kindness first. Georgia, so far, so good. Tony Bravo, Harvey's looking at his own trial. Very Rare life situation, I bet. Beach home, you think defendant Donna was torpedoed? Yeah, this is a good point. Glass half full. You're saying you're surprised they're all so young. I would think the defense would want more seniors out there. Yeah, this is really shocking to me to have only a couple in their 50s and nobody more senior than that. What are the odds that happens? I mean, I know there's a lot of folks in college. There's not as many folks that are in school as I thought there would be, but a lot of people that come there to go to school, they don't register to vote. So that's where they get most of their voting. That's how they pull the jurors, is from the voting rolls. Yes, dogs. Harvey is there. He's seated right by John. Thanks again to Food is Love modding this. Helping keep the channel clean and professional. Yep, that's the other thing. DMV. Yeah, Florida jurors pulled from DMV registration. Those are the two main things. Patricia S., you think the question of can a murder be a grammar is ageist in your opinion? Well, I think most people don't think of grandmas as being killers, right? How often do you see somebody 75 being charged with murder? It is rare. Tiff Dennison, what are the demographics of the previous trials? I saw the jury for Charlie's trial. I didn't see the jury selection. John was there for that. I was going to ask him a question about it, comparing the two, but from my experience, this is more male centric. This group that got here now, so younger and greater concentration of males. Leslie, the defense is not gone yet. Already 1:30. Dolores, you're saying Georgia is very personal. System much better than Massachusetts. They use driver license there too. Yeah, all states use driver's license and voter registrations. Thanks, Pickleball, Paul. Yes, I think openings have a chance of starting today. We don't know for sure. Haven't got those details. Yeah, I've never been summoned for jury duty, so it's an honor and a privilege to serve as a juror. It's constitutional system we have set up here, and so I take it very seriously, and we have the best system in the world. It has its flaws, of course, but I think we have the best system in the world, and those that have a jury system are the best systems. Juries do the right thing way more often than you'll ever have a judge decide. Donna Fulton, what would be my preference for this jury? I think the jury's just fine for what it is right now. As a prosecutor, you're not really worried about anything. You're just worried about nonconformist type people that are sort of look like they like being rebels. You don't want to have rebels on as if you're a prosecutor. If you're defendants, they like to see that. Their attorneys like to see folks that don't want to get along and like getting back at the system. John says that Georgia is animated and likable, joking with jurors appropriately. She's nailing on connecting with them. Yeah, I'm just not comfortable. I've never seen a prosecutor joke around that much, but I think if anybody's going to joke around like that, she can pull it off. She's just a trustworthy person, you can tell. She's comes across as genuine and sincere, and that's the most incredible. Those are the most important qualities to have as a prosecutor. Lauren Crime, you think she was likable and relatable? Annie Lavelle, you're worrying about how much a juror has for smarts of life if he was 9 at the time of the crime. Well, if they have issues with them as a prosecution team, then they could use a strike on that person. Patricia, you're saying it's not a jury of her peers. Well, it's part of the community. That's where the murder happened in Leon County. So if you help plan a murder in another location that's completely different culture, you can be brought up and face a jury in the completely different culture than what you're used to experiencing life in. And so guess what? You're not going to relate in a lot of ways to this jury. Sheila, you're saying is this a typical amount of conversation allowed during voir dire in Florida? I practiced in South Carolina, never seen a judge allow this much detailed questioning. Well, it depends on which court you're in, which state you're in, whether it's civil or criminal. But this kind of questioning is very, very much the norm from what I've seen and taken part in. You can even get into more detail. I like to get in as much detail as possible, even more than what she's doing here. It all depends how much a judge is pushing you along and cutting you off from going into your questioning. Yeah, and they could give a time limit, like Karen McCord is saying. I'm not aware of any time limit. Normally on jury selection, there's not a time limit so much as like you're not going down that lane of questioning type of restriction. Miss Wee Lassie, my theory is that on a younger jury is that most will still have their grandparents around, makes jury think and realize that even a sweet granny can be dangerous. Yeah, just think about that. For Karen Reed, we also had a younger jury as well. But these are really professional folks. They're educated, it sounds like, for the most part. A few of them had some kind of issues with the law. The prosecutor may kick those folks out, especially the guy that said he was falsely stopped because of his license plate matching a stolen vehicle and he had guns drawn. Prosecution will use a preemptory strike on him if need be. All right, here's some sound here.
Everyone here agree that 12 heads are better than one. Shake your head.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Now it's important right now for you to understand that. We're not trying to trick you. There are no right or wrong answers. We want to know what you believe.
And we have a jury consultant
Now,
behind.
during this process, would it be wrong of me if I were to ask you for your each individual own worldview, we all have our own biases, resentments, beliefs. And I need to know,
Look at
I'm going to
Fulford.
ask you to share with me whether or not you're going to carry that with you.
What are you doing, Zellman?
Now, there's a concept that has gained momentum recently, and that is the concept of implicit bias. Does anyone here know what that is? No? Okay. Well, I'm going to try to explain it briefly. Now, we all want to see ourselves as fair. Can we agree to that? Yes? Okay. We all want to believe that we're rational. Can we agree to that? Now, unfortunately, studies have shown that despite our best intentions, none of us are free from these biases. Implicit bias refers to unconsciously held beliefs that don't necessarily reflect our conscious belief.
He's turning him off. This is not good.
So, for example, you walked into the courtroom either Tuesday or Wednesday, and you saw a gentleman in a black robe.
This is
when we see someone like that, we can assume that they're a judge. And you made that decision pretty quickly. Is that correct? Okay. So what if you were to walk into a supermarket and there's a big burly guy with a long beard, clad in leather, and he's walking to a motorcycle. Let's see. Number 5, when you see that, do you see someone who's adventurous?
Yeah, I mean, I guess they're riding a motorcycle.
How about dangerous?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Now, you're making a quick judgment when you see someone like that, right?
Implicit bias, right? Like,
I'm sorry?
That's kind of almost an implicit bias.
Are you trying to compare Donna some
now,
big
in
long
that same
dude on a
token,
motorcycle? And what's
you all walked in, whether it was yesterday, Tuesday, or today, and you look over at the defense table and you see my client, Mrs. Adelson, do you wonder to yourself, I wonder what she did? Number 2, you think to yourself, I wonder what she did, or I wonder what she is accused of doing?
I don't look that far into it. I mean, I don't know her from the next person, so I would just treat her like another person.
Okay. What about number 9?
No, sir, I didn't have that question.
Well, which one did you ask yourself? I wonder what she did, or I wonder what she's accused of doing?
Neither.
Did anyone ask that question of themselves or say that to themselves? Number 23.
Yeah, I was wondering, what she is accused of.
Okay. I saw a paddle over here. Number 25. What did you think?
Yeah, like initially, I mean, it's just human nature to be curious. It's like, I wonder what this person was accused of doing.
Now, do any of you have anxiety or are claustrophobic that if you're in lengthy deliberations that you might want to just leave the jury room? Anyone at all? Now, going back to implicit bias briefly, does everyone here agree, let's start on the first row, that you will make an effort to be conscious of implicit bias when you're considering the evidence in this case?
That's insulting. Sorry.
Second row. Third row. Thank you.
So they may have some implicit bias.
When we were back in the jury room the last couple of days, some of you answered some of the questions. I think I might be able to, or I believe so. And you recall that we asked you to clarify that. First row. Okay. Why do you think we asked you that?
Yeah.
Anyone?
Because sometimes, I'd say just about every day in our lives, we face bias because we have a perspective of what the world should be. And we can only deal with bias if we consciously are aware of how we feel
and what's going on around us.
Thank you. Everyone agree with that response?
That's not good.
I need verbal.
Yes.
Thank you. So if a witness were to say, I think I saw this, is that the same as them saying, I saw this?
No.
Another important point, and I'm going to go to number 6. If you are selected as a juror and you hear the evidence and testimony, you go back into the jury room.
Lecturing.
Are you able to say to another juror, well, that witness didn't say that they saw it. They said that they thought that they saw it. Or they didn't tell you what somebody said, but what they think they overheard. You can point that out. Number 12. Could you do that as well?
He's not building a rapport with them at all.
I'm sorry?
That's my duty, that's why I'm here.
Number 11.
Good.
Number 16. Yes?
Yes.
Number 17.
Yes.
Using a bias right out the gate like this is really an odd thing to do.
Ms. Kappelman covered the leader, so some of what I was going to cover has already been addressed, so I'm not going to repeat it, and certainly not here to waste your time.
Donna's got her glasses on now when Zellman's talking.
Number 23, would you say that you're naturally skeptical?
Yes.
Okay, when I ask that, what do you think that I mean?
Like, today's going to be a great day. And sometimes you're like, yeah, there's something can go wrong. You better not, put all your eggs in one basket, so to say, and think everything's going to be great. You have to be open and know things can go wrong.
Do you question when somebody says something to you? Would you question whether or not they're being honest?
Yes.
How do you determine whether or not they're being honest with you?
The normal things, look a person in the eye, if they're fidgeting in their seat or, not able to stay still or, they have conflicting statements or whatever.
Let's see. Number 19. Would you agree with that? Are you skeptical? Are you naturally skeptical?
Depends on the situation.
Give us an example.
I'm skeptical of
Like
you.
said, it's going to be a great day. I
Being condescending.
Keep an open mind because I have no idea if it's going to be a great day or not.
You trailed off at the end.
I have no idea if it's going to be a great day or not.
Are you hopeful?
Not really.
Today might be a bad example. Now, you previously
Donna
served on a
laughed a
jury. You
little
said it
bit.
was in California.
Correct.
Things are a little bit different out there.
A little bit, yeah.
In trials, I mean.
Well, the way you guys did this time is different. I'm assuming it's because it's sensitive information. So.
You said that you didn't want to have to do it again. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
But it wasn't a bad experience.
No, I was not. I don't know. It was different than I was thinking, but it wasn't like horrible.
Too much flipping of pages here.
Let's see. Number 13. How do you avoid misunderstandings with people?
Through conversation.
Can you give us some techniques?
Primarily
Wiretaps.
through asking questions to not only hear what they're saying, but then to get at what they're intending to communicate as well, both verbally and then non-verbally.
So it's important to listen.
Yes.
Number 14. Do you agree? Any other examples of how to avoid misunderstandings? Anyone at all? I'm going to call it yes, number 16.
Being aware of what you've actually been told versus what assumptions you're making.
I couldn't hear you.
Being
Sorry.
aware of what information you've actually received versus what assumptions you've made.
Okay, so avoiding assumptions. Okay. Number 12, I saw your.
Oh, I was just gonna say that it's good to confirm your understanding of what someone has said, if that's possible.
So in other words, repeating back what somebody has said to you to confirm that you understood it the way they intended.
Exactly.
Is he talking about the jail snitches on testifying against your client there?
Number 23. I'm sorry, number 11.
Yes, sir.
When you were falsely arrested, how did you feel about the criminal justice system?
I was a bit irritated with it at the time.
Okay. How long did it take to correct?
About 3 weeks in total. I was bailed out immediately, so I only spent about 8 hours in a holding cell, but about 3 weeks of back and forth before I was fully cleared.
Yeah.
It's actually pretty quickly.
I thought so, but I was rather persistent.
Number 23, you agreed that that was a pretty quick turnaround?
Oh, yes, yes.
By a show of hands, does anyone think that the state could make a mistake? Yes. What about law enforcement? What about the state's theory of a case? Does anyone think that the state can be wrong in their theory of what happened?
Yes.
Did anyone not raise their hand? 23?
Oh, no. I raised
okay.
my hand.
Just making sure. Now, does anyone know people who keep large amounts of cash on hand? That's number 26. Do they have a distrust of the banking system?
Yes.
Now,
How about
I
stable
know
cash?
at least my generation, my grandparents and my great-grandparents certainly had a distrust of the banking system. The Great Depression, people lost everything, right? I think we're starting to get into a point where I might not be able to relate with some people. Number 6, do you think that it would be inappropriate or illegal for someone to keep large amounts of cash?
Didn't cover the stapled part of it.
Number 24. Have you ever made or received a personal call while you were around other people? What did you do so that those individuals didn't hear your conversation?
Usually asked to be excused.
You walk away?
Mm-hmm.
That's a yes?
Yes.
What if you couldn't walk away? How do you convey what you're trying to convey?
Then I usually ask if I can call back to the person.
So you would either try to walk away or you would continue the conversation another time.
Right.
What if neither one of those were options? Would
no.
you be vague?
Yeah, because if I'm trying to get, especially if I'm working, a lot of times I couldn't take a phone call, so I wouldn't answer it. So.
What if the person that you're with is the one who gets the call or makes the call? How do you know what's discussed?
You can, a lot of times hear what they're talking about.
Well, what if you can't hear? They walk out and you can't hear. Do you know what's discussed?
No.
Now, if the person comes back and tells you what was discussed, do you know whether or not that was true?
No.
By a show of hands, has anyone ever said something that they regretted? Thank you.
Was it about Nazis? Hitler Youth. Calling your ex-son-in-law a lot of nasty words.
I know that nobody, and correct me if I'm wrong, but nobody here has ever worked in law enforcement, correct? Okay. Has anyone received any courses or done any type of law enforcement training? Even those that were in the military. Number 13.
Yes, somewhat.
Can you tell us?
Sidebar, it would have to be a sidebar.
Okay.
Due to the nature.
Understood. Anyone else? What about private security, private investigation? Anyone? Does anyone here like to travel? Got a few
How
that
about
don't.
one-way tickets?
You don't like to travel? Number 9?
No, sir.
Okay. For those of us who like to travel, let me pick on somebody. Who raised their hand? Number 25. Is it generally less expensive to stay in an Airbnb or a hotel for a lengthy trip?
I guess it depends on the area, but I guess recently Airbnbs kind of seem to be cheaper.
Now, there were a few people, and I didn't see the hands that have been involved in a divorce. Actually, number 11.
Yes, you going to talk
You've
about
been
the
divorced?
wiretaps?
Divorced?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was it? Did you have young children at the time?
I did.
But was it amicable?
It was.
You're still alive.
Anyone not have an amicable divorce who's been divorced? Okay. Did you say things about your ex or soon-to-be ex that you didn't really believe?
No.
I'm sorry?
No, it was pretty cordial.
Oh, it's pretty cordial. Okay.
For me on my side.
Oh, on your side.
I was pretty nice.
What about the other side?
Yeah,
Not quite as much?
I would
Do you know how she spoke about you during the divorce?
Yeah.
Was it nice?
No.
And that same note, by a show of hands, has anyone ever spoken poorly or said mean things about somebody else? Pretty much everyone.
Anyone full of hate?
Does that mean that you hated the person? Anyone? The fact that there are no paddles up tells me that doesn't mean they hated them.
I think it means we're just mad at time.
Thank you. By a show of hands or paddles, has anyone jumped to a conclusion before? You hesitated.
Well, I don't like to admit, but
I conclude your client's acting
We're
guilty
human.
right now.
We tend to do that. It's not just analytics. We also have emotions that come into play. And that's how we interpret things, right? Now, for all of us who have jumped to conclusions, was our initial conclusion always correct? No. By a show of hands, has anyone had a knee-jerk reaction? Said something in that moment?
This is not educating the jury at
Pretty
all.
much everybody? Okay.
Getting a good read on them. This is
Number 7. Did you later realize that you misinterpreted what was said?
he's talking to them like they're fifth graders.
You're human.
Did Donna write these questions out?
By a show of hands, has anyone ever planned a party?
Anybody get one-way tickets when you're about to be arrested? The law's coming down on you. All right, so don't know why suddenly he stopped. Is he done? I mean, this is like this is not really screening anybody. This is more like you're trying to indoctrinate the jury to some themes, but these themes are like not even half baked. They're not even enough detail for the most part. I don't think he comes across as like a unlikable type person. I think Zellman comes across okay. And but starting off with these questions, it was just sort of awkward. I do think it was putting the jurors on the defensive to right away say that they have bias that they don't know that they have towards folks. What's his point? He never followed it up. But how's that tied into Donna? So I think it's important during jury selection to tie it into the theory of your case, and he's not really doing that a whole lot here at all. I understand he's really got nothing to work with, but he's not driving home any of these points or really connecting with the jury. He's not building a rapport. He's just talking at them. One of you said he was lecturing them, and it does sort of have that feel about it here. He's gotten a little bit better as time goes on here, but
I'm a visual person. So I wanted to list out some things that I wanted to talk to you about. So we're going to start with some definitions and concepts that I want to see how you interpret it. We're going to talk about the presumption of innocence, the burden of proof, jailhouse snitches, and we're also going to talk about some of the legal concepts that you're going to be asked to determine. Now, I think we've made it pretty clear. The law is going to be coming from the bench. I want to make sure that you can follow the law and that you understand what you're supposed to be doing. So I'm going to call on somebody new. Number 18. Can you tell us what a presumption is?
When you are making an assumption.
Is it an assumption? Now, it's just like the presumption of proof of innocence. You're not making an assumption there, are you? It's something that you believe up until a point, right?
he's not connecting at all. This is.
Does everyone agree with that? So, for example, you're supposed to presume that Mrs. Adelson is innocent up to the point if the state can prove their case beyond the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. What does that mean? What is beyond a reasonable doubt? We're going to get to that.
So he's talking to Adam. He's not connecting with.
Now, Ms. Kappelman already talked a little bit about what direct evidence is and what circumstantial evidence is, right? Does anyone feel like we need to go over that again? Number 17?
No.
Okay. Now, something else that came up. The state indicated a moment ago that evidence comes from the state, an indicator of their table. Evidence actually comes from the witness stand and in the form of exhibits, things that are presented to you. It's important for you to understand what I say, what Ms. Fulford says, what either the prosecutors say isn't evidence. It's argument. Number 20. You understand that?
Yes.
Number 14? Or, yes. You understand that? Yes, sir. So if you interpret evidence different than we argue, what are you supposed to do?
Discuss it.
I'm sorry?
Discuss it.
And you're going to discuss it back in the jury room. Good. Does everyone agree with him?
Yes.
I have one confused look. Number 19. So if you interpret something different than what the state or defense argue it to be, what are you supposed to do?
Discuss it, like you said. We agree with it.
How do you determine whether or not the state's right or the defense is right?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Can anyone offer any suggestions? Yes.
asked to review the testimony.
What else?
Reviewing it.
I'm sorry.
Evidence.
Okay, so look at the evidence again.
Yeah, he's not.
To that point also, the court will give you specific instructions on how to weigh the evidence when we reach that point. You may continue.
Thank you.
He's not finding out about the jurors and
Now,
at the same time.
presumption of innocence, we touched on it briefly. It's important. You must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. As we sit here today, you've heard no evidence. Mrs. Adelson is innocent. The presumption stays with her as to each material allegation in the indictment unless it's overcome by evidence. So by things that you're going to get up there beyond and the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. Does everyone agree with that legal concept? Shaking the heads. Yes, thank you. It's the state's burden to prove that. So a few moments ago, I asked if anyone could define reasonable doubt. There's a definition. The judge is going to give it to you. We'll probably go over it throughout different points in the trial. But I find it easier to use some examples. Because presuming someone is innocent is not how our mind usually works. So let's see. Number 5.
So y'all have to be thinking Donna's guilty right now.
Let's say this morning on your way in, you pull into the parking garage and you see a motorcycle cop pulling somebody over. What do you think? What do you think happened?
Presume they broke some type of traffic law or something.
You don't think to yourself, I wonder why that cop pulled that innocent person over, do you? Did anyone think that? Thank you. You probably thought, glad it wasn't me. That guy was speeding. That's the way our minds normally work. You see someone get pulled over, you're like, oh, they ran a red light, they were speeding. And as I said earlier, you may have done that when you walked into the courtroom this morning.
Jury consultant is behind him.
Now, just because you think that way doesn't mean you're not qualified to serve on the jury. But it does mean that we can't have that kind of thinking interfere with part of your deliberative process. Does anyone here think that because law enforcement arrested Mrs. Adelson and the state has decided to charge her, and that we've got all the way here to trial, does that make you think that she is guilty in any way? And I'm going to start with number 22. Does that make you think that she's guilty in any way?
In a way.
In a way?
In a way. Because why the state wastes a lot of resources, time, and money to convict someone that might not be guilty.
Does anyone agree with number 22? Anyone else?
To an extent.
I'm sorry?
To an extent.
To an extent? What do you mean?
It wouldn't, in my mind, make sense for the state to spend, I'm assuming at this point, maybe 10, 11 years going after a person that they didn't believe was guilty or that they had no reason to go after a person for that long.
All right.
Thank you for your honesty.
I got a drink on that one.
Does anyone else agree with that perspective?
I don't think that it necessarily makes her
That's a dagger.
guilty verdict, but I do think that to make it to trial at this point, there has to, at some point in our legal system, been enough substantial evidence or witness testimony or things that they found for it to be got to this point and not run out along the way. It's like, hey, there's not enough here. So there's something, but the burden of that again is on the jury to figure that out.
So with that in mind, is that belief that you have, is that something that you're going to carry into the jury room?
I think it's a belief that I carry into the jury room that we have to listen to that evidence and decide if it's credible or not. That's why you have a jury.
But I guess it was a poorly worded question. The fact that you believe that it's gotten this far, does that gives you some idea that Mrs. Adelson is guilty?
Not that necessarily, like I said, not that she's guilty verdict, but that there's credibility to some evidence that potentially may point that way, which is why we're sitting here today.
Okay.
I wouldn't just assume that it's just all a farce.
Of course, there's an allegation. Otherwise, she wouldn't be on trial. But allegations.
Would you say that you're pro law enforcement?
Sure.
So law enforcement conducts an investigation. They believe that they have probable cause. They make an arrest. You give that some weight.
Yeah.
You also said earlier that they could be wrong. How do we determine if they're wrong?
By what we're doing right now.
And just to be clear, the defense doesn't have to prove anything to you.
Right.
Okay. Does anyone think that it's not fair that the state has the burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt with evidence and testimony that the defense doesn't have to do anything? So let's go continue with the discussion.
Hold on one moment. Juror 26, have their paddle up.
I was just gonna say that, somebody accused me of something, I'd want to speak up and say whether I did it or not, because I want to defend myself.
Donna better testify. She's on the jury.
Yes, I did it, or no, I didn't.
And that's fair.
Which she
Now,
will.
concept in our legal system is a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. The judge is going to instruct you that if my client chooses not to testify, you can't hold that against her. Can you follow that instruction?
No, oh, yes, definitely, yeah, just personally, I think that, there should be some kind of response, but you're obviously the response for this.
Certainly. And I think that's human nature, that if someone says, well, you did this, we want to speak up and defend ourselves. But in a courtroom in this country, defendant doesn't have to do that.
I think there's a time and place to speak up about things.
I don't disagree. Are you going to hold it against Mrs. Adelson if she doesn't testify?
Absolutely.
Would anyone here hold it against Mrs. Adelson if she chooses not to testify? So let's go back to what beyond a reasonable doubt means. I'm going to give you another example. We've been in here for a while. There are no windows to the outside. So we walk outside when we're done, and the sidewalk and the road is wet. Is it reasonable to think that a fire truck drove down the road and sprayed everything to get it wet? Anyone thinks that's reasonable? No. That's not reasonable. In that context, can somebody volunteer what would be reasonable?
It rained.
Wait, we're in Florida. Does that happen?
Every day.
So we're defining what is reasonable. Does reasonable mean likely to happen? Is that what the judge is going to instruct you? Number two. So would you disagree with the statement that proof beyond a reasonable doubt means most likely to happen?
No, it's not most likely to happen. There's rarely like a case where it has every single aspect of evidence to it to fully convict someone.
I've been using these examples for a long time, and I think this is the first time that I haven't had to come back and say no, because most people would agree with likely. Standard is not most likely. It's not probably. It's not most convincing. So there are different levels of proof. And I think that you heard either the judge or Ms. Kappelman at some point talk about this. So at the bottom of the scale is reasonable suspicion. That's what's typically enough for an arrest. Or, I'm sorry, enough for an officer to stop someone, pat them down. Probable cause,
Look at Jackie
what's
looking
necessary
at
to get a
Fulford like
warrant.
going,
Okay, so
what are you
now,
doing?
where on that scale we are, who knows? But that's enough to get a warrant. Enough to arrest somebody. You got preponderance of the evidence, which
But you're
is
going to
a
hire a
civil standard.
hitman.
It's more likely than not. And you have clear and convincing evidence. That is what's required for the state to take your children from you. And at the top of that scale, it's beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. That's the standard. So when you think about the state's burden of proof, how do you think about that from an operational standpoint? What is the state required to do? So let's go back to the chart. Who have I not called on? Number 8. Is the standard that you're going to be carrying forward into that jury room the side which convinces me the most?
No, your side doesn't have to convince me of anything. It's only the state that needs to provide evidence.
Can both the state and the defense make arguments that you disagree with?
Oh, sure. Everyone makes arguments.
That you believe the evidence does not support?
They could, yeah.
What are you going to do at that point?
Reconsider the evidence, deliberate with my peers.
And if the state has only proved something probable or possible, what are you going to do?
Well, it really needs to, I gotta get the abiding conviction of guilt. So I really need to feel that conviction that your client would be guilty after seeing all the evidence and testimony.
But that's exactly my point. If the state doesn't do that, you stop. It's not guilty. You understand that?
Yeah, that's what it says.
So in the definition, one of the words that you're going to see in there is exclusion. The state has to exclude every reasonable doubt. They have to eliminate it. Does anyone here at all, start on the first row, believe that they're going to have a hard time holding the state to their burden? They have to exclude every reasonable doubt. Anyone on the first row? Second row.
So when you say that, you mean that the state has to discount every other possible, like exclude to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt? Like prove to me that it's not possible?
No. Don't use the word possible.
Okay.
So if in argument, the defense were to say, give alternatives or a different explanation, and you believe that to be a reasonable doubt, if the state doesn't exclude that, then what is your response going to be?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Gotcha. Thank you.
Does everyone understand that? I can make it real.
Can't believe I haven't gone to lunch yet.
No, I can go past it. Yeah.
Yeah, this is going to take a while. He's going through all these points on the slides.
To the next slide yet. Okay, so one of the things that the court's going to instruct you is that a reasonable doubt arises from the evidence, a conflict in the evidence, or a lack of evidence. So this is another place where I like to use a hypothetical. And for this one, we're going to adopt the bank robbery hypothetical that Ms. Kappelman was talking about earlier. So the hypothetical is someone goes in and robs a bank. Witnesses identify the defendant. There's obviously surveillance video showing somebody that is consistent with the defendant's features. So in
Please approach.
Well, why is she objecting? Zellman's the one that's up there. He's the one that should be asking for an objection. So I consider allowing a tag team. I can't believe they're not having a lunch break. So we're looking at 2:22. Minnesota, nice. Why is it ridiculous that Donna's taking notes? Well, she can take notes if she wants. It's just not a good impression, I don't think. So let her take notes. Looks like she's telling the attorneys what to do. I just think it's a bad move for defendants to be taking a lot of notes. If she once in a while writes a note down, then
We are going, prospective jurors, we're just going to take a brief break for the moment, give you an opportunity to stand up and stretch your legs if you need to. I recognize that we are going through this process and it has been lengthy. If you need to stretch or take a moment to do so, you have the opportunity right now.
wow, just stretch and break.
5 minutes. Be quick.
5 minutes. So, all right, I'm going to take a quick break here. So stand by. I'll put be right back. Let's see here. Be right back, folks. All right. We're back here. I don't know how these people are doing without having a lunch break. Oh, yeah, back to when he's asking, skeptical is something. Yeah, if you're on a phone call, needed privacy, would you be vague? Yeah, okay. In front of a 3 and 4-year-old, they may understand what you're talking about. Okay, yeah, it wouldn't happen to be law enforcement having you on a wiretap that you're concerned about, right? Or you're worried about Latin Kings eavesdropping, having wiretap on your phone. All right, let me see if I've heard from John here. Have not. That's one I just covered. That's my sister calling. Well, she apparently is not watching. I know she's busy doing something, so she can't be watching. Let me let her know. John, can you give us a read on how the jury is reacting to Zellman? They're an alert, attentive group, so they're not going to be sitting back, rolling their eyes and stuff like that, like we saw in the closing. They may be doing that in the closing argument if it drags on like Rashbaum did. Okay, Marley J., you're saying the judge had them show up at 11:30 and they were supposed to have lunch already. Well, it's actually 11 o'clock their time local, so. That seems like a long break. Yeah, not sure if they warned the jurors you're going to go without lunch. It's just really odd that you wouldn't have lunch. Back in play here.
Okay, so I'm gonna start that hypo over. So reasonable doubt can arise from the evidence, a conflict in the evidence, or a lack of evidence. And so the hypothetical, the bank robbery, someone goes in, witnesses identify the defendant from the stand, video evidence shows the defendant on the surveillance. Closing argument, the defense attorney gets up and argues that the state didn't put on any evidence to show that it wasn't the defendant's twin brother. How do you know it wasn't his twin? What kind of doubt would that be? Let's go to number 20. What kind of doubt would that be? Does anyone agree with her? Number 23, you grimaced.
All this flipping of
I'm
paper.
sorry. Keep confusing these two. The chart's different. Number 11.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I don't know.
That's speculative. There's been no evidence the defendant has a twin. Now, the defendant took the stand in that case, testified that he has an identical twin brother who is a bank robber, and oh, by the way, I have an alibi. Now it's evidence. You understand the difference? Yes? Okay. That is a doubt which attaches to the evidence from the witness stand that was admitted during the trial. Reasonable doubt. Now, what would the state have to do about that reasonable doubt in order to convict that defendant? They'd have to exclude that doubt, which attaches to the evidence.
His fingerprints versus his brother's?
We're going to get there. Thank you.
He's talking about the twin
Let's
sisters there.
Go back to that
Table.
hypothetical. In the surveillance video, and the witnesses testify that the robber is wearing a mask, so no one can identify him. Whose fault is that? Is that the state's fault? Number 8, is that the state's fault?
He's wearing a mask.
Yeah. They can't prove who it is. Whose fault is it?
The burden would be on the state.
Right. So there's no identification. So the lack of identification is what? Reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
Let's go back to that same hypothetical. You got a mask. Robber's not wearing gloves, and he touches the table. He touches the glass door. You can see all that in the surveillance video. It goes to your fingerprint question. But reasonable doubt can arise from the lack of evidence. In this hypothetical, the detectives never bothered to dust for prints. Would everyone agree that that would be a lack of evidence which bears on a material element of the offense, identity? Would everyone agree to that? And that the state has failed to exclude that by not gathering the evidence. Does anyone disagree with that? Now, go back to the same hypothetical. Surveillance video shows that the robber is on his phone. The witnesses tell law enforcement that the robber was talking to somebody. Law enforcement later seizes that robber's phone, but they never search it to determine if there was a text or call made.
Keep lecturing.
Everyone agree that there's a lack of evidence there?
Yes.
Group response.
Another way reasonable doubt can arise is based on a conflict in the evidence.
This much. They want to get over this. Get through this. You're losing them.
In the hypothetical that I just gave you, can someone identify any potential conflicts?
Conflicts?
Can you?
Not off the top of my head.
What if they were to dust the table or glass for fingerprints, but it's not conclusive?
What if the guy was somebody who visited the place earlier and could be seen doing the exact same thing?
Now the state, before we move on, does everyone agree that witnesses that are going to come and take the stand are not perfect, they're not actors? Does anyone expect to see what you would see if you watch a TV program or a movie? Number 13, you were smiling.
Jackie's not even paying attention.
I think before stepping into this whole process,
No,
there's an idea in your head that's put in there by culture on what it all looks like. when you step in, it kind of is shattered when you go into the jury selection process right away. So, yeah, it's the difference between make believe and reality.
And this is what?
This is reality, not entertainment.
Judge is going to instruct you on how to weigh the credibility of witnesses.
He's getting bogged down looking at scripts.
Now, the state brought up a point, you know, this is something that happened 11 years ago. Does anyone think that if someone doesn't have an accurate memory, that that's something that's going to matter here? Number 22.
He's just rambling. Not even
That's going to matter?
And answering.
Accurate memory, yeah, it would be better because
I guess there's one.
it will distort the whole information of the evidence that you're going to provide to the juror. Sorry, say the last part again. Say that the information that you can provide to the juror will not be accurate.
How do you determine if someone is giving you an accurate answer? Would you compare it to the other evidence?
You cannot really tell.
I'm sorry.
So you cannot really tell unless you have the videotape or something that you can go back and review.
One of the instructions the judge is going to give you is you can believe or disbelieve any testimony from any witness. Okay? Ms. Kappelman talked a little bit about co-defendants. I'm going to talk about something else. Informants. I call them jailhouse snitches. Why would a jailhouse snitch cooperate with the state? I'm going to call on somebody I haven't called on yet. I think I've called on everybody.
It's like a teacher. This is like
Number one.
Being called on.
What would motivate a jailhouse snitch?
Special treatment?
Okay. Like what?
I don't know. What kind of amenities can they give? Maybe less time or comfort?
In evaluating the testimony of an informant or a snitch, should you consider what benefit they got in determining whether or not they're being truthful?
Yeah.
Number 8, I saw you shaking your head or nodding.
Well, I mean, somebody can be getting a kickback and be telling the truth at the same time.
What do you mean?
There you go.
I mean,
Uh-oh,
they
got to
can see
drink
something
that.
bad happen and get a reduction in the sentence for telling on them. It doesn't mean that the person did something bad or did not do something bad.
So they could get the benefit, but it doesn't mean that what they're saying isn't truthful?
Yeah, I mean, they could be
That's a
lying
good
or
point.
telling the truth. Just because
To help
they
the
got,
prosecution.
you know, a benefit or anything doesn't weigh on that other side of the equation in my mind.
All right, so this is not good, folks. I would just say I'm talking about as a critiquer of advocacy. I just don't think he's doing a good job. I think he's losing the jurors. I think they're doing their job. They're really taking their job seriously. They're responding well enough, but you cannot hold a jury's attention well, and they're not going to like you and trust you by you doing this lecture motif. So I think it's helpful for the prosecution for so far. He's not driving home any issues of credibility, trustworthiness. He's not learning anything about the jurors. I mean, that's one of the things that he should be doing is asking probing questions to really understand the mindset of jurors to see who he needs to kick off. And he's not doing that really. Like this guy that just said something about, well, yeah, a snitch could be telling the truth and also be motivated to help himself. I mean, that's just common sense. Most people are doing that. So this is not helping anything. Obviously, they're really concerned about what these jailhouse snitches are going to be saying about Donna. It makes her look really bad. And they're trying to neutralize that as much as they can. Is he also going to talk about law enforcement? Do they have more credibility than lay people that testify? You know, that kind of thing he could get into. But worrying so much about these jailhouse snitches just leads me to believe there's some really damaging stuff they have to say about Donna. All right, finally they're coming back. This needs to move on quicker. You're getting bogged down. Is this going to take all afternoon with this slow question process? Yeah, you guys seem to agree this is not engaging dialogue. Jenny 33 is not connecting his stories to real life. Yeah, I mean, just the ones he's trying to talk about as twins. I mean, what's twins is he talking about? What's that got to do with anything here? Ellie, you've never seen this trial before. It's very interesting.
Going back on the topic of informants or snitches, we had one opinion that just because they testify doesn't necessarily mean that they're being dishonest or honest. Okay, so we don't know. How do you determine whether they're being honest or dishonest?
The other evidence is presented as well as their body language.
You got to weigh what they're saying against the other evidence, right?
Yeah.
Now, if you were to learn that the state can offer a benefit to an informant or a snitch, and it could be financial, could be favorable treatment, or anticipation of favorable treatment, on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being unfair and 10 being completely fair, where do you find yourself? And I'm going to go number 7. Is that fair or unfair?
6.5, 7.
Number 6. Number 5.
Probably 5. Find it either fair or unfair, depends on the situation.
Number 22.
See, Fulford's not even taking notes. They're not even looking to strike any of these people. Are they relying on the jury consult?
Be balanced.
Yeah.
She's checked out.
Number 4. Yes. Number 24.
5.
5. Number 2.
Would you repeat that question?
On a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being unfair and 10 being completely fair, where do you find yourself? If you were to learn that the state compensated or gave a benefit to an informant.
That would be fair. For sure.
Okay. Number 1.
Scale of 1 to 10?
Yes.
6.
Number 8.
Initially, I feel like it's unfair, but when you think about it, no one does anything for free, and there's going to be a lot of risk to, coming out against a lot of folks that also could be in jail.
So it's a balance?
Yeah, it's a risk versus reward, and I think the higher the reward, the more of a risk someone is willing to take for that reward.
Does everyone agree with that?
Oh, yeah.
Getting a lot of head nods. Okay. Number 9.
I'd say it's about equal. 5.
23.
I agree with mostly what he said. If it's
Are you referring to number 8, sir?
yes.
Go ahead.
Number 11,
Number 5.
number 12,
I'm gonna have to say 4.
number 13,
I think I'm in the 4 or 5 range.
number 14.
I think I'm like a 7. I think it's fair.
I'm sorry?
I like a 7. I think it's fair.
Number 25,
I'd say it's a 4 because the state then has more influence to pressure, whereas the other side would not have that same advantage.
number 20, can't read my own handwriting. Ma'am?
I'm 25, I think, and she was 25,
Yeah.
just so you know.
Yes, thank
I'm
you.
About 5.
About a 5?
Yeah.
20?
5.
19?
5.
18?
Is it legal?
It's legal.
Then it's fair.
Number 17?
Go with 7 as well.
16?
It'd be hard for me to say, just that general circumstance really depend case by case.
Just a moment.
Yeah, snitch is a term with negative connotations, often used to describe someone who informs on others, especially to authorities. The term is generally used as an insult, implying betrayal and a lack of loyalty. So yeah, that's not a good word for Zellman to use here, is it? So basically it means you tattled on my client. And oh, by the way, my client is in jail. That's why she was able to be snitched on, because they're both sitting in jail together. So you're just highlighting the fact that Donna Adelson's been in jail ever since she got arrested. So I like the fact that you're highlighting that to the jury.
Does anyone think that the defense should have the same benefit there? The defense can do that as well? No? I'm getting.
Ryan?
I'm sorry?
Getting a better deal, getting an acquittal?
Could the defense offer a benefit to a witness? If I were to tell you that we can't. Number 24. Is that fair that we can't do that?
I know that cannot. Yeah.
Right. Is that fair?
I don't know. I just know it's the law. You cannot.
Right. Number 14.
I think it's fair because the burden's on them to prove their case.
Fair. Now, has anyone here heard that a description of the role of a juror as having a duty to deliberate about the facts? Anyone? Getting some slight head nods. And once you decide the facts, you apply the law to those facts. What does deliberate mean? Let's see. Number 19, what does deliberate mean?
Discuss the facts of the case with the fellow jurors.
You trailed off at the end, I'm sorry.
Discuss the case with the fellow jurors in the jury room.
Does everyone agree with that? Yes. What does it take to deliberate? Do you think carefully?
What's Fulford on her
Consult with each other?
phone?
Getting some head nods? Does anyone here, bless you, anyone ever engage in a family discussion around the dinner table? Show of hands. Are there informal rules for that?
Yeah.
Number 7. What are the rules at your house?
That's Jackie Fulford to the
My
left
table has
of Donna.
8-year-old, 6-year-old, and 2-year-old. So right now the big rule is don't talk over your siblings, and everybody gets to tell their part. Everybody gets a voice to be heard.
And I've had children that age before. It can be somewhat difficult to wrangle them. How do you encourage them to follow those rules?
Sometimes with stern authority, but most of the time with the illustration of, hey, You want everyone to listen to you when you're talking, so you need to be quiet while your sister
Look
talks.
at Fulford.
I try to model that for them myself too.
So you redirect them. Sometimes you got to be stern, but you try to redirect them and you try to use your own methods of showing them an example. Now, for those of us who have older children, let's see. Number 11. I know what it's like to have 4 children.
Yeah, he could. Tell him to speed it along.
How do you determine whether the family discussion was successful?
What? What kind of question is that?
Well, I guess if we were all still speaking to each other, after the discussion took place was a success in my house.
I can relate. Now, would it be accurate to say that the end result, the conclusion that is reached, coincided with your initial conclusion?
Not necessarily.
Now, if you felt strongly that your way was the right way, would you be capable of standing up to them and saying, I believe this, I hear you, I respect you, but I disagree?
Absolutely. And that's exactly how it was in my household. We have the right to your opinion as well, and let's all try to understand each other and respect each other in that regard.
So in other words, can you accept that sometimes we just don't reach an agreement?
Absolutely.
God, this
Now,
is cringy.
Number 6.
Some points.
I think you touched on this a little bit earlier, but if you are engaged in that conversation and you disagree with everybody else's conclusion, but it's 6 o'clock on a Friday and you're hungry, are you going to change your opinion so you could go get something to eat? I don't think so. Does everyone remember why that statement causes me concern?
Ha.
Are you going to change your opinion? Anyone here willing to change their opinion if they believe that their interpretation is correct? Anyone? Getting crickets.
I'll change my opinion if the
Donna look
evidence
happy
suits
about
it.
this.
My opinion's not set in stone or anything.
Well, let's back up a little bit. If you believe strongly after having this discussion that you're right, are you going to change your opinion so that everybody can go home?
I mean, there'd be a lot of peer pressure. I could see that, but I mean, me personally, my opinion goes out in publication and all kinds of stuff that we stake our reputation on that as PhDs. So only good concrete facts really change my opinion.
So short answer would be no, you wouldn't change your opinion.
No.
Would anyone change their opinion so that they could go home? I'm getting shake. Okay, great.
That's a good point to make, that you want.
Are there topics that you should not discuss when you're back in the jury room? Anyone want to volunteer an example?
What kind of questions?
You may have heard secondhand inadvertently through somebody, work, home.
What about whether the defendant should testify? Is that something that you should discuss back there? What does it mean if the defendant doesn't testify? You discuss that.
Are they talking about Donna not testifying now? Why are they driving that point home?
Number 7, should you discuss that the prosecutor decided to charge Mrs. Adelson. Well, you said earlier that if we've gotten this far, that it means something, right? Should that be something that you discuss?
No, I just think that's something that gets us to the trial. The only thing we're discussing is what happens in the trial.
Does it matter what clothing I wear or my client wears? Is that something that you should discuss back there? Trying to find somebody to pick on for this.
Gosh, you're going to tell me you're picking on them?
Number 13.
They resent that.
Can you give me a definition of something that's, an example of circular reasoning?
It's an argument that plays back upon itself. So the argument is used as the evidence or proof that the argument is true.
I'm going to give you an example too. I like that one. I don't think everyone's going to agree with me on this, but good guys don't make mistakes. Law enforcement officers are good guys or gals. Therefore, law enforcement officers are good, I'm sorry, let me back up. Good guys don't make mistakes. Law enforcement officers are good guys. I'm a law enforcement officer. Therefore, I don't make mistakes. Circular? It's not accurate, is it? Do we want to avoid that type of reasoning when you're deliberating? Anyone disagree with that? Does anyone think that law enforcement officer who testifies should be believed over somebody who's not a law enforcement officer?
No.
Anyone? Number 17?
No.
No?
No.
When you're back there, would you be deliberating if you automatically accepted as truthful without the exercise of any skepticism the testimony of a law enforcement officer, number 17?
Ask me again, please.
Would you automatically believe testimony of a law enforcement officer without exercising any skepticism?
No.
You wouldn't be deliberating, would you? You're just accepting what they tell you. You got to question what is said to you, what is presented. Do you agree with that?
I do.
Does anyone disagree with that? Just going to accept what is presented by the witnesses. Anybody? Good. Now, I'm going to go back to you, number 8. When you're deliberating, you have concluded your conversations. You believe that you're right. You said that you're capable of standing your ground, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, what about the reverse? You go back there, you believe steadfast in your position, but then somebody else adds something that you hadn't considered. Are you going to then consider that as part of your deliberative process?
Yeah, that's the whole goal. Sure.
One of the instructions that you'll get from the court says that you should use your common sense. Is common sense a process or is it a result? Let's see, who do I want to use for this one? Number 2.
Well, I say it's a process.
And so if common sense is a process, should you automatically accept the state's conclusions without discussing it?
Fulford's checked out.
What should you do?
Common sense might be common, but it's not always the answer. So you could have something different. So you that you step forward everything. Even common sense can be wrong sometimes. So.
Are you capable of saying if someone's common sense result, their process leads them to one conclusion, but your common sense process leads you to another? How do you resolve that? Or can it be?
Go back to what you assume is common, the common sense, and kind of discuss those. What's so common about it? What are you hinging the common part of it on? Like, what do you actually think is so reasonable about it?
Thank you.
Number 26. Go ahead.
I don't think we can, in all fairness, always trust our common sense, because I think we all have to say with common sense, but circumstances change, and when circumstances change, we need to rethink whatever our common sense is telling us.
Does anyone agree with that? Getting some nods. Anyone disagree with it?
It's painful. Come on, move on. It's not accomplishing anything.
Now,
you aren't taking notes of the answers, neither is Fulford. You got one jury consultant take all the notes?
You've heard the court read the charges against my client. One of the things I want you to understand is what's going to be necessary as you are evaluating the evidence. Ms. Kappelman asked, how do you determine someone's intent? Does everyone remember that? It's not just, does somebody always say what they intend to happen? Shaking your head? How do you determine it though? With their words?
Yeah, that's part of it they take into account, but how they would benefit from it, from body language, what they're telling you, compare that, weigh that against other evidence and what other witnesses said.
Now, what's clear is throughout the case, everyone understand that you don't reach a conclusion until you don't start deliberating until after all the evidence. Okay, so when you get to that point, all the evidence has been presented. At that point in time, you guys then have the opportunity to go back and discuss what the evidence means. Does everyone understand that?
This is normal.
Shaking the heads, yes. Now, if the state establishes that there's a premeditated killing of Daniel Markell, and that Daniel Markell is dead, does that mean that it was done by the criminal act of my client? You need to be able to separate my client from the other individuals. Does everyone understand that?
Come on, speed it up. Be organized.
Definitely want to discuss.
Yeah, this is not good.
Principle.
They're wanting it to be done with.
Ms. Kappelman discussed it earlier. The important thing to take from this is the state's going to have to establish Mrs. Adelson had the conscious intent for Daniel Markell to be killed. How do you determine if someone has that? Number 5, how do you determine if that happens? How do you determine if the state can prove that?
There'd have to be some sort of evidence, like witness testimony, writing, something along those lines, if there's premeditation, some sort of plan.
Now, in the principal instructions, the state's not going to have to prove that Mrs. Adelson was present. Have you heard the term guilt by association? Anybody? Shaking the head, yes. Now, there's going to be testimony that my client's son, Charlie Adelson, was convicted. Does that mean, and I want to, anyone, does that mean that my client has any involvement, that she is guilty? Shaking your head, no. Anybody saying yes?
Just say no to get it over with. Come on.
Is that conclusive in any way concerning
No.
Mrs. Adelson?
No.
Shaking of the heads.
Shake your heads, no.
Let's see. Number 7. Is that a factor that you're going to consider when you're evaluating the evidence?
Can you ask it again?
Sure. The fact that my client's son, Charlie Adelson, has been convicted of these charges, is that something that you're going to consider when determining whether or not my client is guilty?
Well, it depends what he did
Here right now,
and how it relates to her.
The state uses some sort of, I mean, it would just be determined on if the state has a connection or if they present some evidence. That would have to be considered.
Is it conclusive?
No.
That's good.
So what you're saying is the state would have to have evidence connecting Mrs. Adelson to her son's actions.
Sure. Yeah. Just can't do
They
it
would
enough.
have to have evidence beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
Does everyone agree with that?
Yes.
Anyone disagree? Just because he's been convicted doesn't mean that my client is guilty.
Okay. Wake up, Jackie Fulford. This is not effective at all because she's getting some points to the jury that they should consider, but the rapport that he has with them it's slow. It's not very enlightening to him on which jurors should be struck. So that's why I think it's not effective. He's alienating the jury. I don't think he comes across as a mean kind of guy, a guy you can't trust necessarily, but in terms of just a guy you cannot tolerate because he's so boring to listen to, I think that's his biggest problem right here. And think about it now. He's opening the door now to Charlie Adelson being a convicted murderer, her son. So, and also the fact that she's been in jail. So, yeah, that's already in jury selection here. So, he's got not a whole lot to work with here. Yeah, he's talking about Charlie being convicted. Absolutely. Her son. Does that alone mean anything about Donna, have any ties to Donna whatsoever? Well, it depends what the evidence shows and how they were connected to the case. So he's not scoring any points. And I think jurors do that. They just sort of say what they have to not be picked on, as he calls it, picked on of all things. So I want to see if I can get John back on the horn here. I saw a question on why I'm not there watching the trial. Well, if I was watching the trial, I wouldn't be able to do this, right? Because I couldn't comment on the case while it's ongoing. So I want to be able to comment on the case. So that's why I'm still here, and I intend to be here this whole trial, except for closings. If it works out,
For
Leslie and I will try to fly out
approached,
there for
we were
closing.
discussing other people's responsibility. There's only one person that's going to be on trial here. Does everyone understand and agree that your feelings about anybody else and whether or not they have any responsibility have nothing to do with Mrs. Adelson's responsibility? Everyone can separate that. Focus your conversations only on Mrs. Adelson. Does everyone agree? Let's see.
Yeah, wrap it up.
Older children. Number 11, I'm going to pick on you again. Kids ever lie to you when they were growing up? Say it again.
Absolutely.
How did you determine if they were lying?
I had pretty good kids, so normally they felt guilty enough to come tell me to me. But typically, as a parent, it's fairly easy to pick up on when your kid lies to you for the most part. The older they got, the more difficult that was. But
So your children are adults now.
correct.
They ever lie to you as adults?
Oh, I'm sure they do.
Have you caught them yet?
A few times.
Oh, so Charlie was lying to Donna? Right.
Number 16, how do people react when they're scared?
Very much depends on the person. Someone's going to have a lot of big emotions. Someone else might kind of go into a fawn response.
Some people don't react the same.
Sure.
People don't react the same when they're scared. Everyone agree with that?
Yes.
Donna was scared of Latin Kings. Come on. She didn't know what Latin Kings was.
You know, I grew up in Miami, and I had a friend whose family was featured on a reality TV show after Hurricane Andrew. He quickly discovered he didn't like that type of attention. Anyone experienced something similar where they've been in the spotlight and they didn't want to be there? Number 16, you're shaking your head yes. You've been in the spotlight before, you didn't want to be there?
Something like was on local news as a kid, didn't like it.
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
Yes, a little bit. Like when I was a child, I was on local news and got very shy during that.
Okay. You wanted to get away, right? Does everyone understand that that feeling you want to get away from unwanted attention? Yes? Now I'm going to ask you something I don't normally ask in jury selection, and I apologize if I offend anybody. By a show of hands, anyone familiar with Judaism? Thank you. Are there important life events that happen in the lives of Jewish children? Was your grandmother at yours?
I'm not.
Oh, okay. My grandmother was at mine. I'm going to bring up something else that's a little unique. And who was familiar with Judaism? Okay. Number 12? That's you? Oh, 14. I don't know why I can't keep this straight. I'm sorry.
That's all right. That's what I think. That's how she's going to distance herself. Charlie's the wire.
Actually, I'm going to skip that. Let's see.
Come on, move along here, counsel.
During the course of the trial, there are going to be some photographs shown of Mr. Markell. Is anyone particularly averse to gory scenes? Nobody? Number 9? Can you talk to us about that?
I get fairly squeamish about that kind of stuff. I'm not passing out the sign of blood, but other stuff that are more gruesome is just a bit unsettling.
Is that something that you wouldn't be able to review that evidence?
I should be able to review that evidence.
Should be?
Yes,
Or
sir.
will be?
Will be able to.
Okay. Is that going to impact your ability to be fair in evaluating that evidence?
No, sir.
I want to ask a somewhat provocative question. At this point in time, does anyone here believe the state actually knows what happened? Anybody?
Say that again?
Do you believe the state knows what happened? Sure.
That's a loaded question. It's not going to get you any accurate answers.
As we sit here today, now remember, prosecutors were not witnesses to this case, correct? They are going to present arguments to you, correct? So as we sit here, do you believe that they know what happened? Or do they
know what
believe
happened.
what happened?
Otherwise, it'd be falsely
You understand the distinction? Does everyone understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of jury consultant they got, but I've never seen attorneys not take notes and get more to the point. Good attorneys, I should say. They get to the point and really draw out through dialogue what beliefs are, and they also help indoctrinate the jury on points of law, how to assess evidence, things of that nature. It's just not effective. He's board certified lawyer, so he's done this a lot of times, I would say. But as I've said many times, just because you do something a lot doesn't mean whatever your profession is that you're going to be effective in all aspects of it. So I don't think he's very effective here at jury selection. But in the end, it doesn't matter because he doesn't have a case to work with. It's a lot easier to put these kind of questions out to jurors when you have truth on your side. Here, they don't have truth on their side. It's all a matter of keeping the jury confused, having dumb jurors on there is what they're hoping for. A lot of followers, not smart, sharp thinkers, leaders. They don't want those kind of folks on the jury. Judges like, come on, let's move along here. I was hoping for opening statements today. Jessica Goodall, you're saying, remember Ruth said she went to Wendy's house after the murder at After the murder, they went to Aqua Ridge. That's where Wendy lives, so that's not where the murder was. But yeah. And she said the place looked half empty.
2 heads are better than 1 becomes 3 heads are better than 1, Your Honor. I have nothing further.
Kappelman, do you need to make any inquiry of juror 26?
I guess they're looking to strike.
And were you able to follow the discussion when I was doing my presentation? As far as we talked about principal theory, I gave my circumstantial evidence demonstration with the cheesy donut example. Anything that you felt like as you were sitting out there listening, oh, I would definitely interject at that point? Or has your mind been numbed so much at this point you can't harken back that far?
I was listening to everything you were saying. The only thing I would have interjected at the moment I was thinking of, I want to say this, but I don't want to say, I couldn't say it, but, you know, I would always consider a person's character when I, as to whether I believe them or not believe them.
So in the context of, oh, you're going to hear from some witnesses who've been convicted of felonies, who live a different lifestyle from you, that kind of thing, is that the discussion where you were having that thought?
I try to be open-minded, and I think there are all kinds of people, not everyone, so I don't want to prejudge a person because I don't know what the circumstances are. That's why I
Yeah.
go to ponder the evidence and decide from that point.
Okay, so can we agree then that although that's those types of characteristics or character, as you said, are something to consider, they're not the end all be all, and you can keep an open mind to the testimony. Does it fit with the other evidence in the case? That sort of inquiry.
Definitely, I think considering everything is.
Okay. As opposed to being the type of person that, oh, I hear they're a felon, I'm done. I can't hear anything they have to say.
I think that's a very negative thinking to think that way.
Okay. Anything else during my time up here where you were bursting at the seams to share something with me? Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
If the parties at this point can join me in the jury room along with the court reporter. For everyone else that is going to remain in the courtroom at this time, I'm going to instruct you once again, do not discuss the case with each other or anyone else. If you do need to stretch your legs or use the restroom, you may do so, but you do need to return to this courtroom. We're in courtroom 3G. No one is to take a tour of the courthouse by themselves. Please come back to courtroom 3G as soon as you finish with the bathroom, using your phone or stretching your legs if you need to. If the parties can please join me in the jury room.
All right, so Dr. Latina, hope you're feeling better. You said you were sick earlier today. Please explain the difference between board-certified attorney and an attorney that passed the bar exam. In medicine, we have to pass 3 national exams, but board certification is different. Board certification, like for Texas, means you specialize in a certain area and you have additional tests from that you have to pass. And you also have to have some experience in that area. So it's just not an academic exercise, but you have to basically show that you've been practicing in that area. If, for example, for criminal law, you'd have to have a certain number of jury trials and bench trials and things of that nature, and maybe do some appellate work. But I've, from what I've seen of board certified attorneys, I've never been able to distinguish a board certified from a non-board certified based on competence and effectiveness. So it's something that helps you maybe justify yourself to clients, prospective clients, but it's it's a rite of passage. They go through it and you got to pay extra money for that. So I've just never looked into that. Most attorneys are not board certified in a specialty area. Hopefully I answered your question. I mean, I just saw a board certified lawyer in a case. It wasn't criminal law, but they were just completely unprepared, ineffective. And here's John. All right, John, can you hear us?
Hear me?
Yes.
Oh, sorry about that.
Hey, I just heard that the judge said something about those in the courtroom cannot talk about what they have been observing or something like that. So did you hear him say that?
No, not at all.
Yeah. So I think we're probably limited to just impressions. Do you have, instead of talking about what was said, do you have impressions as what's your take on these jurors that are having to listen to this stuff that Zellman's been doing?
I think the jury is very attentive. I think they're giving him the same amount of attention that they gave Georgia Kappelman. I don't see anybody on the jury that looks checked out, that looks disinterested. I think they're all taking their responsibilities pretty seriously. And I think Josh Ullman comes across, my impression is very well and very good to the jury. We saw a little bit of a amped up state. I think you guys, I didn't realize you guys are seeing it too. Are you guys seeing the testimony?
Testimony about what?
I mean, are you guys seeing the live video feed or not?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I didn't realize that. So you guys can see him.
We've been able to see his slides also on the screen.
Okay, so I would say the jury is equally attentive to him. There's no difference. There's nothing really out of the ordinary, Carl, to say, other than they're paying attention.
All right. So what's going on in terms of apparently there's not going to be a lunch break, and do you know how much longer they're going for today?
Yeah, I have no idea. They've had a few sidebars, and it's what, 3:30 here now, so no idea.
Have they been kicking off any jurors when they have these sidebars? Do you see
just two, Carl, but that was like 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
Everyone is still pretty much largely intact except for I think three. They've had three substitutions, so to speak.
All right.
So that's it. So I don't know how much longer this is going to go on, but it seems like they're almost done to me. But
all right. Yeah, it sounds like they've wrapped it up, and there's not a whole lot that's going to happen more today. It's already 3:30 their time. I don't see them starting opening statements today.
Gotcha. Yeah, and plus for the Markel's perspective, I think it'd be nice if they didn't start today because they're arriving this afternoon,
right?
4:30.
Yeah.
All right, Carl, I got to get back in.
Okay. Thanks, John.
Okay, you bet. See you, Carl.
Yeah, there's not a lot to work with here. So in the end, he could be a fabulous voir dire attorney, and you just don't have a lot of points to make that are not they're not gonna get you anywhere. You're not going to have a lot of points that are going to be based on common sense and justice and fairness when you got a guilty client like Donna here. Glitter, you say you hate juries. I mean, people decide someone's guilty or innocent based on their attorney's likability. No, that's not the case at all. Not the case at all. I think it's helpful to have a likable jury. I mean, attorney for a jury case, but does it have to be just based on the attorney, not the evidence? No, the evidence is what matters most. But like I say, credibility matters with jurors. You could have a winnable case, you could have truth on your side, but if you act inappropriate as an attorney, you're not effective as an attorney, you alienate the jury, you insult the jury, stuff like that can make you lose the case. John Boy, I don't think we're going to have openings today. I think we're running too late. That's what they were saying yesterday. That was a scuttlebutt yesterday, that this thing was going so fast. But this is as I predicted, that Zellman, from what I've seen him in the motions, he's a slow attorney with his questions. He talks slower. He doesn't move from point to point very fast. And this is going to be, I think, longer than what we're estimating. So yeah, Georgia definitely looks more relatable and approachable, definitely looks more pleasant. Yeah, if he talks this slow during the rest of it, yeah, this is not going to be as engaging. You know, part of the thing also is this is going to have so much overlap with Charlie's case. They should have tried multiple Adelsons together, and they have not. I mean, they got Donna with son Charlie, the convicted murderer, now on wiretaps. They were like joined at the hip on what we have for telephone call communications. Both of them equally guilty on those communications. And you know what? And they didn't even try to charge Donna. They waited until after they got a conviction on Charlie. They were that clued. They were that unable to size up the evidence to realize, hey, you know what? We're going after both these guys. Let's just go ahead and throw in both these together. And why not add other Florida Adelsons as well while you're at it? It's just a very slow, painful process. All these people having to testify over and over again. It just seems very inefficient. Okay. F sharp, you disagree with me and agree with Glitter. I'm a defense attorney. I can't stress enough how important it is to have a jury like you. I've said that likability and credibility are very much important. If you've looked at my live streams before, I've said that many times. You got to have credibility and likability. So, and you also have to have the evidence as well. Or there's times that there's holes. When I've been a defense attorney, there's holes in the government's case. And that is what you target, is that they don't have proof beyond a reasonable doubt. There's some evidence there, but it's not enough to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. That's what I think that defense is going to be pursuing in their arguments. So no, if you want to see me talk about lack of credibility, look at what I said about the Karen Reed case. There's the worst credibility of any attorney I've ever seen going on in that case by the prosecution. If you think you can pull a fast one on the jury and your likability and credibility doesn't matter, then, like I said, you could have a winnable case and lose it. Sir Tedrick Walker, I'm now glad the opening statements will start tomorrow. Some Markells get to see all. They deserve that. God bless Markells. The spiteful, evil Ailsons have put them through so much pain. Yeah, isn't there a lot of paper shuffling going on? We pick up on the mic there by Zellman. Michelle T, what does Judaism have to do with her defense? Well, keep in mind that was part of the thing they disliked Dan for, because he wanted to eat kosher food, wanted the boys to eat kosher, and the Florida Adelsons and Wendy didn't have any interest in that whatsoever. He was completely surprised at their wedding when he was told it was going to be kosher, a kosher food, completely kosher food, and then he finds out it's not kosher, and then Wendy and Donna are saying, well, it's kosher style. So what? There's no such thing as kosher style. It's either kosher or it's not kosher. Period. Beehive were you expecting better of Zellman, Carl? Did you have no preconceptions? He's sort of basically the way I perceives him to be, which is the way he is in his motions. He's very slow and just goes on and not really getting to the point well, and just sort of meandering around and not decisive and powerful and sharp-minded in his points. He had some points, but his delivery was lacking. His ability to have a rapport with the jury was lacking. Yes, I agree with Christy. He was talking down to them. There's just a lot of cringy moments. There should be 0 cringy moments. I mean, starting off talking about bias of the jurors, saying that you have bias that you need to come to grips with. What bias would they have of Donna? That she's guilty? That's not the way to talk about that. It's through your bias. Trying to basically guilt tripping the jurors. Saying, yeah, I know you guys really got to come to grips with the fact that you think she's guilty. That's not the way to do that. But these jurors are very professional. They're not voicing any kind of body language showing that they're turned off by Zellman's behavior. I think internally they are turned off by it, but they realize they got a job to do. They want to follow the job to do. Yeah, I think opening statements will be tomorrow. It's too late in the day. They're going to want to have them go back to back. They're not going to have prosecutor start today and the defense go tomorrow. All right, so this Leslie is not my Leslie, but you're another former prosecutor with a lot of opinions. Okay, there's a number of Leslies. I think it's the most common name on this channel for folks that comment. It happens to be my wife's name, but my wife does not comment on this channel here, so she helps me out in many different other ways, but not comments on the channel. For those of you wondering, she's been taking care of my drinks, keeping me hydrated here and fed somewhat. Because yeah, this has been going on 5 hours now, and so I missed lunch as well. Just had a couple snacks. Yep, brown-eyed girl. In spite of everything, I'm glad to hear the jurors remain attentive. I mean, we want people here in America to receive a fair trial. Okay, no matter how guilty somebody is, you don't want to see a rigged system. You don't want the judge and the prosecutor going rogue and hiding the truth, suppressing truthful evidence to help exonerate somebody. That's just outright evil and criminal, and that's what we saw. That's what we saw up in Massachusetts there. Beehive, no, there's no need for super chats. Super chats is open, but do not give any money. That's not necessary. And we're doing fine. Keep your money. Liz Ponsgraf. I was surprised when John said the jurors were equally attentive between prosecution and defense. Well, I think they also had to be attentive because think about it. He was openly saying, "I'm going to pick on you," and so they know it's being televised. They know their sound at least is going to be on all these different channels covering it internationally as well. So I think that helped keep them alert and attentive. But I think it's part of their professionalism. That alone would probably keep them focused that way. Yeah, I don't know if they're going through and mentioning which jurors they want to strike for cause, and if they want to have more questions of individual ones. John said he was going back in the courtroom, but they're not allowing him to use his phone there. I just texted him right now and said, what's going on, in case he's not in the courtroom and can get this. Life goals, you feel like if you're in the jury, you would feel like you're in the principal's office. Someone's voice is like chalk on the board. I don't have a problem with his voice. I just think he's not effective. He's slow. I don't think he's an unlikable guy. I think he has likability about him. I just think the way he comes across is not engaging and effective enough. Inspired JFK. He talked for over 2 hours. It's all defensive stuff, nothing offensive at all that he raised. Leslie, they're arguing back and forth about which jurors keep and which jurors are striking, what type of cause. I don't think opening will start today. No, it's not going to start today. I'm pretty sure of that now. I'm almost positive. Based on my experience, you don't have one go on one day and the other one go the next. You want to mirror them up back to back in the same day. Zellman has done a lot of criminal trials, question mark. You can be a criminal defense attorney and hardly do any trials whatsoever. So I'm sure he's done a number of them in his years of practice. I assume that the Markells have victim reimbursement. There should be some kind of funds for victim travel. Great. End it now. As you're saying, it's great to hear George's upbeat voice. Yeah, consider the difference of styles between the two attorneys. Yeah, they're discussing who to boot off. Maybe they're doing the final jury selection right now, the final strikes. But the prosecution, they didn't do a lot of deep dive individual questions. We didn't hear that from the defense. You think there'd be a lot of individual one-on-one type questions, and we just don't see that. So that's what's different about this. Yes, the oldest son, brother of Charlie and Wendy, is on the witness list. That's Dr. Rob Adelson. Hopefully they call him as a witness. All right, stand by. I'm trying to see. John's not answering my text, so yeah, Jessica, is our GoFundMe for the Markells and their expenses? Restitution for Dan's family. I mean, the Markells are highly successful people. I don't know if they would ever want a foundation to support any expenses like that don't get reimbursed for the state by the state. Yeah, they're not on break, folks. They're in the courtrooms making their pitches to the judge on who needs to get kicked off. Peremptory challenges, those are the ones that you don't need a basis for unless if it's looks like it's gender or race based or religion based, then that could be challenged by the other side as being unconstitutional, due process violation by trying to kick off certain types of folks. So, for example, if Donna, being Jewish, if there was some Jewish folks on the jury that the defense thinks is sympathetic and the prosecution is moving to strike 3 Jewish folks from the jury, then defense could object and say that this is violating due process. It looks like they're picking on folks of the same religion as Donna, and so the prosecution then would have to come up with religious neutral reasons why those 3 should be removed from the jury. Don says that Georgia was like listening to a law class, getting everyone involved. La Pa, you're saying, I think Zellman really helped the jury define certain terms and helped them remove some bias. All right, John says, back listening live. Oh. He's not going to jump on the green screen here, but F Sharp, my advice, Selman would be to take some Voir courses and let go of his standard lists and tailor his questions first to each trial. He comes off as someone who's not tried a lot of cases. Yeah, I think the only thing I can add is that, when you don't have a lot to work with, in the end, it's not going to make a difference on how effective you are. He doesn't have a winnable case. Yeah, the two, you're saying my brother said that Rob Adelson was in the courtroom today. Dr. Rob is not in the courtroom today, so he did not say that, so I don't know where you're getting that. Here's John's response. So, John, can you tell us what's going on there? I don't know if you can hear me. I am drinking green tea and honey out of this Yeti, forget what you call these things. Positive vibes. Yeah, when you listen to dad's impact statement, he just bawled. I just heard from them. Yeah. Just utter unmitigated cruelty. It's a crime, absolute crime. Not legally, but it is actually a crime to treat children that way. To do that against the Markel family. Kathy Doyle, yes. Jeff Lacasse, great guy and stellar witness. As I've said many times, he's the worst guy Wendy could have chose to be the fall guy. Super high character guy. And super smart on reading her and seeing how all the pieces fit together. Carl Cromwell, the look on Fulford's face while Zellman spoke was classic. Yeah, I've just never seen co-counsel so checked out like that. Oh, yeah, okay. John was talking about Dr. Harvey Adelson being in there in the courtroom, not son Rob. All right, so John says 21 are in the box. Resilience, nothing screams guilty like your own daughter disowning you and not contacting you at all. As I've said earlier, Wendy could be there watching all this. She could be sitting right next to Harvey. But no, she don't want any association with her mom whatsoever. That just signals to the jury, once they meet her, that Wendy thinks mom is guilty, and it also implicates Wendy as being guilty. Do I think Zellman was hinting at the fact that Donna may not take the stand attorneys can do that even if they don't have their client take the stand, because you never know, something can happen where they wind up not putting them on. So that could be, I would think that'd be normal, routine. It helps show that burden of proof is solely on the prosecution, and then they could argue like, look, she didn't have to testify. She got up here and waived her rights to tell you the truth, and make a big deal about her trying to do everything she can to fight for justice and be exonerated because she's innocent and all that kind of jazz. All right, John saying all three polled jurors are now returned and seated. So apparently they'd have been pulled for individual questioning, is my guess. LaPa, how likely will Zellman use Rashbaum's extortion narrative? Well, based on the jury's questions posed by Zellman today, there could be some issue where they could blame Charlie and say he told her he was being extorted and she believed it and he lied. So I don't know that they're going to try to say that Charlie's guilty, but she didn't know about it. So maybe that could be their defense, is to blame it on Charlie. Say he did it, but she didn't, and she was tricked and lied to by him. And she's a victim of a evil, wicked son. Who knows? None of that's going to work. Whatever stunt they pull. That'd be very interesting, though. If on cross-examination they try to make Charlie out to be a liar that set up his mom with false information about being extorted and all this kind of stuff, when he was really the one behind the killing. Because otherwise, what are they going to argue, that Charlie was innocent and just like her, just like Donna? I don't know. It doesn't. Arguing your son is guilty but you're not it's not a good scenario. All right, let's see if I'm just really surprised, and yet I'm not, that Harvey's not a witness for Donna. He would not hold up well under cross-examination if he was called by the defense. So it is now 4:00 there. They're still working on selecting jurors, but apparently they're not doing any questioning. They're probably just listening to arguments, going through the list of who they want to strike. I think they're looking at 12 jurors plus 3 alternates, so that's 15. Marta, yeah, Donna does say on the wiretap that the FBI obtained. She said it's about the two of us when Charlie was asking who does this involve. So that is extremely damning against Donna. Stephen R. Is Donna upset Wendy won't testify for her? She's probably livid about that. And I think that a lot of that anger at her daughter will come out when we see the testimony of Wendy. Hopefully the folks on the cameras will be able to show that we can see both and compare both their faces as she's testifying. April the 1st, what are the chances of Donna being acquitted? I would say 0%. Yeah, think about it. It's a family reunion in court. All the Adelsons of Florida, formerly of Florida, will be there, including Dr. Rob Adelson. So it could be the entire family of Donna testifying in her murder trial. Hello, Austin. Do I think jurors will have sympathy for Donna because of her age? I think normally they would. But when they hear her on the wiretaps, and if they hear about denial of visitation and then changing the boys' names, that'll all evaporate. John's saying the courtroom is silent and everyone's heads are down, either resting or on their devices. So I think he's indicating that they're still going through the list. The judge could be given both sides time to decide who they want to kick off and make arguments to be kicking the folks off they think are not good fits, or just for their peremptory challenges where they don't need to have a reason, unless it's, like I say, something having to do with a due process violation. Yeah, Jay King, imagine how emotional it'll be for Charlie and Donna to see each other again. Assuming Charlie testifies. Yeah, Charlie, if he testifies, he wants to help his mom out. That's why he would do it. So does he think he can help his mom out and help himself out at the same time? If he testifies, that's what's going on. I was leaning towards him not testifying, but I think Leslie may be right that he does testify. Chance of a hung jury, I don't see that happening. I think it's really no chances. Based on the questions and the answers we heard today, I don't think there's a chance of a hung jury. I really don't. It'd be better if I could see them. But based on what I can hear, the questions, I think we got a really good juror pool here to choose from. I mean, sometimes you can go through jury selection. You're wanting to strike like most of the folks, and this is not just because they know about the case, just because they give answers that are not helpful to your side, and you don't trust them as jurors. No, Harvey's not a unindicted co-conspirator. He should be an indicted co-conspirator, but he's not even listed as a unindicted. Otto saying they only need one juror to feel sorry for old Donna. Yeah, that's true, but the evidence is going to be strong enough, and I don't think there's going to anybody on the jury is going to say, "Well, you know what? I think she's guilty, but because she's old, I just want to let her go." But yeah, I just don't. You could also have the attorneys arguing that Donna still believes her son told the truth or whatever, but if you step back and look at it, obviously Charlie was lying to her, that kind of thing. So it doesn't have to be a case of mom versus son. Gia Lucas, if Wendy's found to have lied in the past but has decided to tell the truth, why don't she get charged with perjury? She's not going to agree to tell the truth, so that would never happen. Or she's going to come clean and cut a deal. And if she did, they would not charge her with perjury, probably, if she agreed to plead guilty to a murder charge, but she's not going to do that. It's going to be another trial. No, the jurors didn't have a lunch break, so they must have been told they're not going to have a break. Eat. Make sure you come. Show up at 11 o'clock and have an early lunch. We didn't ask John about number of spectators. I don't think there's ever a lot for jury selection. And I assume there's going to be mostly full courtroom, but I don't think it's going to be a packed courtroom either. Less than 5 spectators. Thanks, John. I don't think she's going to have friends from Miami driving all the way up there just to hang out the whole time watching a couple-week trial, spending all that money. Out of darkness, for anyone being called as a witness who's already incarcerated, i.e. several folks, Katie McBanois, Luis Rivera, Charlie Adelson, do they get to listen to the whole trial or only the time they're in the courtroom testified? No, they're not supposed to be watching any of the trial beforehand. No witnesses are. Blue Tuna Girl, would you call Charlie if you were prosecuting a case, or would you rather just have the cross? Well, you would not just have the cross because the defense subpoena was stricken, and you could call him in rebuttal if Donna gets up there and says some things like she never knew about this and that, you would want to call Charlie. Remember, he said he told his mom about this supposed extortion via Meg Banwa. He told her that soon afterwards, but he never told anybody else, just his mom. And then we're supposed to believe that Donna never told Harvey and never told Wendy. It's just so ludicrous. All right, just looking through some questions here and not getting anything from John yet. Avis, can Mr. Markel's letter be a part of the evidence? I think you're talking about the victim impact statement that he read out. No, that's not a part of this case. It will be part of sentencing, something similar to that. Either Bill or Ruth Markel will testify, give a statement, maybe over Zoom. Thanks to two. That's what we're trying to do. I mean, it's on one hand, I'd really like to be in the courtroom there, but that's a lot of time to be off, and so it's better John's able to go there and we're able to telecast this, and I can't be commenting on the case from inside the courtroom, like I said earlier. So, in this way, I can comment on it, and I have John there as the point man, and I got Leslie here to help me out while I'm sitting here for mostly almost 6 hours now. Al dente, if only 2 or 3 are supporting the defense, can the judge allow the public to sit in the vacant area? I would think so. I don't think they're going to block off 2 whole rows for Adelson supporters, and I don't think they're going to show up for the most part, maybe 1 or 2. Express yourself. Why do you think they thought they could get away with something like this? I think Charlie's the one that was able to convince him that he knows how stuff like this is done. Like, he's a pro on how to make hits on people. John says 2 more jurors are pulled, so they are going through the list, striking folks. I assume he means pulled, like removed from the jury without further questioning, as opposed to being pulled aside for further questioning. No, it's not a matter. Brian Buchler is asking, could the prosecution ask Dr. Robb if he thinks Don is guilty? No, that's not what jurors are going to hear at a trial, of how many people think someone's guilty versus how many think they're innocent. That's not what's allowed. It may come up if somebody's biased or something like that. You can bring up that the fact that they think that they're guilty, but normally it's something that's not going to be brought up by the prosecution or the defense. Thanks, Marcy. right, some of you all knew and don't know about the lights behind me. Those are steampunk lamps. John bought them in Indonesia. And so they're parts of ships. It's like pipes and lights and those gauges, but you don't need it. Please don't send any money. That's nice of you, but please don't send any money. We don't need any money. We're doing fine. Keep your money. But and I'm looking for the best questions. And I know that's not to do with the case, but I just wanted to. I see several questions about the lamp today, so I figured I might as well go ahead and answer it. Yeah, that's a good point, Miss Wee Lassie. Charlie watched too many Miami Vice shows when he was a kid. Lauren, crime. Do I think Georgia will elicit incriminating evidence against Harvey when questioning Donna? I don't think so. She tends to not think that expansively and strategically on stuff like that. She's more going for questions just focused on Donna. Kim P., I'm not surprised he's on the witness list, Sigfredo, that is, just because if he decides to cooperate and flip and admit involvement and point the finger at any Adelson, then you want to have him on the list in case that becomes available. Because if you don't put him on the list and then he says, oh, hey, I want to testify, bring me down there. Well, it's too late. You weren't on the list. So the list had a deadline, and anyone not on the deadline by the suspend state, if they're not on the list, they're not going to get to testify. Unless potentially it's a rebuttal. The Gardner, after Charlie's conviction, they both canoodled about the ignorance of folks from Tallahassee. Yeah, that's why I made the comment earlier about the fifth graders. They're talking. Zellman's talking to the jurors if they're fifth graders. Donna won't be satisfied with any juror selection from the local population. That is true. No, I'm not donating any money to Donna. That's she's guilty, so I'm not going to help support a guilty person. She will be convicted. Hunter X, what do you think is the strongest evidence against Donna? It's the wiretap. That's the best. And then you also have her writing the checks to Katie. Knowing she never worked there, writing those checks is very damning as well. Okay, now the two jurors are returned to their seats. So they're doing individual follow-up, apparently, not kicked them off yet. Just like a good old Wendell Wendy be most likely be arrested. I don't think it's going to happen during this trial. It's going to be happening sometime between the end of this trial and the end of the year. Katie had to have lots of interactions with Donna since she worked, quote unquote, at the office. Yeah, she never worked there, and that's why. That's why that was damning information. Yes, I intend to cover the Brightigan case. I haven't covered that one in a long time. I did one or two live streams on it in the past. Yeah, and it goes to show you how low energy this prosecution team is here in Tallahassee. Nellie Cheney, what's your opinion about John Laurel getting Wendy acquitted after indictment? She won't get acquitted. No way. Beth Horowitz, greetings to Northern Ireland. After defense questions, the jury, I don't think they had any intention of calling Donna. Do you think they're just playing a game? It's just covering your bases. You want to leave the door open to not having your client testify. And like I say, you can play it up and put a positive spin on it if she does testify. And if she doesn't testify, you can remind them that they can't even talk about it back in the jury deliberation room. Thanks, Fed Up. Glad John got the connection today. He drove there nonstop from Texas and got in late last night. So he's got a live feed from the courtroom using some kind of device, connection device. Chewy Boy, based on defense questions, the throw jury, what will their defense be? Well, I don't want to predict what their defense will be because I don't want to say what I think would be most effective. In the end, there's no defense that's really effective on this one because they don't have the truth on their side, number one. Number two, there's this overwhelming evidence of Donna's involvement. They're just going to try to make it out to be reasonable doubt. And it sounds like she was lied to by Charlie, something along those lines. We've not seen any rulings from the judge on the motions from Monday and also Tuesday. Sherry D, you're saying Wendy's a witness, no family contact permitted. No, she can see her family. Wendy could be in the courtroom watching them. She could go in before this thing kicked off and see her mom, but she doesn't want anything to do with her mom. Linda Elmore, do we know how many strikes each side has used so far? No, we have not found that out yet. They're probably doing a lot of that at sidebar anyway. So we're not going to know which jurors were struck by which party. Danielle Delane, because Wendy has immunity, will the DA still go after her? The immunity only applies to what she's testified in court, and what she's testified in court is nothing they need to rely upon to prosecute her for this murder of Professor Markell. Okay, LaPaw, you're saying because of the check, you're going to find somebody guilty of murder when you weren't even there? That's surprising. Okay, it's a cumulative amount of the evidence, not just one check. Does writing someone a check mean you're guilty of murder? If you write checks to part of a hitman team and your family ordered the hit and you're part of the family, a super tight woven Florida Adelson family, and you're writing multiple checks of $3,000 to somebody that never worked at the office there, and they're in sequential numbering. In other words, you wrote a number of checks in sequence, not like check number 1050 and then 1920, but you're going directly with 1050, 1051, 1052, 1053, all in sequence. It looks like you're trying to keep something on the down low. So that right there is highly suspicious. Then we combine it with all the other information. So no, it's just that one thing. So yeah, same picked on. I'm going to pick on you. That's just, it doesn't show respect for the process even, it's just, I don't get it. Just like the way George was saying, is this congratulations? Sort of like, could be taken a good or bad way. So I don't know. Congratulations is appropriate. I don't. To me, that's just not showing respect for the process and our Constitution, the importance of this process. California girl, do we think Charlie could try to not testify as to not being involving her to try and let her off the hook, then later try to pin it on Wendy? I don't think he's thinking that far down the road. I think he's just thinking he needs to help himself, number one. And if he can help his mom to his own detriment, then he may not do it. I think if it's to his own detriment. But if he thinks he can do a win-win and help himself and help his mom, then I guess he would do it. Jane saying, does anyone else get their backs up with Zellman's condescending attitude, making so many assumptions? How he says potential jurors think. It was just very disjointed, didn't have good structure and flow, wasn't very pointed and sharp, took too long, flipping too many pages. But he didn't score any points. I don't think he really told what the defense theme is. Normally through Voir dire, you express what the defense theme and theory is, and he didn't do any of that except poking little holes here and there, like your son can lie to you, jailhouse snitches can't be trusted. It's just some generic stuff like that, but no real theme of what the defense is other than trying to create reasonable doubt. Lauren Crime, you don't see how Donna could not testify given the wiretaps and her attempted flight to Vietnam with one-way ticket. How else could they try to explain or refute that evidence? I think it's, on the wiretaps, I can see that, but it's to the flight to Vietnam, one-way ticket. Maybe to try to bring some friends in that said, oh yeah, she talked about coming back. She didn't know the return flight, but she was looking forward to coming back. I mean, just all part of a stage process of fooling your friends into thinking you're innocent. Resilience, how can Charlie be subpoenaed to testify if he's already doing life? Because he is subpoenaed by the state, and if you testify under a state subpoena in Florida, you are conferred immunity. It's just a statutory thing. There's no discretion the prosecution has. It's automatically ingrained in the law there. Timothy Swire, does the juror statement about it being 11 years, there must be something that charges have both sides scrambling? No, I don't think so. I think the defense might be concerned that he noted it was 11 years. Wow, so John's saying still 21 jurors in the box. No, he's been dismissed. They're probably not going to do that till the end instead of having ones drop off left and right. They're just deciding the final ones here. I'm going to text John and say, what are judge and attorneys doing? Yeah, no, there's no statute of limitations on murder. That's correct. Sherry D., I thought Wendy could not be in the courtroom with Harvey supporting her mother as she's a witness and testifying. I really need some clarification. Oh, John's saying the judge and attorneys are back in chambers, so everyone is just sitting there. Okay, that's good to know. Well, the way it works is witnesses are sequestered for virtually every criminal trial. That's pretty much absolutely the norm in every case. But you're sequestered once the state starts opening up the evidence, once they start presenting evidence. So until then, you can be in there watching opening statements. You can be in there during jury selection. But once they start calling the first witness, you got to be out of there. So most witnesses will not even be around there. But when it's your mom, you'd think she'd be there, like Harvey. Harvey's an example. Harvey could be a witness and he could be sitting there just like he is now. And then once they start calling the first witness or right beforehand, he'd be told, you got to leave the courtroom, you're a witness. Same thing once they close the evidence, prosecution and defense is arrested. Then everybody that's been a witness is released as a witness and they can come forward and watch the closing arguments and they can hang around the courthouse waiting for the final verdict. So that's the way it works here in America anyway. Thanks, Chewy. Jane, is it true witness cannot plead the fifth on the stand without previously informing the court? Well, what if they don't have a lawyer and they plead the fifth? I mean, that's something that you cannot guarantee will never happen. So if the attorneys know that somebody's going to plead the fifth, they'll try to have that happen, make sure that happens outside the presence of the jury. But could it happen where somebody pleads the fifth? Yeah. If they get cross-examined and they feel like they're caught in a lie, they could plead the fifth. Miss P is asking what time will I start back up tomorrow? Well, I intend to cover it once we start up. It's probably going to be 9 o'clock Eastern time when they're going to go to arguments, opening statements. CCQ, why didn't Georgia put the Best Buy tech on the stand? That would be very helpful. I've been saying that all along, that the Best Buy tech guy being held up there hostage for 40 minutes by Wendy is a good indicator. She was looking to create an alibi. Do we have a jury selected here? It's 4:39 Eastern time there in Florida.
Members that have been excused at this point, you will be free to collect your things and you will not have to return at any other point during this process. Oh, let me allow the court reporter to get so.
There's a judge.
Sorry to get ahead of you. At this time, I'm going to announce the numbers that have been excused, and you will not need to return for any further jury service in this matter.
They got a jury.
We give you our sincere thanks for honoring your summons and participating thus far. Juror 24, you are excused. Juror 22, you are excused. Juror 6, you are excused. Juror 7, you are excused. Juror 8, you are excused. Juror 9, you are excused. Juror 12, you are excused. And Juror 26, you are excused. Watch your microphones.
No, she's not there. She will not be watching.
Juror 19, you are excused. And Juror 16, you are excused.
So that's 10 of them. They're excusing, dismissing.
We are also going to reconfigure the box at this point as well. Juror 5, please shift down next to Juror 2. Juror 23, take the seat to the left of Juror 5. Juror 11, take the seat next to Juror 23.
Yes, I do. Agree with the Fifth Amendment.
Juror 13, please come down to the first row and sit next to Juror 11. Juror 14, please take the last seat on the first row. Juror 17, please shift down to take the seat on the second row closest to the wall. on the second row. Yep, that's it. Juror 18, please take the seat next to juror 17 on the second row.
No, he cannot.
Juror 20, please take the seat next to juror 18. Juror 25, please take the seat next to juror 20. When you hear your number, please walk up and take the first available seat. Juror 27. Juror 28.
That's my understanding. 12 plus 3 alternates.
Juror 29. And the last for the second row, juror 30. The seat closest to the wall on the third row, juror 31.
They're done with Voir dire. They're telling 10 folks to
Juror
go home.
32 to follow.
They're doing the final seating arrangements. That means they've selected 12
Juror
plus 3.
33 after that. Once you are seated on the third row, if you can hold up your paddles so I can ensure you're in the right positions. 31 closest to the wall, 32 next to her, thank you, and 33 right there. Juror 34, please come up as well. Juror 35 and juror 36. It will be another few minutes before we resume. If anyone needs to use the restroom, please do so at this time or stretch your legs. We will get started as quickly as possible. Once again, you are not to speak to each other or discuss this case while we are still going through this process. We will resume in a few minutes.
All right. I sent a message to John asking him, what is a breakdown of the jury compo? Yeah, it's the same time there in Florida, 4:45. He's making it sound like they're going to start opening statements right now, but he's saying they're going to get started. Started with what? All right, so are they down to the 12 plus 3? Maybe they're going to go through and have more questioning. I can't imagine them going into opening. So are they still selecting more? Yeah, they still have more to go, Johnny says. So they still have 21 folks. So how did they have 30? They had 31 in the room. Yeah, so they have 6 more to cut. I don't get it why they couldn't have selected these all by now. Yeah, I thought we had one seated too, but I didn't realize what the total number were in there. So as it turns out, they had 31 in the room and they got rid of 10. I thought they had 25 and got it down to 15. They're saying it's a 2, possibly 3 trial. There could be more than 3 alternates. I would have more than 3 just to play it safe, but I had heard there was going to be 3. So all right, so now we're going to have more questioning going on. Very much a odd process here. I don't get it. Why they're not able to whittle this down quicker. Yeah. Yeah, so it's almost 5 there. Thinking about it, if this is up in Massachusetts, jurors would have left 2 hours ago. Right now, they're down to 10 men and 11 women. It's almost 50-50. Yeah, so they must be back in chambers or something. Why are we not seeing any televised process? And I'm not getting updates from John, so I don't know. They only decide alternates at the very end after they close the evidence. So usually some places they know ahead of time, but Thanks, Carrie. Oh, somebody from Norway watching. Yeah, they got to do more cuts. So they're not even done with jury selection right now. Yes, Luis Rivera must testify. That's part of his plea bargain agreement. If he refuses to testify, then his deal is off the table. Just me. What happens in the jury selection room with the attorneys, we just don't know. Well, they're back in chambers making objections, strikes. They're trying to come up with reasons to strike jurors that they don't like. So it's not really selection. It's more like elimination rather than selection. You're looking for the folks you don't want on your side, that don't support your side, that you think don't support your side, that you don't have a good feeling on. A lot of us is gut reaction. Yeah, Luis was a good witness, all things considered. Definitely. Okay, yeah, I missed that. Thank you, Johnson. They're on a quick court break. I think they're just going to keep pushing through till they get a jury selected. All right, John says they're back in session now.
For our newly seated jurors, starting with 27 and going through 36, I'm going to need to ask you some of the same questions that were asked to the group earlier concerning your prior jury service, any connection to the attorneys or the defendant, and also some brief biographical data from you. Once we've accomplished this, the attorneys will each have an opportunity to speak with you as well. I am not going to reread the law to you concerning the presumption of innocence, the right to remain silent, and the burden of proof. The law is fixed. Nothing has changed with it. Does anyone have any questions concerning the law that was previously read for jurors 27 through 36? Please raise your paddles if you have a question as to what the court read. Very well. I'm now going to ask 27 through 36 as a group, have any of you previously served on a jury? Please raise your paddles if you have. Juror 28, please tell us where and when you previously served on a jury.
This is a new batch. We're going to still go through this. This is.
Do you recall if it was a criminal or civil proceeding? Do you recall the charge or the type of case? Without telling us the verdict, did the jury reach a verdict?
Yes.
Were you the foreperson of that jury?
No.
Did anyone else have their paddle raised for having previously served as a juror? No other paddles are being raised in response. As to the attorneys on this matter, are any of you, and I'm referring to jurors 27 through 36, related by blood or marriage to any of the attorneys, or do you know any of the attorneys that were previously introduced this morning?
No, sir.
Right, no response has been given in the affirmative. Concerning the defendant, Are any of you, 27 through 36, related by blood or marriage to the defendant, or do you know the defendant personally? Concerning the names of the potential witnesses that were read earlier today. As to 27 through 36, do any of you know the witnesses that were identified by the parties?
Stand by.
And now I will go through your biographical information. Juror 27, what is your occupation or type of work?
Owner and operator of a online marketing agency.
Right. You'll never get advertising better than this. Shout out that name. Go ahead, give us the name.
eVision Media Group. eVision Media Group.
What is your marital status?
Married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
Physician assistant at Capital Legal.
Do you have children?
Yes, 2.
And what are their ages and do they work?
22 and 12. The 22-year-old does work, full-time student at UCF and is working at student housing.
And the 12-year-old is just at home?
Is that?
Yes, sir. How long have you lived in Leon County?
13 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
Close friends, yes.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Yes, my brother was indicted, a federal indictment of fraud.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
Yes, my aunt was murdered 17 years ago, and a close friend of mine was also murdered.
Thank you.
The last one. A close friend of mine was also murdered.
Juror 28, what is your occupation or type of work?
I'm retired, environmental manager,
What is your marital status?
widow.
Do you have any children?
Yes, sir. 1, 26 on Saturday, Sunday. Works for Civic Tech,
Right. How long have you lived in Leon County?
about 21 years, sir.
Any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or any relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, sir.
Thank you. Juror 29, what is your occupation or type of work?
Project manager for a civil engineering firm in town.
Right. Once again, no better free advertising than what you have right now.
DRFV,
What is your marital status?
married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
She works with the Department of Health.
Do you have children?
Yes, 2, 8 and 12. They do not work.
Do they owe you money?
Probably owe them money. But no.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
All my life, 40 years.
Any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement? Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Yes, close friend.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
My wife's uncle was shot and killed probably 10 years ago.
Right. Thank you. Juror 30, what is your occupation or type of work?
I'm unemployed, social worker.
If you can say that again, they could not hear you.
Unemployed, but I'm a social worker.
What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children?
No.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Off and on for 11 years.
Any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement? Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime? Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
My parents auto theft.
Thank you. She said her parents' auto theft. For everyone on the panel, if you can remember to do this, please speak up and speak clearly so you can be heard. Juror 31. What is your occupation or type of work?
Data analyst, Department of Transportation.
What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children?
No.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
A year, 8 months.
Any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
My brother has DUI.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Thank you. Juror 32, what is your occupation or type of work?
I work part-time at a restaurant.
What is your marital status?
Married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
He's the owner of a restaurant in town.
Shout out that name.
Karab is Italian.
Do you have any children?
Yes, sir, 2. I have a 17-year-old and an 8-year-old.
Right. Does your older child work?
He does not.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
8 years.
Any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
Yes, sir, retired.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
I have a brother that was charged with DUI.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
Yes, we had a masked individual try to break into our home earlier this year.
Thank you. Juror 33, what is your occupation or type of work?
Deliver and install appliances.
What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children?
1.
What is your child's age?
9.
I assume they don't work. How long have you lived in Leon County?
Day I was born.
Any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
Yes.
Have you, any close friends, relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Yes.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
Yes.
Thank you. Juror 34, what is your occupation or type of work?
I operate our 2 family-owned businesses for the record reporting and bouncers in Tallahassee.
What is your marital status?
Married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
He is a law enforcement officer of the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Do you have children?
I do.
What are their ages and do they work?
16 and 13, and no, they do not work.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
36 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
Other than my husband.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, sir.
Thank you. Juror 35, what is your occupation or type of work?
Delivery truck driver.
Couldn't hear that, Your Honor.
Delivery truck driver. What is your marital status?
Married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
Customer service coordinator for a truck company.
Do you have children?
No.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
3 years.
Any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Thank you. Juror 36, what is your occupation or type of work?
Why don't they have questionnaires to cover all this?
I actually work for People First.
Okay. You're not contagious, are you?
I hope not. It's
Go-
just
go-
on
go-
this cold air.
Go ahead and put that mask on then.
But I wanted y'all to hear me.
What is your marital status?
I'm single.
Do you have children?
I have one son, the age of 10.
And I assume he does not work.
No, sir.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
I would say, I'll just say, I've been in Tallahassee for the last 17 years. I had went back to Fort Pierce, Florida for a year or two for school, and then I came back. So I've been,
Any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
no, sir. My step grandfather was a state trooper, but he's retired now. That's the only officer that I'm aware of.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Not me, thank you God. But yes, I have it. My dad, my sister, and my brother. This was years ago. I'll say back in 2007 2004 was my dad, and then 2005 and 6, my sister and brother.
Have you, any close friends or a relative, ever been a victim of a crime?
Not me, a friend has been, and that was basically, she was a minor, and I had to basically be summoned to vouch that someone violated.
Judge, I'm sorry.
If you can repeat that, go ahead.
So it was I'm just say a friend of the family. I was subpoenaed because she was minor, and I witnessed her being abused, and I'll just put it that way.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Once again, for our newly seated jurors, I am not going to read the jury instructions concerning the burden of proof, presumption of innocence, and the right to remain silent. These concepts are static, they are fixed. The law has not changed on these matters since we've started the process. Is the state ready to inquire?
Yes, sir.
You may.
Thank you.
This is very,
I'm Sarah Catherine Dugan. I'm representing the state of Florida in this case, along with Georgia Kappelman. I know y'all are tired, hungry. It's 5 o'clock. I'm going to try to be really quick.
yeah, it's very ineffective.
I want to go over just a couple of concepts with our new folks to see if y'all have any strong feelings about any of
Why
them.
there's still new
But
folks?
if any of our original folks that are here in the first and second rows, if you have anything that you want to add, change your answers on, an idea that popped into your head, just raise your hand and let me
It's
know.
like they need 30
All right,
jurors.
so
Only
Ms.
12
Kaplan
plus
talked
a couple
about
alternates.
reasonable
I
doubt.
don't get it.
The state's burden in a criminal case is we have to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. We have to prove a crime was committed and that Mrs. Adelson is a person who committed that crime. And we talked about the definition of reasonable doubt. It's not a forced doubt, something you're making yourself believe. It's not a speculative doubt or a possible doubt. We could all sit
She's
around
talking
and come up
faster,
with
which is
maybe
good.
this happened, maybe that happened. The doubt that you're having has to be reasonable. Does everybody understand? Okay. And we talked about why it's beyond a reasonable doubt, because it's impossible unless you're a witness to be convinced beyond all possible doubt of anything. Okay. Hearing that though,
We had 21 and now they
does
brought more
anyone,
in.
do
We don't
any
know
of
how
our
many
new
more they
people
brought in.
feel
It's
that I
very
understand what the burden
disorganized
is,
process.
but it should be higher than beyond a reasonable doubt. I would personally have to be convinced beyond all possible doubt in order to reach a conviction in a criminal case. Does anyone feel that way?
Make that
First
comment.
or second
That's
row
bizarre.
or third row? Okay. And who decides
Oh,
whether
God.
the doubt you're having is reasonable to believe, given all the evidence in the case? Who decides that? You guys do, right?
You're encouraging people to have
And you
no
do that thinking back on everything you heard in the case, using a totality of the evidence that you heard. We had a couple of people in when the defense was asking questions that some of you mentioned, Mrs. Adelson, maybe she did something to be charged, and while I understand what you're saying, that's not something for you to consider in a criminal trial. The law is that she's innocent until proven guilty, and that it's the state's burden to prove the charges beyond any reasonable doubt to you all through the evidence you hear from the witness stand. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay, so that's something that should not be considered. The evidence in the case and whether it meets that burden is what y'all consider, okay? And speaking of evidence, if you're picked as a juror, your job is going to be to focus on that evidence. That could be physical evidence, like a picture you can hold, or it could be testimonial evidence. That's going to be a lot of what y'all are hearing. You're going to be People are going to be coming up to the witness stand that may have knowledge or information about the case, or people who investigated the case are going to be listening to the words that they say, watching their body language, so that you all can determine the facts of the case and what happened here. And then you're going to apply what you've heard to the law Judge Everett gives you and render a verdict. One thing that Ms. Kappelman touched on is that it's not the jury's job to decide the sentence. Knowing that, though, is there anybody who feels that I just would not be able to reach a verdict if I didn't know what the sentence is going to be? Anybody on the first row or second row or third row? Okay. Another thing I thought about is, obviously this is a first-degree murder case. And when you hear first-degree murder and you talk about possible sentencing, sometimes people think death penalty. That's not something that's on the table in this case, or could ever be a possible sentence here. So just want to make that clear for everyone when we're talking about that, okay? And I didn't see anyone's raised hands. So everyone is okay leaving this sentence up to the law and to Judge Everett, and you all decide the verdict, right? Okay. We talked about the principles instruction. You guys heard the law on that. Even though maybe you're not the person who pulled the trigger in the bank robbery example that Ms. Kappelman did with the court reporter, if you had the intent that trigger be pulled, if you did an act or said some word that encouraged or assisted the person who did the shooting, then you can be considered a principal and treated as if you were the person who pulled the trigger and did the shooting. Does that make sense? All right. Now, okay, so I have another example that if you are, let's say during a football game, if a quarterback throws a pass to a wide receiver, okay, the wide receiver catches it in the end zone, it's a touchdown. If scoring a touchdown is a crime, who is a principal to that touchdown? What do y'all think? Let me see. What do you think, Ms. Tolbert?
After what you just said.
You're not supposed to go by names, numbers only.
Wide receiver. Catch the ball to make that touchdown happen. He wants it. He's running, trying to catch it. You don't know? Okay. Is he doing an act or saying a word to assist that touchdown?
The person blocking or the person throwing the ball?
The person blocking.
He's doing what he's supposed to do in the game.
Okay. Okay.
It's confusing.
I gotcha. Okay, so if the person blocking is doing an act of blocking so that the touchdown can be scored, and he wants that touchdown to be scored, is he a principal? Okay. Does everybody agree with Ms. Tolbert there? Oh,
What happened to the sound? Oh my gosh. All right, well. Did the judge signal to the camera to stop it because they want to make sure this prosecutor doesn't mention names anymore? Yeah, I don't know. She's doxing the juror and they're cutting the sound. Okay, she said the juror's name a second time. I only caught the first time. Yeah. So that's what happened. The judge said that's enough, and now we're suffering for it without getting a chance to listen to more of this. But I guess we're not suffering too much because you're saying Sarah's not a good blocker. The prosecution football team. Yeah, come on, Sarah. You know that. I guess she's just nervous. It's been a long day for her. That's what happens when you go 7 hours with only quick breaks. You haven't had lunch probably, and now we're muting it. So I don't think we're going to be on the rest of the day. And so until the jurors are selected, let me see. All right, I'll be back in a few minutes. Stand by, please. Just put a banner up saying I'll be back in a few minutes. You guys can still chat. All right, I'll be back. Okay, I'm back here. Because a juror's name was mentioned twice, judge immediately shut off the camera. So I just don't understand what's going on with this jury selection process. It's a complete disaster in terms of they have the jurors show up at 11, like they're going to get this thing wrapped up. That's what I was led to believe. Hey, we don't have that much more time to go. And then you have the jurors there till 5:32 now. And how many are you talking about? You're talking about over 100, 150, 180 in there still? All these people being held up, and you start them at 11 o'clock, and you still haven't gotten through to just 15? You had 64. Why couldn't that 64 be good enough? I mean, it was an innocent mistake by the prosecutor, but that's what happens when you run folks for, what is it now, 6 hours? Well, actually, the jurors are there at 11, so now it's 5:30. So yeah, 6.5 hours, and all they're getting is 5-minute breaks, and once in a while a 10-minute break for that long. I mean, I've never heard of such a thing. I'm really shocked at the judge on this one. Yeah, this is just, I mean, this is a way to get jurors to say, is this the way that the court's going to be run? I don't want to be a part of this jury. Okay, they got a sidebar going on now. Zellman up next. So apparently prosecution's done questioning this batch, but how many more batches there are, we just don't know. So mismanagement. And if you mismanagement, you don't ever want the jurors going without food. I understand working late, that's fine, but you don't go this long without taking breaks. Have them show up at 11 and when they're normally used to eating at 12, 12:31 maybe, and then you're holding them over this long in such short breaks that it's not really a break. Yeah, don't worry about my breaks. Just yeah, how many more jurors do we have sitting on standby? True kind kangaroo. This entire prosecution for Dan Markel's considered disaster. Well, this is not the prosecution's fault. This is the judge's problem with
Good evening.
scheduling.
What I'm trying to do is go through my outline to pick out the key topics I want to address so that we're not
Okay.
here for another hour, hour and a half. Figure that you guys have other places you would like to be at this hour, as do we. Did everyone hear when I discussed the concept of implicit bias earlier?
Yes.
Yes?
And
you
I think
all
people
agree that you will make a conscious effort to be aware of that if you were selected as a juror and in your deliberations. Okay. by a show of hands for the new ones, anyone in a leadership position? Okay, we got quite a few. Mr. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Do you have staff that work with you?
Yes, I have 2 staff that work with me right now.
Okay.
I'm an owner operator for the last 13 years, so I've had a staff of 10 at times.
Okay. How do you, when you're a leader, try to draw out other people so that everyone is involved in a conversation?
You want to set up a process or a system to do that.
I'm
You want to set up a process or system to do that. I think it's the easiest way out front to get everybody drawn in, kind of let everybody know. Let's have a system where we delegate. Everybody has a time to speak, give it a toss, and then we collectively come back.
And so,
such a weak,
as a leader in that type of scenario, you would make sure that everyone's voice is heard.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Even the ones that don't really want to speak.
Everybody has to be heard.
Everyone has to be heard.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ma'am, what was your number? No. Yeah, 28. Thank you. I didn't have it written down properly. You raised your hand when I asked about leadership position. How do you avoid a misunderstanding?
To clarify, I'm hired now, but I'm going to.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
When you were working, and it would apply now too, how do you avoid misunderstandings when you're in a group setting?
Misunderstand. What's about misunderstandings, Zellman?
Listening and communication. Going back to people and making sure that they repeat what's been said or repeat the question.
So in other words, not just listening, but comprehending. Okay. Does everyone agree with that? Yes. For those new individuals, would you agree that we're all human, we make mistakes?
Yes.
That includes law enforcement, includes the state. Number 32, you said that your family was recently victim of a home invasion type of incident?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry?
Yes, sir.
Is that something that, I assume that you all were home?
We were not. We were actually out of town and our cameras picked it up. So we called law enforcement as soon as we saw it and they came out and did their thing.
People arrested?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that you guys weren't home.
Yes, me too.
Get on with it, dude.
Did you do anything, heightened security after that?
I mean, we already had things in place for security, so we haven't taken extra measures on top of what we already had.
Is that something that you think about on any sort of regular basis?
Sure, yeah, of course.
He's got to take notes. So
Now,
his co-counsel isn't taking notes, so he has to. So
would that,
why-
or could that be something that you would think about if you were selected as a juror in this case?
No, I think they're two different situations.
I mean, as co-counsel, they should be taking all the notes. You should be up there, especially in a shorter time.
Number
You just be
29,
getting to the questions. Don't worry about the answers being written down.
said that your uncle was murdered.
My wife's.
Your wife's uncle, I'm sorry. How long ago was that?
About 2 years.
10 years? Was that here?
In Greenville.
Greenville.
So, 30 minutes away, east.
Were you all close to him?
I guess she was, because it was her uncle, but not really. He was kind of in and out as far as just maybe an odd uncle. I don't know. You know, he was there, but I don't know that he was like super close. But the whole incident was a shock. But I mean, I don't know that I never really knew him to know like if he was involved, if it was he placed himself in the situation, or whether it was just wrong place, wrong time. I don't really know the details.
So you weren't very close to him, so this isn't something that you would carry into the jury room. Okay. Number 27, I'm gonna come back to you on that. You had 2 family members that were murdered.
Family member and a very close friend.
How long ago was that?
About 17, but it's actually closer to 2.
Thanks, Foodist Law, for grueling through this with us.
And your friend?
6 years ago.
You still think about him?
Yes, my close friend, very much so.
Sorry, take any breaks you need.
When we were close, but my friend, we were actually best friends.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Obviously, my client is charged with murder. And so you could anticipate that I'd be concerned that your experience with your friend and your aunt could impact how you feel in this case. When the state asked you about that, you said, I don't think it will bleed over. You don't think that it'll influence you. I don't think is kind of equivocal.
Yeah, being candid, honest at that point, because I can't say right away that, it just absolutely won't. But I don't carry that bias into the courtroom. I won't be able to evidence the case and make a decision based on evidence.
But as you sit here, you can't say to me, Mr. Zellman, I'm not going to think about that at all.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, you said it would be not true?
Yeah.
Now, and you've heard the state say this a few times, and we probably addressed it when we were back in individual voir dire. The court's instruction is going to be that you can only rely on the evidence that's presented in court. But as you sit here, you can't tell me that I'm not going to think about that.
No, I can say that I would absolutely only rely on evidence of the case. When you're asking about thinking about the past cases of my aunt, or past incidents of my aunt, our best friend, and just as a human being, as the case goes on, if I saw pictures or images or something, that I may have a thought about those two.
And that actually brings up a good point, sir. This is a murder case. There are going to be pictures from the crime scene, from the medical examiner. For those new prospective jurors, are you comfortable having to see some of those pictures in this case? Is anyone uncomfortable? If I can get a show of hands. Not that we like having to do this, but is anyone uncomfortable? No hands. Thank you.
Of course, people are uncomfortable looking at it, but they understand they have to. What kind of question is that? Look at him fumble through.
I'm going to go through briefly some of the hypotheticals that I used to discuss the burden of proof. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. Did everyone hear the bank robbery hypothetical that I addressed earlier?
Yes.
Okay. Number 33. So with that hypothetical, the first one, where the witnesses to the bank robbery identify the defendant, the surveillance video depicts the defendant, and the defense attorney gets up in closing argument and says, the state didn't prove it wasn't my client's twin brother. What kind of doubt is that creating or raising? You remember what we discussed earlier? What was discussed earlier with the prior panel? What kind of doubt did we discuss? Anyone else remember? Number 27.
This is so weak. Come on, move it up. Speed it up here, counsel.
And speculative doubt is not what?
I mean, if I was in this position, I'd rather almost like tell the judge, we cannot proceed. I can't think. I'm hungry. I'm losing the jury. They're going to hold it against me. I need to ask more detailed questions in the prosecution. But he's just going along here, flipping along through his
Has anyone ever had a knee-jerk reaction? Jump to conclusions? Okay, I'm going to pick on number 30. You ever jump to a conclusion before? You realize that you were wrong?
I mean, this is
in that moment, did you say something that you may have regretted?
Yes.
You realized that you were wrong.
Yes.
Everyone else have similar circumstances happen? Just a moment, Your Honor.
He told the judge just a moment, Your Honor, instead of asking permission. No, I don't think there's a time limit. Yeah. Yeah, they're all leading. It's not a report. He's not drawing information out. I mean, when I do voir dire, jury's doing more talking. The jury member's doing more talking than I am. And that's how you get to know him. That's how you get to make a read on him. He's not reading any of these jurors' comments. If they say something like, yeah, I was a victim of a robbery or burglary or something like that, then obviously he's got something there to work with and decide whether he wants him on the jury or not. But he's just sort of like going through some kind of scripted questions, and there's not really a end state that he's trying to get to.
Number 32, you indicated earlier that you had a family member who's retired law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
And who is that?
My husband's uncle is retired with Leon County Sheriff's Department and
I'm sorry.
And also worked for the governor.
Okay. You close with that individual?
Yes.
Do you hold is their opinion of you important to you?
Sure, yes.
Criminal's more serious stuff.
Would you have any concern if you were selected as a juror in this case, heard all the evidence, and returned a verdict of not guilty, how your husband's uncle would feel?
No.
Okay, thank you. Same question for number 34. No concern? It's your husband.
No concern at all.
Number 14? No, 20. Sorry, 29. Yeah, my numbers are all messed up. You had friends or family law enforcement?
Brother-in-law works for FDLE. He's heavily police. I know a few, at least one of mine are retired law enforcement.
Any concern about what they would think of you if you found somebody not guilty, even of murder?
Sure. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Number 27, you had?
Yeah, it's several friends, but they several friends. They all work back in Sarasota County.
Okay.
But no concern.
You're not concerned?
No.
Okay. Anyone else have their hand or paddle raised to law enforcement? Did we talk to you about that? Well, we can't talk to you about it again. So, but Specific as to the new people, sorry. As to the new people, anyone been divorced? No divorces for the new people? Good for you. I haven't been so lucky. Let's see.
Come on, move along.
For the new people,
It's going on 6 o'clock there, folks. They've been in there 7 hours.
this, as I said earlier for the prior panel, it's not something I would normally ask, and I apologize if it's offensive in any way. But just for those new people, can I see a raise of hands of anyone who has any knowledge of Judaism?
Come on, guys.
There's certain events in our culture
Bailiffs sleeping
that are
back
important in life events, correct?
Yes.
Can you give us some examples?
Referring to Judaism specifically?
Yes.
Bar mitzvahs is what comes to mind.
Bar mitzvah being
Or a bat mitzvah for
Yeah.
girls.
okay. Thank you. Anyone else familiar with Judaism?
Look at Fulford's not reading the jury. Jury consultant. Can you
Number
can you read
35.
and board?
How do you feel about some call them jailhouse informants or jailhouse snitches? How do you feel about them?
I can't say that I have an opinion.
You can't say you have an opinion?
About them,
Okay.
or I haven't formulated an opinion.
Why do you think that somebody would, a jailhouse informant or snitch would testify against somebody? What would motivate them?
I don't know, maybe they want to do the right thing, or maybe they get a quick pro quo out of it. They get something.
Yeah,
To get something in return?
Yeah, possibly like a lighter sentence, or I don't know, maybe they get like, I don't know, more benefits.
I'm sorry?
More benefits in jail, I don't know.
So do you judge their testimony more critically as because they're getting a benefit?
This is the lawyer. There's a consultant behind him against the wall.
Number 28. How do you feel about that?
Don't have an opinion on it, really.
The fact that they might be getting a benefit, is that something that you would consider in weighing their credibility?
I think I'd be more cautious of listening to what they present.
Does everyone agree with what number 28 said? Be more cautious in what they say?
Yes.
Anyone in the new group disagree with that? Ma'am, do you disagree with that? Yes.
I would
No?
also be more cautious.
I can't hear you.
I would also be cautious.
Okay.
I'm with you on it.
Thank you.
Good use of your paddle.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Oh boy. I don't know what they were thinking today.
Thank you very much for your attention. Nothing further, Your Honor.
We are going to take another break. Once again, I am going to instruct you not to speak to each other. You are definitely not to discuss the case. If you need to use the restroom or stretch your legs, you may do so at this time. Please return to the courtroom as quickly as possible after you've done so. The attorneys and the court reporter can join me in the jury room.
All right. So this is really pretty much Pretty much poke your eyes out kind of stuff. Leslie's doing her legal work while we're doing this insignificant stuff. Yeah, so that's why I said this guy seems to talk really slow, and if he's objecting, and it's just everything's slow motion with this guy. I think he's worse than I thought he would be. I thought he'd pick up the pace in front of a jury. So I don't know. Could this be going till 8 o'clock? I mean, I'm surprised the juror hasn't raised their hand and go, I'm done. I can't handle this anymore. This guy's ruining my day. I can't sit here and listen to this guy for 2-3 weeks. Are you kidding me? Yeah, he just asks questions. There's no like point to drive home or nothing to extract out of him. He could ask questions like, hey, what do you think my client is Jewish, interfaith? What do you think about that? Ask an open-ended, harmless question and get them to talking and get them to bounce comments off each other and just have some good rapport. And I mean, this guy, none of the jurors like having to answer this guy's question. They're just doing their due diligence. They're taking it seriously and responsibly as they should, but this is not the way it should be running, folks. Yeah, colossal waste of time. I agree. And what's his co-counsel doing? Yeah, I mean, she's basically, I would be so mad if I was him and I had a co-counsel just sitting there not even paying attention to what I'm doing. Once in a while listening to something, looking around, but it's like she's completely checked out. I mean, you think that some of his last batch was, yeah, I heard everything. I agree with everything. No issues apply to me for you to do follow-up individual questioning. Yeah. It's 6 o'clock, and I thought they had a jury 2 hours ago. They had musical chairs going on. I mean, we can't see all of what's going on there right now, what they're arguing, what points they're making, but what's taking so long? These jurors, there's enough of them there that they should be able to select 15. Yeah, so it's what you're wind up doing is you disrespect a jury like this, and they lose faith in the justice system that you're asking them to be the critical part of it. Did they tell them to bring all the snacks and lunches and meals they need to sit there for 7 hours and get no food? What are they go to some kind of Snickers machine or something? I mean, that's not enough to tide people over for 7 hours. What are they doing for drinks? These questions are so bad. I can tell you, Zellman had his questions ran through and maybe developed in part or full by this juror consultant, why would they allow him to ask these kind of questions and have no end state of what points you really want to drive home and what you want to extract out of the jurors? Like all these conversations, for the most part, it's absolutely nothing to gain. You're not driving home your theory of the case. After I get done with my jury selection, the jury understands exactly what the defense theory is on what happened if I'm a defense counsel. And the same thing if I'm a prosecutor. They understand the theory of, through my questioning, what the actual opening statements will look like. Well, they didn't want to do opening statements today, but I didn't think they were estimating it would take this long, or did they? Let's see here. Timothy Smith, the jury's either alienating the jury and hurting Donna. Alternately, they may feel some sympathy for her because of having such a pitiful attorney. Yeah, I saw that happen one time when an attorney fell asleep. I had co-counsel fall asleep on me one time when I was a defense counsel, and I used that to client's advantage by making, I made some comment about he's even had a lawyer of his fallen asleep on this case, and I forget exactly what point I made. But in other words, he wasn't getting even justice from his attorney team. And we won the case. But yeah, I was not happy about co-counsel falling asleep. You know, Francis Capello, we're hungry, Your Honor. Yeah, so what about, he's talking about leaders on the jury. Where's the leader that's going to stand up and say, enough, we need to get home. We need to get to something to eat. We can't do these 5-10 minute breaks. And the jury members are just sitting there in the courtroom during this whole time. They're not allowed to leave while they're having this in-chamber session. I would figure out, if I was him, what are the most critical points you need to make and extract out of the jurors, what themes to develop, and scale it back and go in quickly, exit out of there, and not hold these guys up. It's now 6:04 there. Yeah, so where's the leaders that they're looking for? Let everyone have a voice. Well, they're not having a voice on whether they can eat today. Yeah, snacks. All right. So that's how you're going to get, instead of a lunch or supper, you're just going to get a snack machine. It's the same kind of thing as when I've seen attorneys If they have let's say a 5-day trial and they subpoena everybody to show up on day 1 and they never excuse them until they're going to call them on like the 4th or 5th day. And so what happens is you're alienating the witness and they're just not even happy and cooperating with you by the time they get to their time to be called as a witness. So as an attorney, what you need to do is make sure you're not alienating your own witnesses and so anyway, it's definitely alienating this jury, and I don't know why a jury would want to really sit on this. Is this what the rest of the days are going to look like? Hey honey, I need to go to court today. Not going to have to show up till 11 o'clock, so there's no point in driving to work for just an hour then to leave. So, but I may not see it till 8, 9 o'clock at night. We just don't know at this court. Yeah, okay. Deliberating juries is a different matter. During jury selection, during the trial, witness testimony, those should be structured hours. I'm not talking about holding a jury late hours to finish up deliberations. That's a totally different matter. Yeah, the 2 years talking about snacks in the jury room. Your call, Judge Everett mentioned that in previous trials, fingers crossed. Yeah, that's when you got 15 people, maybe 16, 17 for a jury, but they got a lot more people there than that. They're not going to bring in food and snacks for all of them. And they're sitting there in the jury room. They're not, I should say in the courtroom. They're not in the jury deliberation room. Well, this is the judge's responsibility. Donna had nothing to do with this. This is nothing on Donna. All right, so Mr. Harvey's still in his own row back there. So that means they don't have any friends showing up yet. That's the plan, is we're going to cover the trial. So the evidence would be a part of that. Yes, JC. Oh, I'm trying to post questions here. There you go. Shouldn't a lot of these questions be on a question sheet? That way, the jury can read and write as well. Most of these rudimentary questions that judges posing, especially, I think those should be in a questionnaire. So. Yeah, look at the bailiff. I mean, the bailiff's falling asleep on you. What do you think the jurors are doing? You mentally start checking out. Even if you don't want to, you mentally start checking out. And then think about the other jurors who have been there listening to all these questions over and over again as the different groups come in there. They got to sit through it all. They're listening to like 3 rounds today. I do think that they'll have more of a regular schedule once they get past this. So. Ellie's asking, what are they looking for in a jury? Well, if you're prosecution, you're looking for people that are reliable, stable, have education, decisive, they're responsible, they respect authority, they're a part of authority. If they don't have criminal records, They live stable lives from what you can gather. On the defense, they prefer folks that don't have structure, they don't have ambitions, they're not very decisive, they're basically meandering through life, easily confused, easily misled, not good followers, easily confused, don't respect law, don't respect authority, those kind of things. Yeah, I don't think Zellman's doing anything intentional to stretch this out. Gardner saying that because Zellman would be purposely stretching out questioning the jury to make sure he is the last voice to be heard on Friday. I don't think so. I think it's just a matter of that's the way he is. That's his MO. He talks slow, has a lot of papers to shuffle through, and he's not very organized, not very focused, doesn't have a good theme. And then there are discussions on who they're going to kick off. So last time they had us sitting here waiting, it was 10 jurors got stricken, told they were excused. So it could be another 20, 30 minutes for that. I imagine Harvey's fallen asleep. We haven't heard from John yet on that. How many you're asking, didn't the defense say they wanted to do their opening after the state rests? They said they hadn't decided, from what I recall. Yes. Yes, I've eaten. How about y'all? Leslie ordered me a pizza. She's working. And what is it? 5:14 here now, Central Time. Harvey's all quiet. Well, maybe that's because he's asleep too. I mean, I imagine he'd close his eyes. He's 80 years old and nothing's going on in the courtroom. The judge and the lawyers are in chambers. All right. Yeah, some of y'all had breakfast, lunch, and dinner watching this. Jurors have had nothing but snacks unless they came there having eaten a meal before they arrived. Fletcher, I think Judge Everett's determined to start this opening tomorrow. Yeah, but what time tomorrow? First thing in the morning? Yeah. Charlie ate better than the jurors today. So yeah, we're going on almost 8 hours here. It's showing 7:45, 7 hours 45 minutes. We've been going live. So when they have, I assume Donna is in the courtroom by herself when the juries are going back in chambers, or how do they do it there? Let me ask John that. Oh, Donna's also back in chambers, says John. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, we're just used to Massachusetts courts where they only work a few hours a day. I mean, I've never seen it where they don't have at least 20 minutes midday, 20-minute break mid-morning, 20-minute break afternoon, or 30 if you're going to hotel 5. You take an hour, at least an hour for lunch. Yes. See, man. In reverse, have you ever jumped to a conclusion and proven 100% correct? I know you're asking about news media. I know John was sitting by 2020 this morning. Well, defense, their objections, I don't know if they're going to go through Donna or not. I would never want a client to make the call for me. Sometimes you're on the fence, you might ask the client, hey, what do you think? But they're not experienced like trial attorneys should be. Yeah, it might be able to add another week with Zellman. My impression is we're not going to be any faster with whether it's Zellman or Fulford. All right, so Dennis Murphy was there today from NBC Dateline. He's been covering this over the years. Yeah, but Dateline didn't do a good job of covering this case. Dateline and what's the other one that was covering it? 48 Hours, or I forget which other one, but they never, 2020, they didn't do a good job. Missed out a lot of stuff. Didn't cover really anything about Wendy. Well, at least we do have better tech going on. We've not had any tech glitches. We could not hear all the jurors speaking out, but at least we could hear the attorneys and the judge. No, I've not seen the extra defense table that they're asking for, but the camera hasn't shown that angle, so not sure. All right, average age is 35 to 39. Jeremy Daniels, people are saying Zellman's dipping tobacco in his mouth. What do I think of that? Unprofessional. I've never seen that in the courtroom. Yeah, I don't think a judge would okay that if the judge noticed it. Thank you. Yeah, let's see here. I think it was 2020 that was there. When I was down there, I remember 2020. They were in a local hotel doing interviews. All right, the 2 you're saying he's been seen on camera through several videos, and he spits that out into his Yeti. Oh, I haven't seen that. So that's his spit cup, huh? Well, that's a good way to turn off some members of the jury. Yeah, it seems like a decade ago. Charlie was tried, right? Here's his 21 months ago. Oh, okay, Tanya Bluebell. 2020 did a poor job because they only showed Wendy pointing the finger at her family. That's why I initially thought she could be innocent. Yeah, but look at her whole interview, right? So the two, you're saying that this channel has better clarity, or you're just comparing it to other trials? Not sure what you mean by that, but yeah, glad we got good video feeds. Great job, Johnny. Yeah, for the spectators, they are like pews, church pews, and the jury does have individual chairs, and they can sort of lean back and sort of twist around a little bit to get comfortable. And that's what the jury members, a lot of them were doing during closing. They're sitting back, they just sort of like wanting to nod off, listening to Rauschbaum. All right, back in session. All right, what's the word, Judge Everett? 6:30 there.
To our currently seated respective juror panel, we have been able to select a jury at this point. I did want to extend to everyone, thank you for honoring your summons and attending this process today. Although it has been time consuming, it has been very valuable in moving this matter forward, and we are not able to do our jobs without you. So with that, again, we give you our thanks. When I read the following numbers, you are to remain. Everyone else is excused at this time, and you will not need to return tomorrow or at any other point. Juror 1, you are to remain. Juror 2, you are to remain. Juror 5, you are to remain. Juror 23, you are to remain. Juror 11, you are to remain. Juror 14, you are to remain. Juror 25, you are to remain. Juror 27, you are to remain. Juror 28, you are to remain. Juror 29, you are to remain. Juror 31, you are to remain. Juror 34, you are to remain. Juror 35, you are to remain. And Juror 36, you are to remain. Everyone else is excused at this time. Have a good evening.
Did I count that right? I counted 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I counted 14. Yep, okay. Yeah, 14 instead of 15. I wonder what happened.
For our remaining jurors and alternates, now the fun begins. Before you are sworn in this evening, does the state accept this jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Does the defense accept this jury as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mrs. Adelson, do you accept this as the jury to try your case?
Yes.
Members of the jury, the first official act that I'm going to ask of you is to stand up, raise your right hand, and be sworn to take the oath of a juror.
She had to say that in front of the jury that she accepts them. She was grudgingly saying yes.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you will well and truly try the issues between the state of Florida and this defendant and render a true verdict according to the law and evidence? If so, say I will.
I will.
Thank you.
You can be seated. Before you are released for this evening, I am going to give you some instructions. At this point, you are the selected jury in this case. The instructions that you received before concerning not discussing this case, not seeking out any information about this case, or reviewing any other news or speaking to anyone about this now applies specifically to you. Does anyone have any questions concerning the court's prior instructions on what the prohibitions are concerning information in this case? Number 5.
We told our employer how long we were expected to be here.
Yes, you may. But as far as any other discussion about the case, that is not to take place. 36.
Yes, sir. Would there be any kind of form that I could present to my employer? Because I work for the state of Florida, and they are very particular about, you know what I mean.
Do you need me to call somebody?
I mean. And I left today. So you know that open and
There will be a form that will be provided to you from the clerk that outlines the fact that you've been selected for the jury and the length of the trial. Any other questions concerning that matter? All right. I believe earlier when we went into individual voir dire, we discussed that we would be working more or less a standard day. You are to report at 8:45 tomorrow, and we will expect to finish by around 5:30. It is important because you must move as a group for everyone to be on time. Also, as well, as ridiculous as this may sound, once you arrive, please use the bathroom before you come to the courthouse. If all 15 of you need to use the restroom, that is going to hold us up from getting started. The bailiffs are going to provide you information for parking throughout the duration of the trial. Also, as well, this is the courtroom that we will be in for the duration of the trial. It does vacillate between hot and cold. If you need to bring a jacket or light sweater so you're comfortable, please do so. You are always permitted to bring reading material with you during any breaks. However, again, you are not to discuss the case with each other, even now as selected jurors. You may discuss any other matters that are unrelated to the case during your service. You can talk about the weather. You can talk about how many wins you think FSU might get this year, but you can't talk about the case. Does anyone have a question concerning this? Yes, sir.
Sound like a kid, but what about food? Can we bring food?
You can bring food. I will also have some snacks that are back there for you. Went to Costco, bought them myself. Hopefully you like them. If you don't, you always have money and you can obtain what you need. Any other questions? There are no bad questions before you are released.
Thank you for that one.
Number 2.
Is the start time at 8:45 every morning?
You are to report at 8:45. We anticipate getting started by 9.
You report downstairs?
Yes. Please report to the area where you initially reported for jury selection. You're to move there as a group. Oh, 1 second.
We're going to take them in there and discuss coming up with them.
Very well. The bailiffs will explain to you where you will meet, but again, do not come up to the courtroom by yourself. You're to move as a group. Does everyone understand this? Any other questions before we part ways for the evening? 31.
I know it sounds silly, but it's still business casual for this code.
I'm not going to tell you what to wear, and wear something that you'll be comfortable in the courtroom with. Beyond that, I'm not going to critique your dress code. I'm not the principal at the high school. Yes, ma'am, 35.
Are we going to be in session on Labor Day?
She looks nervous, worried.
For Labor Day, we will not be
Stressful.
having court. That is a recognized federal and state holiday for anyone who already has a Labor Day plan. This trial will not affect that. 29.
Just to verify, so right now we need to block out at least 2 weeks is what we're assuming. It could be shorter, could go longer, but is that a good?
We're
start point?
anticipating the trial ending by September 5th, but if it possibly goes longer, certainly everyone will be made aware of this, so that way you can address any issues with work or other matters. Any other questions? Very well. I will see you tomorrow, bright and early. Again, please be mindful of the instructions that you've received. We will get started with
Thinking
the
a lot.
court's instructions, the opening statements, and then we will hear from the witnesses. Have a good night.
Eyes bouncing around like ping pong balls or pinballs. Yeah, her body language is indicating she's stressed, she's worried. She's not coming across real confident. So let's see if we can get John on the horn here.
Opening. The issue can be argued now. Mr. Zellman.
Yeah, there's not that many people there in the courtroom as spectators. Looks like Harvey there, yeah, all alone with that tie on in the first row.
Counsel, we'll withdraw the objection at this time for purposes of the opening.
Very well. Do the parties have anything further to raise that we have not already addressed through the process today for jury selection or other matters? All right, please report also by 8:30 tomorrow. We will wait for the jurors to arrive. You'll have the opportunity to defense if you need to speak to your client before
There's
we have
Harvey.
the jurors there. Everyone can prepare for their openings. Are there any multimedia aspects to the openings that we need to address or you have not already worked out?
We will be having a presentation, but I'm familiar with how to use the courtroom technology.
All right. If you need to practice with that before we get started, please do, so we can move through seamlessly. I will see you all tomorrow at 8:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so the attorneys will be there 8:30 Eastern time. The jurors are supposed to show up at 8:45. They'll probably start about 9. So roughly 35 to 39 is the age group of the jurors. And 8 men, 6 women. So I sent John a text, asked him to go to the green room. here on StreamYard. StreamYard's the web-based app we're using. So if they're showing up at 8:30, so yeah, I'll plan to show up here at 7:30 Central Time, so we can see what they have on the record for any motions. We're still awaiting rulings on several motions that defense had. Yeah, they're all on one side of the courtroom because the jurors were on the other side. The prospective jurors were on the other side there, so that's why. Let's see. All right, let me see if John's going to come on. If not, then we'll go ahead. All right, there's a signal. It's no longer there. Harmony, the defense did not renew their change of venue motion for the record. Why? I think they'll do that tomorrow. But if they got a jury seated and the defense said they're in agreement with it, they basically have waived it. So he can't accept the jury and then complain about it later. So don't know what there's really to argue at this point, but if they do, they'll be in the morning. Yes, so we do have a jury now. I changed the title to Donna Adelson Jury Selection Finalized. All right, the judge definitely said 15 jurors. So I wrote them down as he's reading off each name, so he must have skipped over one. So then maybe there is 15, not sure, but whether it's 14 or 15 for over a couple weeks, I'd be more comfortable if there was 3 rather than 2 alternates. Doesn't look like John's going to be showing up here, so. Any final questions here from y'all? Yes, we got 8 and 6, 8 men and 6 women for the jury. This is their biggest courtroom there. So yeah, this would be the same one. 3B, I think it is on the 3rd floor there. Name change regarding the kids. Wendy had the kids' last names changed and one of the middle names of the boys. State wants to introduce that. We'll get a ruling on that. Looks like tomorrow morning. JC, Wendy not supporting either parent or Charlie 2 years ago makes her look suspicious, I think. I would say that's accurate. I don't think there's going to be a limit for openings. But then again, with Zellman, maybe the judge will. So usually there's a limit on openings and closings, but here it's a murder case. The judge may ask how much time do you need, unless it's outrageous, he'll give them that. All right, so thanks to everyone for supporting Justice for Dan Markell. I'm going to go ahead and sign off here and be ready to regroup in the morning. And thanks for Food is Love. Thanks to John for being there, doing this direct feed. We don't have to rely on any other channel now, so we should be clear from here on out. So have a good night, and we'll see you back tomorrow morning. Y'all take care. Good night.